The air hung heavy and thick, cloying with the damp scent of pine and something else, something metallic, like fresh blood on cold earth. Mist, thick as a shroud, snaked through the hollows, clinging to the branches of ancient oaks, obscuring everything beyond a few feet. Then, from the distant ridge, came the sharp crack of a rifle shot. A sound that echoed through the hills and valleys of Appalachia, a sound that meant death. For generations, that sound was the heartbeat of the mountains. It was the language of the Hatfield-McCoy feud. It spoke of bitter grudges, of families pitted against families, a brutal symphony of vengeance and survival. And at the center of it all stood a figure carved from the very rock of those hills, William Anderson Hatfield, better known as Devil Anse. He was a patriarch, a warlord, a man whose name alone could curdle the blood in your veins. They said he was as cunning as a fox, as fierce as a bear, and as ruthless as the land itself. His power wasn't written in laws or treaties. It was etched in the fear he inspired, in the loyalty of his clan, and in the cold steel of the firearms they carried. Devil Anse ruled through sheer force, through intimidation, and by making it clear that his word was the law, enforced by lead and fire. His legend looms large, a testament to the raw, untamed power of the Appalachian frontier. He lived and died a king of the mountains, a symbol of brute strength and defiant independence. His story is one of the most famous, most violent, most American sagas ever told. But what if the most powerful Hatfield who ever lived wasn't the one holding the gun? What if he was the one counting the votes? The man who eclipsed the devil's legend was his cousin, Ephraim Hatfield. And he was a different kind of animal entirely. He wasn't a mountain warlord. He was a political boss. He rarely carried a gun, and some say he never even raised his voice. He didn't need to. Where Devil Anse's power ended at the barrel of a Winchester, Eph's was just beginning. His kingdom was not a windswept mountain hollow. It was the Aracoma Hotel, a handsome brick building in the heart of Logan, West Virginia. And his throne was a simple, unassuming armchair in the lobby. Imagine the scene. Day after day, from morning until evening, Eph Hatfield would sit in that chair watching the world go by. He was a calm, almost placid figure, often dressed in a simple suit. He would read the newspaper, smoke a cigar, and greet men who approached him with a quiet nod. But don't let the stillness fool you. From that single chair, he was pulling the strings of an entire county. The men who came to see him were not weathered Klansmen seeking vengeance. They were sheriffs, judges, coal mine superintendents, and aspiring politicians. They would approach his chair, one by one, and speak in low, deferential tones. They weren't there to pass the time. They were there for a verdict. They were asking for a job for a relative. They were seeking a political endorsement. They were requesting a legal problem to disappear. Ephraim would listen patiently, his eyes missing nothing. A conversation might last minutes, or it might be just a few seconds. And then would come the decision. It wasn't a decree shouted from a mountaintop. It was a slight nod of the head, a quiet word, or just a dismissive wave of the hand. And that was it. A man's fate was sealed. The next county clerk was chosen, a contract was awarded, a deputy was appointed. He didn't need to raise his voice. In Logan County, a word from F. Hatfield could build a man's fortune or bury him without a shovel. This was the new face of power in Appalachia. The brute force of the feud had evolved, becoming something far more sophisticated and far more terrifying. It was the power of the system. To understand how one man could hold a whole county in the palm of his hand, you first have to understand the land that made him. A land of steep hills, deep shadows, and black gold. In the early 20th century, Logan County was less a part of the United States and more a private kingdom. A kingdom built on a single, powerful resource: coal. It was a rugged, isolated place. The mountains themselves were both a blessing and a curse, holding veins of the richest bituminous coal in the world, but also cutting the region off, creating a world unto itself with its own rules. And the first rule was simple: the coal company was God. Massive corporations from the north had swept in, buying up tens of thousands of acres. They built the railroads, they built the mines, and they built the towns. These weren't normal towns. They were company towns, and the name tells you everything you need to know. The company owned every single building. The houses the miners lived in, the store where they bought their food, the church where they prayed, and the hospital where they died. Miners were often paid not in US dollars, but in scrip, a form of private currency that could only be spent at the company store. This created a closed loop of economic servitude. The company gave you a job, paid you in company money, which you then had to give right back to them for rent and overpriced groceries. It was a system designed to keep men perpetually in debt, tethered to the mines for life. Your existence was a line item on a corporate ledger. This created a population of men who were tough, hard-working, and utterly dependent. They had no real rights. Attempts to unionize were crushed with brutal efficiency by private armies of mine guards, men like the infamous Baldwin Felts agents, who were more like corporate mercenaries than detectives. They would evict families from their homes, beat organizers, and sometimes kill them. The coal companies owned the houses, the stores, and the jobs. They owned the miners' bodies. Ephraim Hatfield was about to figure out how to own their souls. He saw the landscape for what it was, a battleground. On one side, you had the immense wealth and power of the coal operators, outsiders who needed the local political system to protect their investments and keep the unions out. On the other side, you had thousands of miners, a vast, untapped source of political power, if only they could be controlled. They were two great opposing forces. The companies had the money. The miners had the numbers. F. Hatfield realized he could be the bridge between them, and in doing so, become more powerful than either. Ephraim Hatfield's political machine wasn't built with speeches and rallies. It was built like an engine, piece by meticulous piece, in the back rooms and quiet corners of Logan County. It became known as the Logan County System, and it was a masterpiece of corruption. The fuel for this engine was the voter. But in Logan, your vote wasn't so much a right as it was a commodity. The first step was control of the voter rolls. F's organization would pay the poll taxes for thousands of miners and their families. On the surface, it looked like a generous act. In reality, it was a transaction. By paying your tax, they essentially owned your vote. You were now on their list, and you were expected to vote as you were told. The second part of the machine was control of the ballot box itself. This was achieved with brutal simplicity. The election officials in nearly every precinct, the people who counted the votes, were handpicked by F. These weren't impartial civil servants, they were loyal cogs in the machine. On election day, anything was possible. Ballot boxes would be stuffed with votes from people who were dead or had long since moved away. Votes for opposition candidates would simply vanish. Imagine you're a miner in a remote company town. The polling place is run by the mine foreman's brother. Everyone knows who you are, and everyone knows who the company supports. You're handed a pre-marked ballot and told to drop it in the box. What do? Do you risk your job, the roof over your family's head, for the principle of a secret ballot? Most people didn't. They did as they were told. Through this combination of economic pressure and outright fraud, F. Hatfield could deliver the vote of Logan County as a single, predictable block. He could guarantee any candidate thousands of votes, making him indispensable to anyone with statewide ambitions. But here's what made Ephraim a political genius, and what made his system nearly unbeatable. He didn't just pick the winner. In most elections, he picked both candidates. This strategy of controlling both sides of the aisle was the masterstroke. He built a two-headed political beast, and both heads answered to him. In the rest of America, politics was a war between Democrats and Republicans. In Logan County, it was a carefully staged play, and Ephraim Hatfield was the director, the producer, and the man who wrote the script. He understood a fundamental truth. True power isn't about winning the election. It's about controlling the choices. Here's how it worked. Logan County, like much of West Virginia, was traditionally Democratic. So, Ephraim consolidated his control over the local Democratic Party. He became the chairman of the county's Democratic Executive Committee. This position gave him immense power. He could dictate who got on the primary ballot, control the party's finances, and mobilize the party's resources. He would choose a candidate for sheriff, for judge, for county clerk, men who were loyal to him and the machine. His thousands of controlled voters would ensure they won the Democratic primary with ease. This part is simple enough. It's classic political boss behavior. But this is where Eph's genius for corruption came in. He didn't stop there. He looked across the aisle at the Republican Party. In Logan County, the Republicans were a permanent minority. They had no real chance of winning a general election. So Ephraim made them an offer they couldn't refuse. He went to the leaders of the local Republican Party and essentially put them on his payroll. He would provide them with money and influence. In return, he got to pick their candidates too. In the Republican primary, Ephraim would run a candidate he secretly controlled. It might be a friend, a business associate, or someone who simply owed him a favor. Since the Republican Party was so small, it was easy to manipulate their primary election. So now, fast forward to the general election in November. The people of Logan County walk into the voting booth and see their choices. For sheriff, they can vote for the Democrat, John Smith. Or they can vote for the Republican, Peter Jones. It looks like a fair choice. It feels like democracy, but it's an illusion. Because both John Smith and Peter Jones answer to the same man, sitting in his chair in the Aracoma Hotel. No matter who the public voted for, Ephraim Hatfield's man would win. He had created a perfect, closed system. It was a political monster with two heads, one Democrat, one Republican, but both were connected to the same body and both took their orders from the same brain. With the politicians in his pocket, there was only one piece of the puzzle left to control: the law itself. And in the mountains of West Virginia, the law had a name: the county sheriff. In most of America, the county sheriff is a respected lawman, an elected official who serves the public. In Logan County during the reign of Ephi Hatfield, the sheriff was a king. His power was immense, far exceeding that of a simple police officer. He was the county treasurer, which meant he controlled all the public money. He was the tax collector, and most importantly, he had the authority to hire and fire hundreds of deputy sheriffs. This wasn't a professional police force. It was a private army. And for years, the man who wore the badge and commanded this army was Don Chafin. Chafin was the physical embodiment of the Logan County system's power. He was tough, ruthless, and fiercely loyal to the machine that put him in office. His deputies were everywhere. They weren't just patrolling the streets of Logan, they were stationed in every coal camp, on every major road, and at every railroad station. Their official job was to keep the peace. Their real job was to enforce the will of the coal companies and the political machine. They were the muscle. Their salaries were paid by the county, but their loyalty was supplemented by the coal operators. The companies paid the sheriff's office a handsome fee for each deputy stationed on their property. This created a perfect circle of corruption. The machine picked the sheriff hired the deputies, and the coal companies paid to keep them in their camps, crushing any sign of union activity. These deputies could arrest anyone, for any reason. They could beat men with impunity. They could stop and search travelers, turning away anyone they deemed an agitator or a union organizer. They created an iron curtain around Logan County, turning it into a fortress state. Fiercely resistant to any outside influence. Imagine a police force that doesn't answer to the public, but to a single man sitting in a hotel lobby. That wasn't a nightmare in Logan County. It was reality. Don Chafin and his army of deputies were the enforcers who made the system work. They were the ones who ensured voters cast their ballots correctly. They were the ones who protected the ballot boxes from prying eyes. They were the iron fist inside the machine's velvet glove. For years, this combination of political cunning and brute force seemed invincible. It was a perfect, self-sustaining ecosystem of power. For years, the machine ran unopposed. It seemed invincible. Then, in 1920, one man made the fatal mistake of believing the law was bigger than E.F. Hatfield. His name was Wallace Houndshell. In a system where every piece was bought and paid for, the courts were supposed to be the final cog in the machine. Judges, like everyone else, were typically chosen for their loyalty, not their legal brilliance. Their job was to legitimize the machine's actions, to provide a rubber stamp of judicial approval for the arrests made by Chafin's deputies and the political maneuvering of Hatfield's allies. But sometimes, a piece doesn't fit. Wallace H. Houndshell was not a product of the Logan County machine. He was an outsider, a respected lawyer from a neighboring county who, through a twist of political fate, was appointed by the governor to fill a vacant seat on the circuit court bench in Logan. He was an educated man, a man who believed in the sanctity of the law and the integrity of the courts. He was in every way the wrong man for the job, if you were F. Hatfield. When Judge Hounshell first arrived in Logan, he was likely prepared for a certain amount of local flavor in the justice system. What he found shocked him to his core. He saw a legal system that was a complete sham. Grand juries were packed with the sheriff's deputies. Indictments were handed down not based on evidence, but on political convenience. Men were arrested on flimsy charges, held in jail, and pressured to vote the right way in exchange for their freedom. The courtroom, which Hounshell considered a sacred space, was being used as just another tool of coercion, and he refused to be a part of it. He began to fight back, using the only weapon he had, his position as judge. He started scrutinizing the indictments brought before him. He found dozens that were legally baseless and threw them out of court, freeing the men who had been arrested. He publicly questioned the methods of the sheriff's office. He began to block the machine's moves, using the letter of the law as his shield and his sword. For the first time in years, the gears of the Logan County system began to grind, to meet resistance. A wave of hope, small but real, began to ripple through the county. It seemed that one man, armed with courage and a law book, could actually make a difference. Hounshell thought he was fighting for justice. He didn't realize he had just declared war on a king in the middle of his kingdom. And the king was about to strike back. Ephraim Hatfield and his lieutenants did not panic. Their machine was not designed to handle justice. It was designed to crush opposition. And Judge Hounshell was the most dangerous kind of opposition, an honest man in a position of power. They couldn't bribe him. They couldn't intimidate him. So they decided to destroy him. The counterattack was not a noisy affair. It didn't happen in a dark alley. It happened in quiet, smoke-filled rooms in the state capital of Charleston. The machine's strategy was as brilliant as it was diabolical. If you can't control the judge, get rid of him. They decided to have him impeached. This was a declaration of total war. Impeaching a judge was a rare and extreme measure. It required mobilizing the machine's full influence at the state level. Eph Hatfield and his allies called in every favor they were owed. They leaned on the state legislators whose campaigns they had funded. They whispered in the ears of the governor they had helped elect. Their foot soldiers in Logan County were tasked with a single mission: find dirt on Judge Hounshell, or if you can't find any, create it. An army of sheriff's deputies and machine loyalists began to meticulously comb through every decision, every case, every aspect of Hounshell's life, looking for anything that could be twisted into an accusation. They interviewed disgruntled litigants who had lost cases in his court. They dug into his personal finances. They were building a weapon, one manufactured charge at a time. Soon, a formal list of charges was presented to the West Virginia House of Delegates. It was a masterpiece of malicious fiction. The charges against him were absurd, almost laughable. One accused him of borrowing a law book and not returning it on time. Another claimed he showed favoritism in a case by ruling against a friend of Don Chafin. They accused him of tyranny and despotism for, of all things, enforcing the law against the machine's allies. Each charge, on its own, was flimsy, but piled one on top of the other, they created the illusion of a corrupt and incompetent judge. The charges didn't have to be true, they just had to be public. The machine-controlled newspapers ran the headlines. The whispers started in the State House. The stage was being set. The trial was a sham, a piece of political theater designed for one purpose: to make an example of the man who dared to say no. The impeachment trial of Judge Wallace Hounshell began in the West Virginia Senate. By law, this was the jury. But in reality, it was a room full of politicians, many of whom owed their careers to the very machine Hounshell had defied. For them, this wasn't about evidence. It was about loyalty and self-preservation. Hounshell and his legal team mounted a valiant defense. They went through the list of charges one by one, methodically dismantling them. They showed that the accusation about the law book was a clerical error. They produced testimony in court records proving his rulings were based on sound legal precedent, not personal bias. They exposed the accusers as known allies of Don Chafin and the Logan machine, revealing their obvious political motivations. For a moment, it seemed like the truth might matter. Hounshell's defense was so thorough, so compelling, that several newspapers following the trial began to predict his acquittal. It seemed impossible that any impartial observer could look at the flimsy manufactured evidence and vote to remove a sitting judge. But the jury wasn't impartial. They weren't there to weigh evidence. They were there to follow orders. Behind the scenes, the machine was working tirelessly. Eve Hatfield's lieutenants were in Charleston, reminding senators of past favors. They were promising future support. They were subtly threatening political consequences for anyone who stepped out of line. The fate of Judge Hounshell wasn't being decided in the Senate chamber. It was being decided over dinner, in hotel rooms, and with quiet handshakes in the hallway. When the time came to vote, the outcome was swift and brutal. The senators, many of whom had likely barely paid attention to the testimony, cast their votes. Wallace H. Hounshell was found guilty. He was impeached and removed from the bench. His career, built on a lifetime of integrity, was annihilated in a single afternoon. He had walked into the state capitol a respected judge. He walked out a broken man, stripped of his office, his reputation in tatters, a public example of what happens when you challenge the established order. Ephraim Hatfield never laid a hand on Wally Hounshell. He didn't have to. He had shown everyone in West Virginia that he could kill a man's life, his career, and his honor with nothing more than a series of whispers and a stacked vote. The message was clear. Message was, the impeachment of Judge Hounshell wasn't just an attack on one man. It was a message sent to every single person in Logan County and beyond. It was a demonstration, broadcast across the state, of the machine's reach and its ruthlessness. The message was simple. We are in control. Do not cross us, ever. And the people listened. A quiet, suffocating fear settled over the region. Before, there might have been whispers of opposition, small acts of defiance. Now, there was mostly silence. Who would be brave enough to speak out when a respected circuit court judge could be publicly crucified with such ease? The consequences of dissent became brutally clear, and they weren't always as dramatic as a public trial. The machine's retaliation was often more subtle, a slow and quiet strangulation of a person's livelihood. If you were a small business owner who supported an opposition candidate, you might find yourself suddenly buried in a mountain of new regulations. Your license to operate might be delayed or revoked for a minor infraction that was previously ignored. Health inspectors might start showing up every week. Your business would slowly be bled dry. If you were a miner who was overheard speaking in favor of a union, your name would find its way to a blacklist. You'd be fired from your job. And because the coal companies all work together, you wouldn't be able to find work at any other mine in the county. You would have to pack up your family and leave, or watch them starve. Teachers who didn't support the machine's candidates for the school board found their contracts weren't renewed. Doctors who fell out of favor found their hospital privileges questioned. Even the location of a new road could be a political weapon, rerouted to bypass the property of a dissenter, isolating them and tanking their land value. This was the true genius of F's control. It wasn't just political, it was economic. To stand against him wasn't just to risk your vote, it was to risk the food on your family's table. He had fused political power and economic power into a single, terrifying weapon. He had achieved what his cousin, Devil Anse, never could. Devil Anse controlled a clan through loyalty and fear of violence. Eve Hatfield controlled an entire society through the quiet, pervasive fear of losing everything. With the county completely subdued, Ephraim's gaze turned higher. He wasn't just content being the king of Logan County, he wanted to choose the kings of West Virginia. With Logan County locked down, Ephraim Hatfield held a unique and powerful commodity in West Virginia politics, a guaranteed block of thousands of votes. In a statewide election where the margins of victory could be razor thin, the Logan County vote was the political equivalent of a royal flush, and Ephraim was the only man at the table holding it. Ambitious politicians from all over the state began making a pilgrimage to Logan. They weren't coming to give speeches or hold rallies. They were coming to the Aracoma Hotel to sit down with the quiet man in the lobby and ask for his blessing. They were candidates for governor, for the United States Senate, for Congress. And they knew the road to Charleston, or even to Washington, D.C., ran directly through F. Hatfield's territory. The meeting would be discreet. The deal was unspoken, but perfectly understood. If Ephraim gave his support, he would deliver the Logan County vote. He would turn out his machine, stuff the ballot boxes, and ensure a massive, lopsided victory in his county for the chosen candidate. In return, the candidate, once elected, owed him. They owed him loyalty. They owed him protection. This arrangement provided the machine with a crucial shield of armor. If a pesky state prosecutor or an ambitious attorney general ever got the idea to investigate the rampant corruption in Logan, a quiet phone call would be made. The governor, remembering the thousands of votes that put him in office, would ensure the investigation stalled. State police would be told to stand down. Funding for the investigation would mysteriously dry up. Hatfield had bought himself statewide immunity. His influence became legendary. It was said that you couldn't get elected dog catcher in southern West Virginia without Eph's approval, let alone governor. He became known in whispers and newspaper columns as the Kingmaker. He didn't want to be the governor himself. That would mean being in the spotlight, being held accountable. Ephraim preferred to stay in the shadows, pulling the strings, choosing the men who would hold the titles and take the heat while he held the real power. For decades, the political landscape of West Virginia was shaped by his unseen hand. The course of the state, the laws that were passed, the men who led it, all were influenced by the quiet calculations of a man in a hotel lobby, 100 miles from the Capitol building. For decades, Ephraim Hatfield was a force of nature in West Virginia politics, as unmovable as the mountains themselves. But in the 1930s, a new force swept across America, one that not even the Kingmaker could control. Ephraim Hatfield's machine was built for a specific world, a world of isolation, corporate feudalism, and total economic dependency. For decades, that world seemed permanent. But then, the world broke. The stock market crash of 1929 and the Great Depression that followed sent a shockwave across the country that even the insulated kingdom of Logan County could not escape. The price of coal plummeted, mines shut down, thousands of men were thrown out of work, left with nothing. The system of control, which relied on the company providing for the miners, began to collapse. The company store couldn't extend credit forever. The private scrip in their hands became worthless paper. For the first time, the absolute power of the coal operators was shaken. And then came a voice from the radio. A calm, reassuring voice that promised a new deal for the American people. Franklin Delano Roosevelt. The federal government, which had been a distant, almost foreign entity, suddenly became a powerful presence in the lives of the Appalachian miners. New Deal programs like the Works Progress Administration, the WPA, started offering jobs that weren't controlled by the coal companies. Men could earn real US dollars building roads, schools, and parks. Federal relief agencies started distributing food and assistance, creating a safety net that wasn't dependent on the local machine's approval. This was a seismic shift. Ephraim's power was rooted in his role as the gatekeeper of survival. He and the coal companies controlled all the jobs, all the money, and all the food. Suddenly, there was a new source of all three, and it answered to Washington, D.C., not the Aracoma Hotel. Perhaps the most significant change was the Wagner Act of 1935, which federally protected the right of workers to organize and join unions. This gave the United Mine Workers of America, the UMWA, the legal firepower they needed to finally break through the Iron Curtain around Logan County. Organizers, now protected by federal law, could no longer be beaten and thrown in jail by the sheriff's deputies with impunity. For the first time, the miners had a new boss to listen to, a voice from Washington, D.C. that spoke louder than the man in the hotel lobby. They began to see that their collective power, organized under the banner of a national union, could be greater than the localized power of a county political machine. The machine wasn't destroyed overnight. It was a slow process. A great political engine, slowly, inevitably beginning to rust. The rust wasn't just in the system, it was in the man himself. By the late 1930s, Ephraim Hatfield was getting old. The world he had mastered, the world of backroom deals and absolute control, was changing faster than he could adapt. The quiet, unassuming man in the hotel lobby began to look less like a king and more like a relic. The tools of his trade were becoming obsolete. Outright ballot stuffing and voter intimidation were becoming harder to execute. The new presence of federal agencies and the watchful eyes of the now powerful unions meant that elections were being scrutinized like never before. The introduction of the secret ballot, a simple curtain pulled around a voting booth, was a revolutionary act in Logan County. It gave a miner a precious moment of anonymity, a chance to vote his conscience without the foreman looking over his shoulder. The two-headed beast he had created, his control over both the Democratic and Republican parties, began to weaken. The National Democratic Party of Franklin Roosevelt was a pro-union, populist party, a world away from the conservative, business-aligned machine Ephraim ran locally. A new generation of politicians was rising, men and women who owed their allegiance to the New Deal and the unions, not to the old county bosses. His grip on the economic lifeblood of the county was also slipping. As the UMWA grew in strength, it negotiated contracts that gave miners better wages, benefits, and a degree of job security. The Union Hall became a new center of power in the community, a place where men could gather and speak freely, away from the prying ears of the company deputies. It offered an alternative to the paternalistic control of the machine. You could feel the change in the air. The fear that had held the county in a state of paralysis for so long began to slowly recede. People started to believe that another way was possible. The kingmaker, who had once seemed like a permanent feature of the landscape, was now losing his grip. The votes he could once deliver with absolute certainty were no longer a sure thing. The man who had once moved political mountains was now watching the world change around him, becoming a relic in his own lifetime. The end for Ephraim Hatfield did not come with a bang. There was no final dramatic confrontation, no violent overthrow. It was a slow fade into irrelevance. In his final years, he still held court in the lobby of the Aracoma Hotel, but the lines of men seeking his favor grew shorter. The aura of absolute power that had once surrounded him had dissipated, replaced by the quiet dignity of an old man watching the parade pass him by. The new political landscape had no place for him. Power in West Virginia was now a complex negotiation between the unions, the federal government, and a new breed of politician. The old kingmaker's endorsement still carried some weight, but it was no longer the deciding factor. The Logan County system, his masterpiece of control, was a shadow of its former self, a creaking, rusty apparatus that could no longer dictate the future. Ephraim Hatfield died in 1943 at the age of 76. His death was not the end of a bloody feud, marked by gunfire and vengeance. It was a quiet passing, noted in the local papers as the end of an era. He died of natural causes, a man who had wielded more power than any Appalachian warlord, yet who ended his life not in a hail of bullets, but as an old man whose time had simply run out. It's a strange irony. His cousin, Devil Anse, who lived and died by the gun, became a permanent American legend. His name is synonymous with the wild, violent spirit of the frontier. He is a figure of folklore, his story told and retold in books and movies. Ephraim, on the other hand, the man who was infinitely more powerful, who controlled the lives of tens of thousands, who made governors and senators, has been largely forgotten by history. His power, for all its vastness, was ephemeral. It was the power of whispers, of backroom deals, of a system that thrived in the shadows. And when the light was finally let in, it began to fade. Ephraim Hatfield was gone. But the machine he built, the system he perfected, did it truly die with him? Or does its ghost still haunt the corridors of power? The story of Ephraim Hatfield is more than just a piece of Appalachian history. It's a chilling case study in how power works and how democracy can fail. It's a blueprint, a warning. The Logan County system was not some strange, isolated anomaly born of mountain feuds and coal dust. It was an American creation. Ephraim's genius was his understanding that you don't need a gun to control people, not when you can control their jobs. You don't need to be a dictator, not when you can handpick both candidates. And you don't need to break the law, not when you can control the men who write the laws and the men who enforce them. He perfected a quieter, more insidious form of tyranny, one that wears the mask of democracy. His methods became the template for other political machines across the country, in rural counties and in sprawling cities. The names and faces changed, but the mechanics remained the same. Control the vote, control the jobs, and wrap it all in a cloak of legitimacy. His story forces us to ask uncomfortable questions. How much has really changed? Where do these machines still exist today, hidden in plain sight? Perhaps they are no longer run by a single man in a hotel lobby. Perhaps they are run by corporations, by special interests, by faceless algorithms that manipulate the information we see. The methods are more sophisticated, the scale is grander, but the goal is the same: to control the choices, and thus, to control the outcome. The ghost of the Logan County system is the idea that our vote is just an illusion, that the game is rigged and the real decisions are made long before we ever step into the booth. It's the creeping suspicion that no matter who we choose, the same interests, the same powers, always win. Ephraim Hatfield's ultimate legacy is not a statue or a monument. It is a persistent question that echoes through the years, from the hollows of West Virginia to the halls of power today. The question is, who is really counting the votes? And more importantly, who is choosing the candidates? The answer to that is the difference between a functioning democracy and a very well-managed play.
Imagine the morning fog over Moorhead, Kentucky on June 22nd, 1887. It doesn't carry the smell of wood smoke or damp earth. It carries the deafening roar of 100 rifles firing at once. This wasn't a simple duel. It was a full-scale battle, waged street by street, where neighbors hunted neighbors from behind windows and doorways. The history books call it the Rowan County War, often dismissing it as just another mountain feud. But was it? How does a quiet county seat turn into a slaughterhouse? And how does one man, a charismatic saloon owner, become its undisputed king, holding life and death in his hands? Today, we separate the smoke of legend from the fire of truth to understand how a political argument on a hot August day unleashed 3 years of terror. To understand the blood that was spilled, you first have to understand the land. This was Rowan County, Kentucky, in the years after the Civil War. A place carved out of the Appalachian Mountains, where steep hills and deep, shadowed hollows kept communities isolated, suspicious of outsiders, and fiercely self-reliant. Here, the law wasn't something that came from the state capital in Frankfurt. It was something made by the men who held the most land, commanded the most respect, or carried the fastest gun. The forests provided a living, the cornfields provided the bread, and the family name provided your identity. It was a world that ran on its own clock and lived by its own unwritten rules. At the heart of this world were two powerful currents, pulling the county in opposite directions. On one side, you had the Martins and their allies. These were the Democrats, the old guard. They were farmers and landowners, men whose families had worked this soil for generations. They saw Rowan County as their birthright, a legacy to be protected. Their leader, John Martin, was a respected figure, the patriarch of a clan that embodied the traditional values of the mountains. They were the establishment, the deep roots of the county. On the other side stood Craig Tolliver and his followers. They were the Republicans, the ambitious newcomers who saw the future not just in farming, but in business, commerce, and control of the growing town of Moorhead. Tolliver himself was a force of nature. He wasn't some backwoods brawler. He was a sharp, charismatic, and utterly ruthless man who ran the town's most prosperous saloons. He knew that real power didn't come from owning a few acres of land. It came from controlling the flow of money, whiskey, and votes. He was a political boss in the making, and his iron will was beginning to forge Moorhead into his personal kingdom. This wasn't a simple family feud, not in the way the legends tell it. The names Martin and Tolliver became flags, banners under which people gathered based on their politics, their debts, their family ties, or simple fear. If you were a Democrat who felt the old ways were best, you stood with the Martins. If you were a Republican who saw opportunity in the changing times, you threw your lot in with Tolliver. Choosing a side wasn't just a political preference, it was a declaration of loyalty that could determine whether your family ate well or starved, whether you found justice in a courtroom or at the end of a rope. Life in Rowan County went on, with harvests and church socials, births and funerals. But underneath the surface, a bitter tension was simmering. It was the friction between the old world and the new, between the farmer and the businessman, the Democrat and the Republican. Every election, Every business deal, every drunken argument was another ounce of pressure building in a sealed container. They were living in a powder keg, and they all knew it. All they were waiting for was the spark that would blow their world to pieces. The spark finally landed on election day, in the thick, muggy air of August 1884. You can almost feel it. The town of Moorhead is buzzing, not with excitement, but with a raw, nervous energy. The air is heavy with the smell of sweat, cheap whiskey, and the metallic tang of unspoken threats. Men, their loyalties and their tempers stoked by liquor and politics, are gathered near the polling station, eyeing each other with suspicion. It was here that the first words were thrown like stones. The argument started between a Republican named Solomon Bradley and the Democratic patriarch John Martin. It was the same argument happening all over the county, a clash of the old world and the new. But then, a new player stepped into the circle, Floyd Tolliver, a relative of Craig's. The shouting quickly turned to shoving, and in the chaotic scuffle there was a flash of steel. In a single brutal motion, Floyd Tolliver's knife found its mark, and John Martin, the leader of the county's Democrats, fell bleeding into the dust. This was more than a murder. It was a public execution, a message sent in broad daylight. The Republicans had struck down the head of the Democratic snake. The Martin clan, stunned and enraged, demanded justice. They turned to the law, but in Rowan County, the law had a name, and that name was Craig Tolliver. He controlled the courts, he controlled the sheriff, he controlled the narrative. And so, it came as no surprise to anyone when a jury declared Floyd Tolliver had acted in self-defense and set him free. For the Martin clan, that verdict wasn't justice. It was a declaration of war. It was proof that the system was rotted through, and that the only law they could trust was the one they enforced themselves. They retreated into the hills, not in defeat, but to plan. A few cold months later, in December, Floyd Tolliver was walking down the main street of Moorhead, wrapped in the arrogant confidence of a man who believed he was untouchable. He was wrong. A sudden volley of rifle fire erupted from a darkened alleyway. Floyd fell dead onto the frozen ground, his body riddled with the Martins' answer to the court's verdict. The blood of John Martin had been answered with the blood of Floyd Tolliver. A personal score had been settled, but a terrible line had been crossed. There was no going back now. The first drops had been spilled, and they had opened a wound that would bleed for 3 long years, turning the hollows and streets of Rowan County into a hunting ground. The war had begun. For 2 years, the war had been a story of back-alley ambushes and simmering fear. On June 22nd, 1887, it exploded into the open. Before the sun had fully risen, nearly 100 men from the Martin faction descended on Moorhead. They moved not as a frantic mob, but as a determined army, entering the town from multiple directions with a single, unified purpose: to cut the head off the snake and end the reign of Craig Tolliver. The first shot wasn't a single crack, but a deafening, rolling thunderclap as dozens of rifles opened fire at once. For the townspeople huddled in their homes and cellars, the world dissolved into a terrifying storm of noise. They could hear the high-pitched whistle of bullets passing overhead, the splintering crash of lead tearing through wooden walls, and the sharp ring of ricochets off anything solid. The street outside was no longer a place for commerce or conversation. It had become a no-man's land. Through the shifting curtains of gunsmoke, a deadly ballet unfolded. Tolliver's men, barricaded inside saloons and hotels, turned second-story windows into sniper nests. The Martins and their allies returned fire from behind overturned carts and the corners of buildings, methodically advancing toward the center of town. Moorhead had become a brutal chessboard where every move was a gamble with death, and the air was thick with the acrid smell of burnt black powder. This was a war of neighbors, and the cost was intimate. At some point during the hours of relentless battle, a sharp cry of grief cut through the roar of the guns from the Martin side. One of their own had fallen, John Martin's son. A leader in the fight had been forced to watch his own bloodline severed in the chaos, a father's worst nightmare realized in a hail of gunfire. The stakes, already impossibly high, had just become personal in the most painful way imaginable. And then, at the height of the battle, the central pillar of the conflict simply vanished. Craig Tolliver, the undisputed king of Moorhead, had been directing his defense from a fortified position, a commanding presence against the storm. One moment, his voice was the anchor for his men. The next, there was only silence from his post. There was no heroic last stand, no dramatic duel, just a sudden, shocking absence. A single, unseen shot, fired by a Martin sharpshooter or a treacherous ally no one would ever know for sure, had found its mark. As the news rippled through the ranks, the fighting faltered. The organized defense collapsed into confusion. The gunfire sputtered out, replaced by an eerie, ringing silence. When the smoke finally began to clear, it revealed a town that had been brutalized. The walls of buildings were scarred with hundreds of dark marks, silent witnesses to the fury that had just passed. The battle was over. The king was dead. When the last echo of gunfire faded, a stunned silence fell over Moorhead. It was the silence of a graveyard. Slowly, cautiously, doors creaked open. Townspeople emerged from their cellars and hiding places, not to a town celebrating a victory, but to a scene of utter devastation. The streets were littered with shattered glass, splintered wood, and the dark, still shapes of men who had been alive just hours before. The air, thick with the lingering scent of gunpowder, now carried the heavy weight of shock and grief. The war was over, but the town felt like it had died with it. For the Martin faction, their objective was complete. Craig Tolliver was dead. They hadn't stayed to claim Moorhead as a prize. That was never the point. Their army of 100 men melted back into the hills and hollows from which they came, leaving the chaos behind them. They had rid the county of the man they saw as a tyrant, but in doing so, they had declared war not just on a rival faction, but on the state of Kentucky itself. They were no longer just feuding mountaineers, they were now fugitives. The Tolliver faction, once the iron fist that ruled the county, was shattered. With their leader gone, they were a body without a head. Panic and fear replaced the arrogant confidence they once held. Some of his most loyal men lay dead in the streets, while others, wounded or terrified of what was to come, fled the county, knowing that either the Martins' revenge or the state's justice would soon be coming for them. The empire Craig Tolliver had built with bullets and fear had crumbled into dust in a single morning. This time, the news of the slaughter didn't just prompt a temporary response from the governor, it demanded a permanent solution. The state of Kentucky had had enough. Soldiers of the state militia were dispatched to Rowan County, but they didn't come as peacekeepers to separate two bickering families. They arrived as an occupying force, with orders to disarm the populace and impose state law by force. Martial law, ineffective not in name, descended on Moorhead. The era of clan rule was over, brought to an end by the cold steel of state-issued bayonets. With the militia securing the town, the gears of official justice began to grind. Warrants were issued for dozens of men from the Martin faction. Rewards were posted for their capture, turning neighbors against one another with the promise of gold. But the fear in Rowan County didn't disappear. It simply went quiet. People who had witnessed the battle locked their doors and their mouths, terrified of getting caught in the crossfire between the vengeful Martins and the newly empowered state authorities. The gun smoke had cleared, but a new suffocating fog of suspicion and fear had settled over the hills. The gavels that fell in the Rowan County courthouse weren't just calling a room to order. They were trying to hammer a new reality into place. The trials that followed the Moorhead massacre were meant to be a display of state power, a clear message that the days of clan law were over. The courtroom itself was a theater of tension. It was the same building whose walls were still pockmarked with bullet holes from the battle. Armed militia guards stood at every entrance, their presence a constant reminder that this was not business as usual. The benches were packed with onlookers, family of the accused, Tolliver sympathizers, and curious strangers, all watching to see if the law of Kentucky was stronger than the code of the mountains. In the defendant's box sat the men of the Martin faction. But they didn't look like defeated criminals. You have to understand, in their own eyes, and in the eyes of many in the county, they weren't murderers. They were liberators. They had faced a tyrant that the law itself had failed to control. So they sat there, not with remorse, but with a quiet, stubborn dignity. They had done what they felt they had to do, and they were prepared to face the consequences, convinced of the righteousness of their cause. Their defiance was a silent challenge to the entire proceeding. The legal battle was as fierce as the gunfight that preceded it. Cunning lawyers for the defense didn't just argue points of law, they put Craig Tolliver's entire reign of terror on trial. They painted a picture of a county held hostage, where the legal system was a corrupt tool in the hands of one man. They argued that the attack on Moorhead wasn't an act of aggression, but an act of desperation, a people rising up to reclaim their own government. It was a powerful narrative that resonated deeply with a jury of their peers, men who had lived through those same dark years. And then came the verdicts. One by one, the men who had marched on Moorhead and waged open war in its streets faced the judge. And one by one, the astonishing results came in. Some were convicted of lesser charges and given light sentences. Others were acquitted entirely. In the end, not a single man was executed for their role in the battle. The most prominent leaders of the Martin faction eventually received pardons from a sympathetic Democratic governor, effectively wiping their slates clean. The state had flexed its muscle, but the outcome felt less like a verdict and more like a negotiated truce. The old power structure was broken, and a new one, led by the Democrats, had taken its place. The men who had taken the law into their own hands had been vindicated, not by the mountains, but by the very system they had attacked. So, was this justice? The Tolliver faction was gone, their leader buried. The Martin faction, despite laying siege to a town, walked free. The law of men had been spoken in the courtroom, but the final judgment sounded an awful lot like the justice of the mountains. It left a profound and unsettling question hanging in the Appalachian air. Who really won the war? The war ended, but the peace was a fragile, bitter thing. The hatred stirred up by the feud didn't vanish with the last puff of gunsmoke. They seeped into the soil of Rowan County and poisoned the roots of the community for generations. For decades after the massacre, the names Martin and Tolliver were spoken with caution. They dictated who you did business with, whose children your children were allowed to marry, and which side of the aisle you stood on in local politics. The shooting had stopped, but the war lived on in quiet, resentful hearts. If you visit Moorhead today, you might think the past has been completely erased. It's a bustling university town now, full of students who know more about textbooks than blood feuds. But the ghosts are still there, if you know where to look for them. For many years, the old courthouse stood as the most stubborn witness. Visitors could run their hands over the dozens of pockmarks scarring its brick walls, each one a physical memory of that terrible morning in 1887. And up in the cemetery, you can still find the grave of Craig Tolliver, the fallen king, a simple stone marker for a man who once held the county in an iron fist. But the most powerful reminders aren't the ones you can touch. They're in the landscape itself. The main street of Moorhead is no longer a battlefield, but the ghosts of the men who fought and died there still linger in the local lore. The winding back roads and shadowed hollows leading out of town were once the sites of countless ambushes and secret meetings. They are quiet now, but it's a heavy kind of quiet, the kind that holds stories. Most people who walk those streets today have forgotten the names of Craig Tolliver and John Martin. The story of the Rowan County War has faded from living memory into the dry pages of history books. But the story hasn't truly vanished. It has simply become part of the place itself. It's a lesson embedded in the land, a reminder of how quickly order can break down and how thin the line is between neighbor and enemy. The people may forget the details, but the mountains always remember everything. So we return to the question that hung in the gunsmoke at the start of our story. How does a quiet county turn into a battlefield? The answer, buried for a century under the myth of a simple family squabble, is now clear. The Rowan County War was never just a feud. It was a political war, fought for the soul of a community. The names Martin and Tolliver were the banners, but the real conflict was over power, control, and whose vision of the future would prevail. Craig Tolliver became a king because he understood that in a place where the law was weak, the strongest will becomes the law. And the Martins went to war because they believed the only way to fight a broken system was to burn it to the ground. This story is more than a dark chapter in Kentucky's history. It is a brutal lesson in what happens when people lose faith in their institutions, when they believe the ballot box is broken and the judge's gavel is for sale. It shows that when official justice becomes a mockery, men will seek out their own, older and bloodier form of justice in the streets. This is a story not just of Appalachian violence, but of the indomitable and sometimes terrifying spirit of people who refuse to be ruled by a tyrant, even if it means becoming killers themselves. It is a grim reminder that the line between civilization and chaos is not a fortress wall, but a thin, fragile thread of trust. And when that thread is cut, the most ordinary of places can become a hell on earth. The men who fought and died in Moorhead have long since turned to dust, but the lesson they left behind, written in blood and gunpowder, must never be forgotten. It starts with a vibration in the soles of your boots. You are standing on the muddy bank of the Ocmulgee River, deep in the Georgia woods. It is 3 in the morning. The air is heavy, thick with the smell of wet earth and decaying pine needles. It is silent, the kind of silence that presses against your eardrums. Then, the tremor moves up your legs. The water in the river begins to ripple, though there is no wind. And then you hear it. It's not the low rumble of a modern diesel engine. It is a high, shrieking hiss, the sound of water hitting superheated iron, the sound of a steam engine pushed beyond its limit. A light cuts through the river fog. It is blindingly white, searing, swinging wildly back and forth. The screech of metal grinding against metal fills the valley, loud enough to make you cover your ears. You see the massive black shape of a locomotive, smoke pouring from its stack, hurtling out of the darkness at 50 miles per hour. You flinch. You brace for the wind of its passing, but the wind never hits you, because the train isn't on the ground. It is hovering 10 feet in the air, tracing the path of a bridge that burned down during the administration of Abraham Lincoln. And then comes the sound that locals in Macon try to ignore every April. It's the sound of wood splintering like matchsticks, the groan of twisting steel, and finally, a splash so loud it sounds like a cannon shot, followed by the instant, boiling hiss of a boiler exploding underwater. Then, silence. The light is gone. The ripples in the river settle. You are alone in the dark again. This is not a scene from a horror movie. This is a documented phenomenon reported by fishermen, hikers, and railroad engineers for over a century and a half. They call it the ghost train of Macon. But this isn't just a campfire story to scare teenagers. The train was real. The men inside it were real. And the cargo they were carrying was supposed to save a dying nation. Official records say it was a tragic accident, a derailment caused by rain and speed. But if you dig a little deeper, if you look at the cargo manifests that were supposed to be destroyed, you realize that the ghost story might be the only honest thing about this entire event. Because when the rescue crews arrived the next morning to pull the bodies from the river, they found the wreckage. They found the dead. But they didn't find the gold. Millions of dollars in Confederate bullion vanished into the mud that night, and for 160 years, people have been trying to find it. Some lost their fortunes, some lost their minds, and some, if the legends are true, lost their lives to the very thing guarding that riverbed. But to understand why this train still runs in the dark, we have to go back to the night it stopped forever. April 14th, 1864. To understand the sheer panic of this night, you have to understand the world in which it happened. The American Civil War had been raging for 3 years. The South was not just losing, it was suffocating. Imagine a world where money has lost all meaning. In Macon, Georgia, a single pound of coffee costs $70. A pair of boots costs $200. The Confederate dollar is collapsing so fast that shopkeepers change their prices 3 times a day. And looming over everything is a name that terrified every man, woman, and child in Georgia. General William Tecumseh Sherman. His Union army was gathering like a storm cloud just north of them. Everyone knew what was coming. He wasn't just coming to fight armies, he was coming to burn cities. Atlanta was the target, but Macon, a critical railroad hub just 80 miles south, was dangerously exposed. In the middle of this chaos, a secret order came down from Richmond. The Confederate treasury, or at least a significant portion of its remaining hard assets, had to be moved. We aren't talking about paper money. Paper money was trash. We are talking about gold bullion, silver coins from the New Orleans Mint, and jewelry donated by wealthy families to the war effort. Estimates vary, but historians suggest the value on that train was between $2 and $5 million in 1864 currency. Adjusted for inflation, that is purchasing power in the hundreds of millions. But in the middle of a war, it was worth even more. It was the only thing that could buy guns, medicine, or foreign support. It was the last heartbeat of the Confederacy, and they decided to put it all on a steam train in the middle of a thunderstorm. The scene at the Macon depot was frantic. Witness accounts describe a night of torrential rain. The mud was ankle-deep. The station was swarming with soldiers, but they weren't marching. They were guarding. Bayonets fixed, eyes scanning the shadows. A train waited on the tracks. It wasn't a sleek military transport. It was a patchwork beast, an older locomotive pulling a string of mismatched boxcars and a single passenger coach. Under the flickering light of oil lanterns, men struggled with wooden crates. These weren't standard army rations. You can tell a lot by how a man lifts a box. If it's full of uniforms or hardtack, you can swing it onto your shoulder. But these crates? It took 4 grown men to lift a single box 2 feet off the ground. Their boots slipped in the mud, their muscles strained. The wood groaned under the density of the contents. They were loading gold, tons of it. But here is the detail that makes this story transition from history into mystery. If you looked at the station logbook that night, you wouldn't see gold or treasury written anywhere. The station master, perhaps under orders, or perhaps trying to pull a fast one, recorded the shipment as nails, agricultural hardware, and lead shot. It was a brilliant cover. Who would rob a train full of nails? But deception has a price. By mislabeling the weight, they created a physics problem. The engineer, a man named Elias Thorne, looked at his manifest and saw a heavy load, but a manageable one. He didn't know that the specific gravity of gold is almost twice that of lead. He didn't know that the center of gravity in those boxcars was deadly low and incredibly dense. He was driving a train that was significantly heavier than he was told. As the final crate was shoved on board, the rain intensified. Thunder rattled the station windows. It was an omen, if there ever was one. The whistle blew, a lonely, mournful sound that cut through the storm. The wheels slipped on the wet iron rails, spinning for a few seconds before finding traction. Slowly, painfully, the train lurched forward. It left the safety of the Macon lights and headed north toward the Ocmulgee River. The cargo was a lie, and the train carrying it was a death trap. We need to talk about the machine itself. When we think of trains today, we think of smooth, silent electric rails or massive diesel freighters that can plow through anything. We trust them. But a Civil War-era steam locomotive was a completely different animal. It was a mechanical nightmare held together by rivets and hope. The engine pulling the gold that night was a 440 American type. Imagine a 25-ton iron kettle boiling water at high pressure, mounted on wheels that are essentially just steel hoops. Inside the cab, it is a vision of hell. It is incredibly hot. The firebox, where the fireman is shoveling coal non-stop, is burning at over 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The radiant heat singes the hair on your arms. The noise is deafening, a constant rhythmic clanking, hissing and roaring that makes conversation impossible. You have to scream to be heard, and visibility? Practically zero. The headlamp on the front of the train wasn't an electric beam that could illuminate a mile of track. It was an oil lamp, a large candle in a glass box. On a clear night, it might cast a dim yellow glow about 50 yards ahead. In a thunderstorm, it was useless. You were driving blind. Elias Thorne, the engineer, stood with one hand on the throttle and the other on the brake lever. He was an experienced railman, but experience can't change the laws of physics. He was running on a schedule that was already broken. The loading had taken too long. They were late. In the railroad business, being late is bad. In war, being late is fatal. If he didn't reach the junction by dawn, he risked crossing paths with Union scouts. He had to make up time. So, he did what any engineer under pressure would do. He pushed the throttle forward. The pistons pumped harder. The steam pressure gauge climbed. The train picked up speed, rattling over the uneven, war-torn tracks. 30 miles per hour. 35. This doesn't sound fast to us. We drive faster in school zones. But on 1860s tracks, which were often just iron strips nailed to rotting wood ties, 35 miles per hour feels like re-entry. The cab shook violently. The floorboards vibrated so hard they numbed the feet. And there was another problem: the brakes. Modern trains have air brakes on every single wheel of every single car. If the engineer stops, the whole train stops. This train had hand brakes. To stop the train, brakemen had to physically run across the tops of the moving, slippery boxcars in the rain and turn a wheel by hand to clamp the brakes down on each car individually. It was a suicide mission in good weather. In a storm, it was impossible. Essentially, once that train got up to speed, it was a runaway projectile. Elias Thorne had almost no way to stop it quickly. He checked his pocket watch, squinting in the dim light of the firebox. He snapped the lid shut. The anxiety in the cab was palpable. Behind him, in the boxcars, sat the Confederate guards. They were sitting on crates of gold, likely thinking about what they would do with their share if the South won the war. They were smoking pipes, playing cards, trying to ignore the lurching of the car. They didn't know that the train was unbalanced. They didn't know the tracks ahead had been soaked by 3 days of relentless rain. Elias Thorne wiped sweat and soot from his forehead. He leaned out of the window, rain stinging his face, trying to see the line. He was approaching the Ocmulgee River trestle, a wooden bridge spanning the dark, swirling waters. He was 5 minutes late. He opened the throttle. He shouldn't have. The journey was only supposed to be a few hours, a mad dash north under the cover of darkness. But as the train left the outskirts of Macon, the landscape changed. The dim lights of the city vanished, and the locomotive plunged into an abyss of pine forests and rolling hills. The storm, which had been a nuisance in town, became a living thing out here. Rain fell in sheets, overwhelming the tracks. Water poured off the hillsides, turning the ditches into muddy torrents. Lightning illuminated the countryside in stark, ghostly flashes, revealing a world of thrashing trees and overflowing creeks. Inside the passenger coach, the mood was grim. A dozen high-ranking Confederate officials and their families were huddled together. They weren't soldiers. They were bankers, politicians, the architects of the war. Now, they were just scared passengers on a rattling, bucking train, praying for the ride to end. Up in the cab, the situation was even worse. Elias Thorne was fighting the machine. Every railroader knows that speed on a curve is dangerous. The centrifugal force wants to lift the wheels off the inside of the track. With a normal cargo, you learn to feel that tipping point. But this was not a normal cargo. The gold, concentrated in heavy crates on the floor of the boxcars, created an unusually low center of gravity. It didn't want to tip. Instead, the immense weight acted like a battering ram against the rails, pushing them outwards. Every time they hit a curve, the rails groaned and spread under the strain. Thorne could feel it in the cab, a sickening sideways lurch that told him the entire track was flexing beneath him. He eased back on the throttle, but the momentum of the train was too great. The wheels screamed, the firebox roared. They were a metal serpent, sliding on a bed of mud and water. And then we get the first piece of testimony that doesn't fit the official narrative. A few miles south of the river, there was a small farm with a crossing. The farmer, a man named Jedediah Blackwood, was woken by the sound of the approaching train. He was a Union sympathizer, and the late-night train traffic made him suspicious. He peered through his window as the locomotive thundered past. In the flash of lightning, he saw two figures silhouetted in the cab. Thorne, the engineer, was a big, broad-shouldered man. He was unmistakable. But next to him, according to Blackwood's later statement to the sheriff, was a smaller, wiry man in a dark coat. This is the problem. The official crew roster for that train listed only 3 men assigned to the engine: Elias Thorne, the engineer, a fireman, and a brakeman who rode in the first boxcar. The fireman was in the cab with Thorne, but he was a known local, a stout man named Miller. The man Blackwood saw was a stranger. Who was he? A Confederate officer overseeing the transport? A Treasury agent? Or was he someone else entirely? The question hangs in the air, unanswered by history. As the train thundered on, the river got closer. The roar of the engine was now competing with the roar of the flooded Ocmulgee. Thorne knew he had to slow down for the trestle bridge. It was old, wooden, and never designed for this kind of weight, especially not in a flood. He reached for the brake, and as they approached the trestle, the farmer, Blackwood, swore he looked back and saw only one man in the cab. The second man had vanished. Then, the world turned to chaos. The oil headlamp finally cast its weak glow on the track just ahead of the bridge. And what Thorne saw must have frozen his blood. The rain hadn't just soaked the ground, it had washed it away. The wooden ties of the track, which should have been supported by a bed of gravel and earth, were hanging in midair over a 10-foot gully. The rails sagged under their own weight. It wasn't a damaged track, it was a trap. Thorne yanked the brake lever with all his strength. He threw the engine into reverse. A shower of sparks erupted from the wheels as they locked up. But it was too late. The point of no return had been passed miles ago. The front wheels of the locomotive hit the unsupported section of track. The iron rails bent, twisted, and then snapped. And the train simply gave way. Time slows down. For the men on that train, the next 3 seconds must have felt like an eternity. Imagine you are Elias Thorne. One moment, you are fighting to control a machine. The next, the floor beneath you is gone. There is a sensation of weightlessness, a sickening lurch in your stomach as the 25-ton locomotive pitches forward and down into the abyss. The noise is the first thing that hits you. It's not a single sound, but a symphony of destruction. First, the shriek of the snapping rails, high-pitched, like a metallic scream. Then, the splintering of the trestle bridge. Massive oak beams, a foot thick, shatter like toothpicks under the immense weight. The sound is like a forest of giant trees being felled all at once. The locomotive, now completely airborne, nosedives. Inside the cab, Thorne and his firemen are thrown against the front wall. The firebox door bursts open, vomiting a wave of glowing red-hot coals across the floor. The cab instantly fills with smoke and the smell of burning flesh. But they have no time to scream. Behind them, the tender car, full of 10 tons of coal and water, detaches and slams into the back of the engine, crushing the cab like a tin can. The first boxcar, the one with the gold, follows the engine's path. It tilts, hesitates for a fraction of a second on the edge of the broken bridge, and then plunges. Inside, the Confederate guards are tossed like rag dolls. The wooden crates, each weighing hundreds of pounds, break free from their moorings. They become unguided missiles, sliding across the floor, crushing limbs and pinning men against the walls. The second boxcar slams into the first. The third slams into the second. It's a chain reaction of catastrophic failure. The coupling links between the cars snap one by one, each with a deafening report like a rifle shot. The entire train concertinas, a metal serpent folding in on itself as it falls into the churning black water of the Ocmulgee River. From the riverbank, it would have been a sight of terrible, brief beauty. The firebox, now submerged, cast an eerie, hellish orange glow through the water. A massive cloud of steam and smoke erupted into the night sky, momentarily illuminated by the train's own dying light. The sound wasn't a splash, it was a crunch, the sound of a mountain falling into a lake. The locomotive hit the riverbed with enough force to drive it 15 feet into the mud. The impact sent a shockwave through the water, a wave so powerful it uprooted trees 100 yards downstream. The boxcars followed, landing on top of each other in a tangled, unrecognizable heap of splintered wood and twisted steel. For a moment, there was a strange, gurgling silence. The rain still fell. The thunder still rolled in the distance. But the mechanical roar of the train was gone, replaced by the hiss of cooling metal. Then came the screams. The few men who survived the initial impact were now trapped in a nightmare. They were in total darkness, submerged in cold, muddy water, inside wreckage that was rapidly filling up. They were disoriented, injured, fighting for a pocket of air that wasn't there. But their suffering was about to get much, much worse. Because the physics of a steam engine don't stop just because it's underwater. The fire in the firebox was still burning at 2,000 degrees. The water in the boiler was still pressurized to over 100 pounds per square inch. And cold river water was now flooding into the engine, pouring over the superheated iron of the boiler. Silence followed the crash. But it lasted only a second. Then came the physics of thermodynamics. The boiler of a steam locomotive is essentially a massive pressure cooker. It is designed to contain extremely high temperatures and pressures. The metal is thick, the rivets are immense. But even the strongest metal has its limits. When the submerged engine hit the river, it wasn't just water that rushed in. It was a flood. Cold, dense river water poured into the superheated firebox and over the exterior of the boiler. The temperature difference was astronomical. Think about dropping a frozen turkey into a vat of boiling oil. The sudden cooling caused the boiler's outer metal to contract violently. This created immense stress. Cracks began to form. Tiny fissures at first, almost imperceptible. But the pressure inside the boiler was still building. The fire, though now underwater, was still raging. It heated the remaining water to temperatures far exceeding its boiling point. The pressure rose to critical levels. Then, the weakened metal of the boiler gave way. It didn't explode outwards in a fireball like a bomb. It failed catastrophically inwards. The metal ruptured, and the superheated water and steam inside were instantly released into the surrounding environment. Imagine a million kettles all boiling over at once, but with the force of a depth charge. The result was a localized explosion of unimaginable heat. The water immediately around the boiler was vaporized. Not boiled, but instantly turned into steam, expanding at an incredible rate. This steam expansion propelled fragments of the boiler and locomotive outwards with explosive force. But the true horror was the heat. Anything caught in the immediate blast radius was subjected to temperatures that could instantly flash-boil flesh. For the men trapped in the locomotive cab and the front of the first boxcar, there was no suffering, no scream of agony. It wasn't drowning, it wasn't suffocation, it was instantaneous, atomizing heat. Their bodies were essentially vaporized in a fraction of a second. Think of the footage you see of volcanic eruptions, where the heat wave instantly incinerates everything in its path. This was that, but concentrated and underwater. The shockwave traveled through the water, tearing apart the already mangled train cars and their occupants. It obliterated any hope of survival for those not already killed by the impact. The river, which had been a dark, swirling torrent, was now a churning, hissing cauldron. Steam billowed into the night sky, a ghostly white plume illuminated by the dying embers of the fire. The water itself boiled for several minutes around the wreckage. On the banks, the first witnesses to arrive heard the explosion, felt the tremor. They saw the strange phosphorescent glow beneath the water. They approached with caution, armed with lanterns and ropes, expecting to find injured men. They found pieces. They found fragments of metal. They found shattered wood. They found what looked like shredded cloth. But they did not find recognizable bodies, not in the immediate vicinity of the engine. When the river finally calmed and the water level receded slightly, the full horror began to emerge. The mangled remains of the train were a chaotic mess of wood and iron. But the cargo was supposed to be the most important thing recovered. When the rescue crews, aided by soldiers from Macon, began the grim task of sifting through the wreckage and pulling the dead from the water, they found them. The bodies of the guards, the officials, the engineers. Many were horrifically mutilated, some boiled beyond recognition. They recovered what they could. They held makeshift funerals on the riverbank. But they didn't find the one thing that mattered: the gold. The morning after the crash, the Ocmulgee River was a scene of controlled chaos. Confederate officers, their faces grim, barked orders. Soldiers formed a tight perimeter, pushing back the morbidly curious locals. The official story was already being crafted: a tragic but straightforward accident. A bridge washed out by the storm. Brave soldiers lost in the line of duty. A terrible loss for the Confederacy. But behind the scenes, a quiet, desperate search was underway. The Treasury officials who had overseen the loading of the train were now wading in the waist-deep, muddy water, their fine uniforms soaked and stained. They weren't looking for survivors. They were looking for their crates. The physics was simple. Gold is one of the densest materials on Earth. It doesn't float. It doesn't dissolve. If the crates shattered on impact, the bullion bars and coins should have sunk straight to the bottom and embedded themselves in the soft riverbed mud. They should have been right there. The soldiers began to dredge the river. They used ropes and grappling hooks, dragging the river bottom in a grid pattern. They probed the mud with long poles. When that failed, they brought in divers, men in heavy canvas suits and brass helmets tethered to air pumps on the shore. These divers walked the riverbed, their boots sinking deep into the silt. They felt with their hands, searching for the unmistakable weight and shape of a gold bar or the sharp edge of a coin. They found nothing. They found twisted pieces of the train. They found personal effects, a pocket watch, a boot, a shattered rifle stock, but not a single ounce of gold. Days turned into a week. The search became more frantic. They brought in barges with dredging cranes, scooping up tons of mud and sifting through it on the riverbank. It was grueling, soul-crushing work. Imagine the paranoia setting in among the Confederate command. Millions of dollars, the financial lifeline of their entire nation, had just vanished. The official reports sent back to Richmond were vague. They spoke of the difficulty of the recovery and the unfavorable conditions of the river. But they couldn't hide the truth forever. The gold was gone. And that's when the questions started to get dangerous. Was it possible the sheer force of the boiler explosion had somehow scattered the gold? Unlikely. The explosion was thermal, not kinetic in a way that could vaporize metal. It might have pushed the bars around, but it wouldn't have made them disappear. Could the river current have carried it downstream? Impossible. Gold is too heavy. A single bar would sink like a stone, even in a flood. This is where the official story begins to fray. The river was dredged. Every inch of mud around the wreck was sifted. Millions of dollars in gold bullion doesn't just float away. The soldiers started whispering among themselves. The locals, kept at a distance, started inventing their own theories. Maybe the Union Army had somehow sabotaged the track and was waiting downstream to collect the prize. But the most dangerous theory, the one whispered only in the most trusted company, was that this was an inside job. Think about it. The manifest was a lie. The weight was misrepresented. C.B. A mysterious, unidentified man was seen in the engineer's cab just before the crash. And now, the most valuable cargo in the South was nowhere to be found. It didn't look like an accident anymore. It looked like the perfect crime. A heist so audacious, so brilliantly executed, that the perpetrators used a catastrophic train wreck as a mere distraction. The investigation was quietly shut down. The official cause of the crash was listed as derailment due to track washout. The missing gold was never mentioned in the final public report. It was a national secret, buried under the larger tragedy of a losing war. The Confederacy couldn't afford the panic that would ensue if the public knew its treasury was empty. So they left. The soldiers packed up their equipment. The officials returned to Macon. They left the mangled corpse of the train to rust in the Ocmulgee River, a silent monument to a secret that was already beginning to fester. And that's when the whispers started. Maybe the gold wasn't lost. Maybe it was stolen. Let's think like a criminal for a moment. If you wanted to steal the Confederate treasury in 1864, you'd have a few problems. First, security. The train was swarming with armed guards. A direct assault would be a suicide mission. Second, logistics. Gold is heavy, absurdly heavy. You can't just throw a few sacks over your shoulder and ride off into the night. You'd need wagons, mules, and a team of men to move it. An operation that large would be impossible to hide. So, a conventional robbery is off the table. You need something more elegant, more deceptive. This is where the second man in the cab becomes the key. Let's call him the architect. He's not just a common thief. He's someone with inside knowledge. He knows the train's route. He knows its schedule. And most importantly, he knows its cargo. Who could he be? A disgruntled Confederate officer? A Treasury agent playing a double game? A Union spy with more on his mind than just intelligence gathering? We'll never know for sure, but let's follow his plan. His first move is to ensure the manifest is falsified. He makes sure the cargo is listed as something heavy, like lead or nails, but not so valuable that it attracts unwanted attention. This also has the side effect of making the engineer underestimate the train's true weight, making a derailment more likely. His second move is to be on that train. He gets himself into the cab with the engineer, Elias Thorne. Maybe he's posing as a superior officer. Maybe he's a special courier from Richmond. He has papers. He has authority. No one questions him. Now, he's in control. His objective is not to rob the train while it's moving. His objective is to make sure the train never reaches its destination. He needs a crash, but not just any crash. He needs it to happen at a very specific place, a place he has prepared, the washed-out track just before the bridge. Was it really an act of nature? Or did the architect and his team spend the day before the storm with shovels, deliberately weakening the embankment, creating a trap that would be perfectly hidden by the rising floodwaters? It's diabolically clever. The storm provides the perfect cover story. Who would suspect sabotage when the weather itself is a weapon of mass destruction? So the architect rides in the cab, watching the miles tick by. He knows exactly where the trap is. A few miles out, he makes his excuse. He needs to check on the cargo or speak to the guards. He leaves the cab, leaving Thorne to drive blindly into the prearranged disaster. The train crashes, exactly as planned. The chaos, the fire, the explosion, it's all part of the misdirection, the perfect distraction. While the Confederate authorities are in a panic, trying to organize a rescue and recovery in the middle of a flooded river, The architect's team is already at work, but they aren't at the river. That's the beauty of the plan. You don't need to steal the gold from the river if the gold was never in the river to begin with. Let's rewind. The train makes an unscheduled stop, maybe just for a few minutes, in a secluded stretch of woods a few miles before the crash site. The architect, using his authority, orders the stop. Engine trouble, he'll say. His team is waiting with wagons. In the pouring rain, under the cover of darkness, they don't unload all the gold. That would take too long. They unload just 1 or 2 key crates, the most valuable ones. The ones filled with bullion, not coins. They replace the crates with identical ones, filled with something of similar weight. Lead bars, stones, anything to maintain the illusion. Then, the train starts up again and proceeds to its doom. The authorities dredge the river for weeks, looking for gold that is already miles away, rattling in the back of a wagon on its way to a port in Savannah or a Union-controlled territory. It's a masterpiece of criminal engineering. It explains the missing gold. It explains the mysterious man in the cab. It explains the convenient track failure. It's a perfect theory, except for one thing: the bodies. The men who died in that crash didn't know they were part of a heist. They thought they were serving their country. Their deaths were real. Their suffering was real. And if you believe the stories that started to surface a few years later, their anger was real too. If someone took the gold, they left something else behind, something that wouldn't stay buried in the mud of the Ocmulgee River. The war ended. The South was broken, and the memory of the lost gold became just one more scar on a landscape of defeat. The wreckage of the train was eventually salvaged for scrap metal, and the river reclaimed its banks. For a few years, the story of the crash was just a sad local memory. And then, people started seeing things. It began with fishermen, men who would be out on the river at night, checking their lines. They would report a strange, cold spot on the water, even in the heat of a Georgia summer. Then they'd hear a sound, the faint hiss of steam, carried on the wind. In the 1870s, a family having a picnic on the riverbank on a clear April afternoon claimed to have heard the distinct sound of a train whistle, followed by a scream. They looked around. There were no tracks nearby. The nearest line was 5 miles away. The stories grew. People traveling on the road near the old trestle site would see a single bright light moving through the woods where no light should be. Horses would get spooked, rearing up and refusing to go further. By the 1880s, the story had a name: the Ghost Train of Macon. And it had a schedule. It only appeared in the second week of April, the anniversary of the crash. Why does a story like this start? Is it just folklore? A way for a traumatized community to process a horrific event? Psychologists and paranormal researchers have a term for this kind of phenomenon. It's called a residual haunting. Imagine an old cassette tape. You can record sound onto it, and you can play it back. The tape itself isn't alive. It doesn't have a soul. It's just holding an echo of energy. There's a theory, it's just a theory, but a compelling one called stone tape theory. The idea is that powerful traumatic events can release a kind of psychic energy, and that energy can be recorded onto the physical environment. The rocks, the water, the trees. The crash of the Macon train was an event of almost unimaginable trauma. The terror of the passengers, the agony of the soldiers, the sheer violence of the impact and the explosion. It was a perfect storm of negative energy, all focused on one small spot on the river. According to this theory, the ghost train isn't a collection of spirits with unfinished business. It's an echo, a recording of the final moments of the crash, playing back on a loop, triggered by the atmospheric conditions of the anniversary each year. This explains why the apparition is always the same. The light, the sound of the crash, the splash. It's a recording. It can't interact with you. It can't hurt you. It's just a tragic movie playing in the woods. This explanation is almost comforting. It makes the ghost a predictable, natural phenomenon, something you can explain away with fringe science, and that's what most people believed for 30 years. They treated the ghost train as a local curiosity, a spooky story to tell your kids, nothing to be taken seriously. Until the night of April 14th, 1904, the 40th anniversary of the disaster. That was the night a perfectly sane, sober, and experienced railroad engineer almost killed 200 people because he saw a ghost. By 1904, the world had changed. The Civil War was a distant memory, a story told by old men. Railroads were no longer rickety death traps. They were the lifeblood of American industry. Engines were bigger, faster, and safer. James Sully Sullivan was a man of this new era. He was a 20-year veteran of the Southern Railway. He was a man of routine and regulation. He didn't believe in ghosts. He believed in timetables and brake pressure. On the night of April 14th, he was at the throttle of the Crescent Limited, a passenger express running from New Orleans to New York. He had 200 sleeping passengers behind him. He was running on a new, modern line that passed about half a mile from the site of the old 1864 wreck. It was a clear, moonlit night. He was on schedule, making good time. As he rounded a long curve a few miles south of the Ocmulgee River, he saw a light in the distance. This was not unusual. It was likely another train waiting at a siding. But as he got closer, he realized something was wrong. The light was old-fashioned, a weak, flickering yellow, not the bright, steady electric beam of a modern locomotive. And it was moving. It was on his track, coming straight at him. Sully's blood ran cold, a head-on collision, the single greatest fear of every locomotive engineer. He blew his whistle, a long, frantic blast, the signal for an approaching train to get off the track. The oncoming light didn't react. It just kept coming, growing brighter. He could see the shape of the engine now. It was small, antiquated, with a huge smokestack. It looked like something out of a museum. Sully screamed at his fireman to jump. He grabbed the emergency brake handle and pulled it with all his strength. The effect was instantaneous and violent. 200 tons of steel locked up. Sparks, thick as a welder's torch, showered from the wheels. The passengers were thrown from their berths, jolted awake by a sound like the train was being torn apart. The Crescent Limited screeched, groaned, and finally shuddered to a halt, the smell of burning steel filling the air. Sully stood there, heart pounding, braced for the impact. He stared out the window, waiting for the crash, and saw nothing. The track ahead of him was empty. The mysterious locomotive was gone. There was no wreckage, no smoke, no sound except the panicked shouts of his passengers. The conductor came running up to the engine. "Sully, what in God's name happened? Are you all right?" Sully just pointed a shaking finger at the empty track. "There was a train," he stammered. "Right there, an old 440. It was coming right at us. They searched for an hour. The crew, the passengers, everyone. They walked up and down the line with lanterns. They found no signs of another train. No debris, no oil on the tracks, nothing." The official inquiry was a humiliating ordeal for Sully. He was a respected engineer, a man with a perfect record. Now he was sitting in front of a board of inquiry, telling them he had stopped his train to avoid a collision with a ghost. The board had two options. Either their most senior engineer was a liar, or he was insane. A third option, that he was telling the truth, was unthinkable. It would mean the laws of physics, the very foundation of their rational, industrial world, were wrong. They concluded he had seen a reflection, or the light from a farmer's lantern, and had panicked. Or worse, that he had fallen asleep at the throttle and invented the story to cover his mistake. James Sullivan was fired. He lost his job, his pension, his reputation. He moved away and lived the rest of his life in obscurity, ridiculed as the man who saw a phantom train. But until the day he died, his story never changed. He swore on a Bible that the track in front of him was occupied by a train that had no right to exist, and that if he hadn't slammed on the brakes, 200 people would have died. His story changed the legend. The ghost train was no longer a harmless echo. It was interactive. It was dangerous. It seemed to be trying to cause another crash, to drag more souls down into the river with it. The question was no longer, what is it? The question became, what does it want? The 1904 incident fundamentally altered the ghost story. It was no longer a passive replay of a tragedy. It was an active, malevolent force. The storytellers of Macon and the surrounding counties began to weave a new narrative. The ghosts of the Confederate soldiers weren't just haunting the river, they were guarding it. Think about it from the perspective of a dead soldier. You were entrusted with the last hope of your nation. You were betrayed, murdered, and your sacred cargo was stolen. Your body was left to rot in the mud. You were a footnote in a forgotten war. What would you feel? Rage. A burning, eternal sense of duty unfulfilled. And so, the legend evolved. The spirits of the dead were now bound to the river, cursed to protect the place where the gold was last seen. They became the spectral guardians of an empty vault. This new version of the story served a purpose. It was a warning. Don't go looking for the gold. And people did look. Throughout the 20th century, the story of the lost Confederate gold became a siren song for treasure hunters, adventurers, and con artists. They would arrive in Macon with old maps, fancy new metal detectors, and wild theories. Most of them left with nothing but empty pockets and mosquito bites. But some of them didn't leave at all. The local police records are filled with strange incidents around the old crash site. In the 1950s, a prospector from California was found wandering delirious on a nearby road, suffering from severe hypothermia on a warm summer night. He claimed cold hands had dragged him into the river. In the 1970s, a team with semi-professional dredging equipment had to abandon their search after a series of bizarre mechanical failures. Their engine pumps seized up. Their boat's engine flooded for no reason. One of the men swore he saw faces in the water looking up at him from the riverbed. These could all be dismissed as accidents. Rivers are dangerous places. Old equipment breaks down. But the story of the three teenagers from 1986 is harder to explain away. They were high school kids, fueled by bravado and local ghost stories. On the anniversary of the crash, they took a small boat out onto the river at midnight, determined to see the ghost train for themselves. According to the two survivors, they found the spot where the old trestle used to be. The air grew cold. They heard a whistle. And then, a wave of sheer, paralyzing terror washed over them. Not just fear, but a feeling of pure hatred directed at them from the darkness. They panicked. In the confusion, their small boat capsized. Two of them managed to swim to the shore, scrambling through the mud and brambles, not stopping until they reached the nearest farmhouse. The third, a boy named Michael, was not with them. A search was launched the next day. They searched the river downstream, assuming the current had carried him. They found nothing. 3 days later, a fisherman found Michael's body. But it wasn't downstream. It was nearly 2 miles upstream, snagged on a fallen log. It was a physical impossibility. The Ocmulgey's current is strong. Nothing, and no one, floats upstream. The coroner's report listed the cause of death as drowning. But the sheriff, a man who had lived in Macon his whole life, wrote a single cryptic note in the margin of the case file. The river keeps what it's owed. The story was now complete. The ghost train was a lure, a phantom light in the darkness, drawing the greedy and the foolish to their doom. And the guardian ghosts were the enforcers, ensuring that whatever secret lay at the bottom of that river stayed there. For decades, this was the accepted truth. The gold was down there, and the dead were protecting it. But what if the ghosts weren't guarding the gold? What if they were guarding the truth? Accidents happen. Rivers are dangerous. But what happened to a professional diver in 1995 defies all rational explanation. In the mid-1990s, the Georgia Department of Transportation was planning to widen the modern highway bridge that crossed the Ocmulgee River, not far from the original crash site. Before construction could begin, they needed to do a thorough structural survey of the existing bridge pylons. This is a routine job. They hired a commercial diver named Frank Miller. Frank was not a treasure hunter or a ghost enthusiast. He was a professional, a former Navy diver. He was a man who spent his life in dark, dangerous water. He was not easily spooked. The job was simple. Dive down to the base of the concrete pylons, inspect them for cracks or erosion, and film the whole thing with an underwater camera. The water in the Ocmulgee is notoriously murky. Visibility is almost zero. Diving there is like swimming through cold, black coffee. You don't see with your eyes. You see with your hands. Frank descended into the darkness, tethered to his support team by a communications line and an air hose. The only sounds were the hiss of his regulator and his own steady breathing. He reached the base of the first pylon and began his inspection, running his gloved hands over the cold concrete. Everything was normal. He moved to the second pylon. Again, normal. His job site was located about 100 yards downstream from the estimated location of the 1864 wreck. He wasn't thinking about the ghost train. He was thinking about concrete stress fractures and water turbidity. And then his comm line crackled. "Frank, you've got a lot of metal debris on the sonar down there. Be careful you don't get snagged." Frank acknowledged the call. He knew the river bottom was littered with junk. Old cars, shopping carts, and maybe, just maybe, some forgotten pieces of a 130-year-old train. He finished his inspection of the third pylon and started moving toward the fourth. This path took him directly over the deep channel where the train was believed to have gone down. The mud here was different, softer, deeper. His boots sank into it. He felt something brush against his leg. He stopped. It wasn't a fish. It wasn't a log. It felt like fingers. He told himself it was just a submerged tree branch, its twigs scraping his suit. He kept moving. Then he felt it again, a distinct, deliberate tug on his ankle. His heart rate spiked. He aimed his camera's light down at his feet, but the beam was swallowed by the silt he had kicked up. He couldn't see a thing. He spoke into his comm. "Hey, I think I'm snagged on something down here." His voice was tight, trying to sound professional. His topside supervisor replied, "All right, Frank, hold still. Don't struggle. We'll check your line." But Frank knew it wasn't his line. The tugging became more insistent. It wasn't one hand anymore. It felt like multiple hands, gripping his legs, trying to pull him down into the mud. Panic began to set in, the primal claustrophobic terror of being trapped underwater. He kicked out, trying to free himself. His boot connected with something solid, yet soft, something that yielded like flesh. And then, through the hiss of his regulator, he heard a sound that shouldn't be possible underwater, a faint, bubbling murmur. It sounded like voices, whispering. That's when he lost control. He screamed into his comm, "Pull me up! Pull me up now!" His support team, hearing the sheer terror in his voice, began hauling on his tether. Frank clawed at the water, fighting against the unseen things that were now pulling him back with surprising strength. He felt a searing pain in his calf as something sharp scraped against him. He was reeled to the surface like a fish, breaking through into the daylight, gasping and screaming. His crew pulled him onto the boat. He tore off his helmet, his eyes wild with terror. "They're down there!" he yelled. "They're still down there, in the mud!" His crew thought he had the bends, that he was hallucinating from nitrogen narcosis. But when they removed his dive suit, they saw the evidence. On his calf were 3 long parallel scratches, deep enough to have drawn blood through the thick neoprene of his suit. And wedged into the sole of his dive boot was a small, metallic object. It was tarnished and bent, but unmistakable. It was a Confederate Army belt buckle. Frank Miller quit his job that day. He refused to ever enter the Ocmulgee River again. His official report cited hazardous underwater debris, but everyone on that boat knew what he really meant. He never dove again. but his description of what he saw and what he felt matches a document found in a dusty attic in Atlanta just last year. A document that changes everything we thought we knew about that night in 1864. History is not a static thing. It's a living, breathing story that can change with the discovery of a single piece of paper. For over a century, the story of the Macon ghost train was based on official records, newspaper clippings, and folklore. But in 2022, a historian from Emory University was digging through a box of unsorted Civil War documents donated by the estate of a former Confederate quartermaster. Most of it was boring, receipts for hay, ammunition inventories. But then he found it. It was a small, leather-bound ledger, the kind a clerk would use to keep daily records. The pages were brittle, the ink faded to a rusty brown, and one entry, dated April 14, 1864, stopped him cold. This wasn't an official military document. It was a private log, a man's personal notes, and because it was private, it was honest. The entry described the chaos at the Macon depot on the night the train left. It mentioned the storm, the security, the sense of desperation, and then it detailed the cargo. At first, it seemed to confirm the legend. The ledger listed crate after crate of gold bullion and silver coin, along with their estimated weights. But then there was a second entry, made later that night, timed at just before the train's departure. This entry described a last-minute change of plans, an order delivered by a Major Harrison, who does not appear on any official Confederate roster. This mysterious major ordered that one of the boxcars be uncoupled from the main train. The ledger is specific. It was the second-to-last car, a heavy, reinforced car that the clerk noted was carrying the primary asset, the gold. According to this secret ledger, the vast majority of the treasure was taken off the train moments before it departed. It was diverted to a secondary, smaller train on a different track, headed not north toward the fighting, but south toward the coast. The train that crashed into the Ocmulgee River was still carrying some valuables, yes. A few boxes of silver coins, the personal effects of the officials. Enough to make the manifest seem legitimate. But its primary cargo wasn't gold. Its primary cargo was deception. It was a decoy. A sacrificial lamb sent roaring into the night to draw attention away from the real treasure. This single entry reframes the entire story. The crash wasn't a failed heist. It was a successful diversion. The architect, this Major Harrison, wasn't trying to steal the gold. He was trying to save it. He orchestrated the crash, sacrificing the train and the men on board to create a public, spectacular disaster that would make the Union Army and any potential thieves believe the Confederate treasury was at the bottom of a river. It was a brutal, cynical, but brilliant act of military strategy. But the ledger contained one more horrifying detail. The final page of the entry for that night wasn't about cargo. It was titled Macon Dispatch, Asset Relocation. And it wasn't a list of gold crates, it was a list of names. There were 32 names on that list. Next to each name was a rank, and next to that, a single word, terminated. These were the names of the soldiers, the engineers, and the railroad workers who knew the truth. The men who had loaded the real gold onto the other train. The men who had witnessed the change of plans. They were loose ends, and according to a scribbled note at the bottom of the page, they were all assigned to guard the decoy train, the one heading for the Ocmulgee River. This changes everything. The crash wasn't just a diversion, it was a mass execution. The men on that train weren't victims of an accident. They were targets. They were put on that train specifically to die, to take the secret of the real gold to their graves. And suddenly, the ghost story makes a completely new kind of sense. If the ledger is true, then the ghosts aren't guarding treasure. They are not waiting for their stolen gold to be returned. They are guarding a crime scene, their own. With this new evidence, the scattered pieces of the puzzle, the history, the folklore, the eyewitness accounts snap into a single, terrifying picture. Let's reconstruct the events of April 14th, 1864, not as a ghost story, but as a Black Ops military mission. The mission objective: save the Confederate treasury at all costs. The architect: the mysterious Major Harrison. He's likely a high-ranking intelligence officer, a man comfortable with deception and collateral damage. His plan has two parts. Phase 1 is the switch. Under the cover of the storm and the chaos at the Macon depot, he oversees the loading of the gold. But at the last minute, he stages a reorganization. He moves the real treasure to a different train, a smaller, faster one that slips away south unnoticed. But he has a problem. Witnesses. The men who moved the gold. The station hands who saw the switch. The guards assigned to the original cargo. There are dozens of them. In a war, secrets get you killed. But men who know secrets get you killed faster. So he initiates Phase 2, the cleanup. He gathers all the witnesses, the 32 men from the ledger, under one pretext. They are the honor guard. They are being given the crucial task of escorting the treasury north. It's a suicide mission, but they don't know it. They are loaded onto the decoy train. The train is deliberately overloaded, its manifest falsified to ensure the engineer, Elias Thorne, will push it too hard. Thorne is not a conspirator. He is a pawn, another victim. Major Harrison himself gets into the cab. He's the second man the farmer Jedediah Blackwood saw. He's not there to supervise. He's there to ensure the plan goes off without a hitch. He needs to make sure Thorne gets the train up to a speed from which it cannot recover, and he needs to confirm the trap is set. His own men, hours earlier, had gone to the Ocmulgee trestle and dug out the embankment beneath the tracks. A simple act of sabotage that the floodwaters would perfectly conceal. The train thunders into the night. It's a ghost train even before it crashes. A train full of dead men who just don't know it yet. A few miles from the bridge, Harrison makes his exit. He jumps from the slowing train, or perhaps has a horse waiting for him. His job is done. The fuse is lit. Elias Thorne, alone in the cab, drives the train into the trap. The derailment, the crash, the explosion. It all happens exactly as Harrison planned. The crash wasn't an accident. It was the cleanup. It's a perfect, brutal solution. In a single fiery event, Harrison has achieved three things. He has created a highly visible public tragedy that convinces everyone the gold is lost in the river. He has physically eliminated every single witness to his real plan. And he has created a dramatic story that will be told for generations, a ghost story that keeps people away from the scene of his crime. Now think about the paranormal events from this perspective. The ghost train isn't a residual echo of a tragedy. It's a psychic scream of betrayal, the rage of 32 men who realized in their final terrifying seconds that they were not dying for their country. They were being murdered by it. The guardian ghosts aren't protecting gold. They are pointing to the crime. They are trying to show us what happened. James Sullivan, the engineer in 1904, didn't see an aggressive spirit trying to cause a crash. He saw a warning, a phantom train appearing on the tracks to say, "Stop! Danger ahead! This is what happened to us." And the diver, Frank Miller. What if the hands he felt weren't trying to pull him down? What if they were trying to give him something? The belt buckle, a piece of evidence, a plea from the grave saying, "Look closer, find the truth. We have the motive, the brutal logic of war. We have the method, a masterful plan of deception and murder." But the river kept the bodies, and for over a century, it kept the secret. So the obvious question is, why can't we just go and prove it? Why can't we take a modern forensics team to the Ocmulgee River, excavate the site, and find the remains of the decoy train and its murdered crew? The answer is the river itself. The Ocmulgee River of today is not the Ocmulgee River of 1864. A river is a living thing. It breathes, it moves, it changes its shape. In the 160 years since the crash, the river has flooded hundreds of times. Each flood deposits a new layer of silt, sand and mud on the riverbed. The site of the wreck is now buried under an estimated 15 to 20 feet of sediment. That's like digging through a 2-story building made of mud. Furthermore, the river has changed its course. The deep channel where the train went down is no longer the deepest part of the river. The banks have eroded in some places and built up in others. The exact location, once known to every local, is now a matter of educated guesswork. And even if you could pinpoint the location, excavation would be an environmental and legal nightmare. The area is now a protected wetland. Bringing in the kind of heavy industrial equipment needed to dig that deep, barges, cranes, cofferdams, would require an army of engineers and a mountain of permits. It would risk destroying a delicate ecosystem. The river has become the perfect accomplice to the crime, silently burying the evidence deeper and deeper with each passing year. So where did the real gold go? The most likely theory is that the second train took it south to the port of Savannah. From there, it was probably loaded onto a blockade runner, a fast ship designed to evade the Union Navy. Its destination, Europe. The Confederacy was desperate for foreign allies. A few $1 million in gold could have bought them guns from France or ships from Great Britain. It was a last, desperate gamble to turn the tide of the war. Did it work? Almost certainly not. By April of 1864, the war was already lost. The gold likely ended up in a European bank vault, its origins obscured, absorbed into the global financial system. The last hope of the Confederacy probably paid for a French vineyard or a British country estate. The gold is likely long gone, untraceable. But the evidence of the crime, the bones of the men who were murdered, are almost certainly still there, buried in the cold, dark mud of the Ocmulgee. Frank Miller, the diver, may have been the last person to come into direct contact with them. The scratches on his leg, the belt buckle in his boot, a final, desperate message from the bottom of the river. A message that says, "We are still here. Do not forget us." The mystery of the ghost train of Macon is, in the end, 2 stories woven together. The first is a story of lost gold, a classic treasure hunt. But the second, deeper story is a murder mystery. It's a story about the true cost of war, where loyalty is a weapon and human lives are just another resource to be spent. So, the gold is gone. The soldiers are dead. But if you stand on that bank tonight, on a quiet April evening, you have to wonder. When you hear that phantom whistle blowing on the wind, are you hearing an echo of the past? Or are you hearing a warning for the future? Every town has a ghost story, a haunted house, a spooky old road. We tell these stories for entertainment, to feel a shiver run down our spine in the safety of our own homes. But the ghost train of Macon is different. It's more than just a campfire tale. It's a living piece of history, a mystery that has endured for over a century and a half, fueled by whispers, sightings, and the tantalizing promise of lost treasure. We began this journey looking for a simple ghost, an echo of a tragic accident. But the truth we've uncovered is far more complex and far more human. It's a story born from the desperation of a dying nation. A story of a brilliant, ruthless plan to save a fortune by sacrificing human lives. It's a heist, a diversion, and a mass murder, all disguised as a simple train wreck. The phantom locomotive that people see is not just a replay of an event. It's the psychic scar left on the landscape by an act of profound betrayal. The soldiers on that train thought they were dying for a cause. Instead, they were silenced, their deaths used as a tool of deception by the very leaders they trusted. Their story was buried, first under the muddy waters of the Ocmulgee River, and then under the weight of history itself. The official record calls it an accident. But the legend, the ghost story that refused to die, kept a different version of the truth alive. The folklore was right. It always hinted that something was wrong with the official story. It told us the river was guarded. It told us the spirits were restless. We thought they were angry about stolen gold, but they were angry about stolen lives, their own. This is the enduring power of such legends. They are the folk history of the forgotten. When the official documents are sanitized, when the truth is deliberately obscured, the ghosts are sometimes the only ones left to testify. The real treasure wasn't the gold. The real treasure was the truth. And it's a truth that forces us to look at history not as a set of clean facts, but as a messy, often brutal story of human choices. The gold is gone. The war is over. The men who orchestrated the deception are long dead. All that remains is the river, the mud, and the story. A story that still gets told in the dark, on the banks of the Ocmulgee, every April. Some say history is written by the victors. In Macon, history is whispered by the dead. And they haven't finished talking yet. Imagine you are lost, stripped of everything you love, dragged hundreds of miles from your home and forced to watch as your children are torn from your arms. Now, imagine it's October. The Appalachian winter is closing in like a fist, and your only way home is a 600-mile walk through an untamed wilderness. You have no food, no map, and no weapon but your own will to live. How far would you go to get back? Would you eat tree bark and frozen roots? Would you crawl on frostbitten feet until the bones showed through? And what would you do if the only person with you went mad from hunger and decided you were her next meal? This isn't a Hollywood script. This is the true story of Mary Draper Ingalls, a 23-year-old mother from the edge of the Virginia frontier. Her name isn't as famous as Daniel Boone's, but her journey is one of the most brutal and terrifying survival epics in American history. The official records tell us she escaped captivity and walked home. But the whispers and legends passed down through the generations tell a much darker story, one of starvation, madness, and the absolute limits of human endurance. Today, we're going to follow her bloody footprints back through time and ask a bone-chilling question. What unspeakable things did Mary have to do to survive those 43 days in a frozen hell? Before the screams, there was the quiet work of building a life from scratch. Picture it. The year is 1755, and you're standing in Draper's Meadow, a small settlement on the very edge of the known world. Today, it's near Blacksburg, Virginia, but back then, it was the last stop. Beyond it lay an ocean of trees, a wilderness so vast and ancient, it felt like it could swallow you whole. The mountains weren't just a backdrop. They were a living, breathing entity that watched over the valley. They gave you timber for your home and game for your table, but they also held secrets, and they never let you forget how small you were. This little patch of cleared land was a fragile bubble of civilization, and at its heart were families like the Ingalls and the Drapers. William and Mary Ingalls were young, strong, and filled with the kind of hope that only pioneers can understand. They weren't looking for gold or glory. They were looking for a future. Their days were measured by the sun and the seasons. William's hands were calloused from the axe and the plow, carving a farm out of the forest. Mary, just 23 years old, ran the home, her life a steady rhythm of mending clothes, tending the garden, and raising their two little boys, 4-year-old Thomas and 2-year-old George. And as that summer sun beat down, Mary was heavy with their third child. Every stitch she sewed, every meal she prepared, was an act of faith in a future that seemed to stretch out before them, as promising as the valley itself. They weren't alone in this endeavor. A community is a fortress built of people, and Draper's Meadow was a tight-knit clan. When a new cabin needed to be raised, every man lent his back. When sickness came, the women shared remedies and watched over each other's children. They were bound together by hardship, by faith, and by the shared, unspoken understanding that their survival depended on one another. But beyond their cleared fields, the world was on fire. The French and Indian War wasn't some distant conflict fought by men in red coats. Here, on the frontier, it was a phantom war fought in the shadows. The French, desperate to halt the westward push of the British colonies, had forged alliances with native tribes, including the powerful Shawnee. They armed them, paid them, and pointed them east, urging them to unleash chaos on the remote settlements. Draper's Meadow, isolated and miles from any fort, was a perfect target, a lone candle flickering in a gathering storm. The people of the meadow knew the danger, of course. It was a low hum of anxiety beneath the surface of their daily lives. Every strange sound from the woods, every rumor that trickled in from the east, was a reminder of their vulnerability. Yet, life had to go on. The corn was growing tall, the harvest needed to be brought in, and a new baby was on the way. They held on to the comforting routines of their existence, praying that the war would remain a distant thunder. They didn't know that the storm was already upon them, and that in a matter of hours, their entire world was about to be washed away in blood. To understand the blood that was spilled in Draper's Meadow, you have to understand the ink that was used to claim the land. That valley wasn't empty when the first settlers arrived. For generations, it had been a thoroughfare, a seasonal hunting ground for the Shawnee and other tribes. It was a part of their world, a land not owned but used, a place woven into the fabric of their memory and their survival. The streams had their names, the mountains held their spirits. Then, men from the east arrived with pieces of paper issued by a distant king that claimed this ancient land was now theirs. The architect of this push into the wilderness was a man named Colonel James Patton. He was an Ulster Scot, tough as a hickory root and driven by a relentless ambition. He'd secured a massive land grant from the British Crown, 100,000 acres, with the mission to settle the Virginia frontier. He was a land speculator, a military man, and a politician. To the colonial government, he was a visionary, building a buffer against the French and their native allies. To families like the Drapers and the Ingalls, he was the man who offered them a dream, a piece of land to call their own, a chance to build something that would last. They were the human bricks in the wall he was building against the wilderness. But this grand vision was built on a foundation of betrayal. Just over a decade earlier, at the Treaty of Lancaster, colonial officials had made a deal with the Iroquois Confederacy, who, in a move of political power, sold off the rights to the Ohio Valley, land they didn't truly control and that the Shawnee considered their own. The Shawnee never signed that treaty, they never agreed to it. In their eyes, every cabin razed, every tree felled, every field plowed in places like Draper's Meadow was an invasion. Colonel Patton's land grant wasn't a legal document to them. It was a declaration of war written on sheepskin. In these mountains, a family name was everything. For the Ingalls and the Drapers, their name was a seed they were planting in new soil, a legacy they hoped would grow into a dynasty of farmers and families. Their identity was tied to the deed in their pocket and the sweat on their brow. But for the Shawnee, a name like Cornstalk carried the weight of ancestors, the sacred duty to protect the hunting grounds that fed their people. Their identity was inseparable from the land itself. So when these two worlds collided, it wasn't just a dispute. It was a clash of destinies. The settlers saw themselves as pioneers taming a savage land. The Shawnee saw themselves as patriots defending their home from invaders. Draper's Meadow was the fault line, and the tremor was about to begin. In a place as isolated as Draper's Meadow, news traveled on foot and was paid for in whispers. Every few weeks, a lone trapper or a circuit rider would appear out of the woods, a ghost from the outside world, and the community would gather to drink in his words like water. But in the summer of 1755, the news they brought was poison. They told stories of homesteads on the Greenbrier River burned to ash, of families vanished from their cabins without a trace. These tales spread through the settlement like a fever, leaving a chill that the summer heat couldn't touch. The names of the Shawnee leaders were no longer abstract. They became specters that haunted the daylight. The settlers spoke of a warrior named Kilbuck, whose ferocity was legendary. And they spoke of a young chief named Cornstalk, a man whose reputation was already growing into myth. They said he was a brilliant strategist, a man who could move his war parties through the dense forest like a silent wind, striking and disappearing before a proper defense could be mounted. He wasn't some distant enemy. He was a neighbor whose land they now occupied, and his grudge was as deep and personal as the valleys themselves. The tension wasn't just based on far-off rumors. It was in the air they breathed. A few months prior, a hunter from a nearby settlement had been found dead by a stream, his rifle gone, his body bearing the unmistakable marks of a tomahawk. It was a clear and brutal message. You are not safe here. The men started carrying their rifles with them even to the fields, and the women kept the children closer to the cabins. Every snapped twig in the woods, every owl's call that sounded just a little too human, sent a jolt of ice through their veins. This constant fear began to fray the edges of their small community. Some whispered that Colonel Patton had been too bold, that his relentless push westward had painted a target on all their backs. Others argued that his was the only way, that to show fear was to invite attack. A quiet suspicion could curdle a lifelong friendship. A glance held a second too long could be mistaken for an accusation. The very silence that had once been a source of peace for these settlers now felt menacing, as if the endless forest was holding its breath, waiting for the perfect moment to reclaim what it had lost. And Mary Ingalls felt it all. As a mother with two small boys and another life growing inside her, her senses were sharpened to a razor's edge. She watched her sons, Thomas and George, playing in the dirt near the cabin, their laughter a fragile sound in the heavy, watchful air. She would feel a kick from within her womb, and her hand would instinctively go to her belly, a gesture not just of love, but of a fierce, desperate desire to protect her children from a world that felt like it was closing in, a world where the line between a peaceful home and a slaughterhouse was as thin as a cabin wall. The people of the mountains have always known that the world speaks in signs if you're quiet enough to listen. And on the morning of July 30th, 1755, the signs were all there. They said later that the birds in the forest had fallen silent just before dawn, a heavy, unnatural hush that replaced the usual morning chorus. The air was thick and still, refusing to stir, holding its breath. It was the kind of oppressive quiet that comes before the sky tears open in a storm, a silence that felt heavier than any sound. The human omen arrived on horseback. Colonel James Patton rode into the settlement that morning, his face etched with a gravity that chilled everyone who saw it. He wasn't there for a social call. He was the embodiment of the war, the walking, talking proof that the conflict was no longer a distant rumor. He was there to deliver ammunition and warnings, to speak of organizing the militia, to put a hard edge on the fears that had been whispered in the dark. His presence was meant to be reassuring, a symbol of colonial authority, but it had the opposite effect. It was like planting a lightning rod in the middle of the cabins. He was a magnet for the very violence he was trying to prevent. And Mary felt it. She felt it deep in her bones, a cold dread that coiled in her gut. She was at her sister-in-law Betty Draper's cabin, going through the familiar motions of the day with the other women. But her hands felt clumsy, her mind distant. A wave of profound unease washed over her, so strong it almost made her dizzy. She looked out the cabin door at her sons, Thomas and George, playing near the edge of the woods. In that moment, their small, innocent forms seemed terribly fragile, like ghosts already fading into the deep green shadows. She tried to dismiss the feeling, blaming it on the heat and the weight of her unborn child. But the premonition was a physical thing, a cold hand gripping her heart, whispering that the world as she knew it was about to end. The men of Draper's Meadow were in the fields, their backs bent to the harvest. The rhythmic swing of the scythe, the feel of the sun on their necks. It was the hard, honest work that had defined their lives. They were far enough from the main cabins that the sounds of the settlement were just a faint murmur on the summer air. William Ingalls worked alongside his brother, his mind on the harvest, on the coming winter, on the new baby his wife Mary was due to deliver any day. Suddenly, a sound ripped through the tranquility. It wasn't a bear or a mountain lion. It was the unmistakable, terrifying crack of a rifle shot, followed instantly by another, and then a chorus of them. But it was the sound that came next that froze the blood in their veins. A human scream. A woman's scream, high and sharp with pure terror, cut short. Then another, and the chilling war cries of the Shawnee warriors, a sound they had only heard in frightened tales around the fire. William dropped his scythe. For a heart-stopping second, he was paralyzed, his mind refusing to process the horror. Then instinct took over. He and the other men broke into a desperate sprint toward the cabins, their hearts hammering against their ribs. They were farmers, not soldiers. Some had rifles, but they were leaning against a fence line 100 yards away, useless. All they could do was run, fueled by a primal terror and a desperate need to protect their families. They burst through the tree line just in time to see hell itself. Their homes were wreathed in smoke and flame. The Shawnee warriors, their bodies slick with sweat and paint, moved with brutal efficiency. William saw it all in a horrifying slow-motion tableau. He saw Colonel Patton fall, a tomahawk cleaving his skull. He saw his neighbor, Caspar Barger, cut down as he tried to flee. But the image that would be burned into his memory forever was of his wife, Mary. He saw her being dragged from a cabin, her face a mask of shock and terror. He saw his two little boys, Thomas and George, crying, being herded like livestock by the warriors. And he saw his home, the cabin he had built with his own two hands, beginning to burn. He was 100 yards away, unarmed, helpless. To charge forward was suicide. To stay was to witness the end of his world. He could only watch in impotent agony as the raiding party gathered its terrified captives and melted back into the shadows of the forest, leaving behind a scene of carnage, silence, and smoke. The first drops of blood had become a flood, and for the survivors of Draper's Meadow, there was no going back. Inside Betty Draper's cabin, the world was small and safe. The women worked, their movements familiar, the air filled with the quiet sounds of domestic life. Then, the sound came. It wasn't thunder. It was the sharp, flat crack of a rifle, so close it made the floorboards vibrate. Before a single question could be asked, another shot echoed it, and the outside world erupted into a symphony of terror. The cabin door didn't open. It was obliterated, kicked in with a single violent motion. It was as if the forest itself had burst into the room, a whirlwind of painted faces, dark eyes, and the glint of steel. There was no negotiation, no warning. It was a storm of pure, calculated violence. Time seemed to stretch and warp. A minute of chaos felt like an eternity. The air filled with the coppery smell of gunpowder and fear. Betty Draper instinctively clutched her infant child to her chest, a desperate, futile shield of a mother's love. A warrior moved towards her with a terrifying, fluid speed. There was a swift, brutal motion, a blur of action that the mind couldn't properly track, followed by a hollow thud against the cabin's log wall. The infant's desperate cry was instantly and unnervingly silenced. Betty's mouth opened in a scream that made no sound, her arms, suddenly light, falling empty to her sides. Outside, Colonel James Patton, a man who had faced down governors and generals, met his end not in a formal battle, but in his own front yard. He was a pillar of colonial strength, but against the lightning speed of the raid, he was just a man. He managed to draw his sword, a flash of silver in the chaos, but he was overwhelmed in an instant. He fell face down into the very dirt he had fought so hard to claim, his authority dissolving into the bloody earth. Mary saw it all in disconnected flashes of nightmare logic. She saw a painted hand clamp down on her son Thomas' small arm, yanking him forward. She saw George, just a toddler, his face a mask of tears and utter confusion as he was lifted from his feet. Her own body was frozen, trapped between the ferocious instinct to fight for her children and the paralyzing absolute certainty of death. She was no longer a wife or a pioneer, and she was a terrified animal, watching as her young were stolen from the den. The chaos subsided as quickly as it had begun. The screams faded into whimpers, and the sharp crack of gunfire was replaced by the hungry roar and crackle of flames as the cabins began to burn in earnest. This was not a battle, it was a harvest, a human harvest. In the middle of the path, a small corn-husk doll lay face down in the dirt, a solitary, innocent witness to a horror it could not comprehend. The life they had built was gone, reduced to ash and silence in less time than it takes to say a prayer. To us, sitting here centuries later, the men who stormed Draper's Meadow were monsters, pure and simple. But to understand the true horror of that day, you have to do something deeply uncomfortable. You have to try, just for a moment, to see the world through their eyes. In their own minds, they were not criminals. They were soldiers, patriots. They were the righteous hand of vengeance for a people being systematically erased from their own lands. Imagine a young Shawnee warrior, perhaps even Cornstalk himself, lying on a ridge overlooking the settlement the night before. He doesn't see cozy cabins filled with hopeful families. He sees an infection. He sees a scar on the land that his ancestors had hunted for 1,000 years. Every puff of smoke from a settler's chimney is a signal of his people's slow death. Every ring of an axe is the sound of his world being torn apart. The laughter of the children playing in the dirt is the sound of his own children's future being stolen. Their logic was as cold and hard as a river stone. These people are the vanguard of an endless wave that will not stop until the Shawnee way of life is nothing but a memory. They believed that to stop a flood, you must break the dam. The switch didn't flip for them on that July morning. It had been flipped years before, in council houses where they heard of broken treaties and stolen land. The raid on Draper's Meadow wasn't an act of passion. It was a calculated act of war, a political statement written in blood and fire. When a warrior struck down Colonel Patton, he wasn't just killing a man. He was striking down the symbol of the government that had betrayed them. When another committed that unspeakable act against Betty Draper's infant, in his mind, it was a terrifying but logical act of total war. It was a message sent with brutal clarity. We will not just kill your men. We will erase your future. We will burn the memory of you from this land. There is no safe place for you here. After the slaughter, as they melted back into the forest with their terrified captives, there was likely no remorse. There was grim satisfaction. The objective was complete. The enemy outpost was destroyed. The captives were a valuable prize. Women and children could be adopted into the tribe to replace their own people lost to war and disease. The boys, like Thomas and George, were a blank slate, young enough to be molded into Shawnee warriors. Mary, with her skills, was a useful asset. To them, this was not a massacre. It was a successful military operation. They were not filled with a chilling emptiness, but with the grim purpose of a people fighting a desperate war for their very survival. And that, my friends, is a far more terrifying truth than simple, mindless evil. For a long time, no one moved. The surviving men stood frozen at the edge of the tree line, watching the black smoke curl into the indifferent blue sky. The silence that fell over Draper's Meadow was louder than any scream. It was a dead, hollow quiet, punctuated only by the hungry crackle of the fires that were consuming their homes, their past, and their future. Finally, cautiously, William Ingalls and the others began to walk forward, moving like old men into the ruins of their own lives. The scene that met them was one of biblical devastation. The ground was littered with the refuse of the attack, spent wadding from the rifles, a discarded tomahawk, and the bodies of their friends and neighbors. They found Colonel Patton, his silver hair matted with blood. They found Caspar Barger. They found the others who hadn't been fast enough. Every step was a new horror, a new confirmation of the nightmare they had just witnessed. William's heart hammered in his chest as he searched for his family, a desperate, sickening prayer on his lips that he wouldn't find them here, among the dead. He reached the spot where his cabin had stood. It was now just a collapsing skeleton of burning logs. His wife and 2 sons were not there. A wave of something that was part relief and part a deeper, more profound terror washed over him. They weren't dead. They were taken. He sank to his knees in the dirt, the reality of it crashing down on him. Mary, 9 months pregnant. Little Thomas and George, dragged into that endless, hostile wilderness. The image of their terrified faces was a brand on his soul. The other survivors gathered in the smoking clearing, a small, dazed band of broken men. Their shock was a physical thing, a heavy blanket that smothered thought. But as the sun began to dip toward the mountains, shock curdled into a white-hot rage. Philip Barger, seeing his brother's body, grabbed his rifle and swore an oath of vengeance. He wanted to go after them, right now, to plunge into the forest and hunt them down. For a moment, a wild, suicidal energy gripped them all. The primal need to do something was overwhelming. But William Ingalls, his heart shattered, forced himself to think. The Shawnee were expert woodsmen on their own ground. They had a massive head start. To charge blindly into the forest at dusk was not a rescue mission. It was suicide. They were farmers, not trackers. Their grief was a fire, but it would not light their way in the dark. A grim, terrible reason prevailed. They had to get help. As night fell on the smoldering remains of Draper's Meadow, one of the men mounted the least injured horse and galloped east, a messenger of horror, to raise the alarm and summon a posse. For William Ingalls, the hunt had already begun, but it would be a hunt of agonizing patience, of staring into the dark woods and praying for a miracle that felt impossible. The news of the Draper's Meadow massacre traveled faster than any horse. It was a poisoned arrow shot into the heart of the frontier, and it spread a sickness of fear through every isolated cabin and fortified settlement along the New River. The fragile illusion of safety that these pioneers clung to was shattered. If a community as established as Draper's Meadow could be wiped out in broad daylight, then no one was safe. Absolutely no one. In the days that followed, settlers from the surrounding area gathered at the small, palisaded fort that served as the local strongpoint. They came for safety, but they brought their terror with them, and it filled the cramped space like a thick smoke. The community, once a fortress built on mutual reliance, began to crack under the strain. You see, my friends, a tragedy like this doesn't just unite people, it can also tear them apart, exposing the fault lines of fear and self-preservation that run beneath every society. Lines were drawn in the dirt, right there in the muddy courtyard of the fort. On one side were men like Philip Barger, their eyes burning with grief and rage. They demanded immediate bloody retribution. They wanted to form a war party right then and there, ride into the Ohio country and burn every Shawnee village they found. To them, caution was just another word for cowardice. On the other side were the older, more pragmatic men. They understood the futility of such a plan. They argued that a small, vengeful posse charging into the wilderness would be an ant marching into a hornet's nest. It would only lead to more death and leave their own homes defenseless. They urged patience, waiting for the official colonial militia for a proper, organized campaign. And then there was the third group, the largest group of all, the silent. They didn't argue, they didn't make speeches, they just watched with hollow eyes. And at night, they would whisper to their wives about packing up and heading back east, back over the mountains where the hand of the law was stronger. The Shawnees' raid had been a brutal act of psychological warfare, and it was working perfectly. It had planted the seeds of terror, and now they were watching them grow, choking out the courage of an entire region. A conspiracy of silence began to take hold. Many knew the trails the Shawnee used. Some had even traded with them before the war. But to share that knowledge, to offer help to William Ingalls, was to mark your own family for the next attack. The fear was a physical presence. People who had been friends for years now avoided each other's gaze. They barred their doors earlier, shushed their children's play, and prayed that the trouble would pass them by. In a handful of cabins, there were small acts of quiet courage. A woman leaving a loaf of bread and a slab of bacon on the doorstep of a family who had lost everything. But these were flickering candles in a vast and encroaching darkness. For William Ingalls, this was a special kind of hell. He had lost his family, and now he was losing his community. He was a man crying for help in a room full of people who were pretending to be deaf. William Ingalls could not wait. The colonial militia was a slow, lumbering beast, and every hour that passed was an hour that took his family deeper into an enemy world. He knew, with the chilling certainty of a husband and father, that he had to go now. A small, grim-faced posse formed around him. This wasn't an army. It was a handful of men bound by grief and rage, his brother John, Philip Barger, who thirsted for vengeance for his own brother, and a few others from the settlement. They were farmers and hunters, not soldiers, armed with long rifles, leather pouches of shot, and a desperate, burning hope. They plunged into the forest, following the trail of chaos left by the Shawnee war party. For the first few days, the trail was brutally clear. The warriors, confident in their head start, had made little effort to hide their tracks. The posse found the campsites, the ashes of small fires still warm. They found discarded items dropped by the captives, a woman's comb, a torn piece of a shirt. Each discovery was a double-edged sword, a spark of hope that they were on the right path, and a fresh stab of pain, a tangible reminder of the terror their loved ones were enduring. William would pick up these small things, his hands trembling, imagining Mary or his sons just hours ahead, just beyond the next ridge. But the Appalachian wilderness is not a neutral ground. It is a fortress of tangled rhododendron, steep ravines, and confusing mist-shrouded peaks. It was a home to the Shawnee and a deadly maze to the settlers. The posse was strong, driven by adrenaline and fury, but the mountains began to wear them down. The easy trail became a phantom. The Shawnee, knowing they were now being pursued, began to use every trick of their ancient craft. They walked for miles in the rocky beds of streams, leaving no footprints. They split their party, creating false trails that led to nowhere, then regrouped miles away. The hunt became an ordeal against nature itself. The men's provisions dwindled. Exhaustion settled into their bones, a cold, heavy weight that even their rage couldn't burn away. They were chasing ghosts. The mountains seemed to swallow the trail whole. One afternoon, after days of grueling pursuit, they came to the edge of a wide, stony creek bed. The tracks, which had been their only physical connection to William's family, simply ceased to exist. They had vanished. The men cast about for hours, wading through the cold water, scanning the opposite bank, but found nothing. The trail was gone. The silence that fell over the small band of men was profound. They stood in the middle of an infinite forest, defeated. The fire of their vengeance had been starved of air, and all that was left was the cold ash of despair. For William Ingalls, this was a moment of absolute soul-crushing failure. He had come so close, but the wilderness had chosen a side, and it was not his. There was no fierce firefight, no dramatic rescue. There was only the quiet, brutal realization that he had lost. The walk back to the ruins of Draper's Meadow was a funeral march. The men who had charged into the woods fueled by a righteous fury now stumbled home, hollowed out by their defeat. William Ingalls had lost his family in the massacre, and now, standing at the edge of that cold stream, he had lost them all over again. He returned not as a rescuer, but as a man condemned to wait and to wonder, a ghost haunting the edge of a wilderness that had swallowed his entire world. And so, my friends, if you're waiting for the part of the story where a sheriff slaps iron cuffs on the guilty men and hauls them before a bewigged judge, I have to tell you that story doesn't exist. There was no grand trial for the warriors who fell upon Draper's Meadow. In the eyes of the colonial government, this wasn't a crime to be prosecuted. It was an act of war. The Shawnee weren't fugitives hiding within the law. They were an enemy nation with its own territory, its own leaders, and its own reasons for fighting. Cornstalk and Kilbuck would never see the inside of a Virginia courtroom. The only justice the law of men could offer was slow, clumsy, and distant. A reward was eventually posted for the return of the captives, a piece of paper that was meaningless hundreds of miles away in the Ohio wilderness. The militia, when it finally mustered, was more concerned with defending against the next raid than avenging the last one. The wheels of colonial justice turned with the speed of a dying glacier, while for the captives, every tick of the clock was an eternity. For William Ingalls, the verdict was clear. The system had failed. The law was a distant abstraction, useless against the immediate brutal reality of his loss. But in the mountains, there is another kind of court, another kind of justice. And in the fall of 1755, Mary Draper Ingalls found herself standing trial in it. Her captors were not on trial, she was. The courtroom was the vast, unforgiving landscape of the Ohio Valley. The judge was the coming winter. The jury was hunger, fear, and exhaustion. The verdict would be simple and final, life or death. While William was hunting shadows in the east, Mary was enduring the verdict of her captors. She had been judged not as a criminal, but as an asset. Her skill with the needle and thread spared her from the brutal gauntlet ritual upon her arrival at Lower Shawneetown. She was put to work, her hands making fine shirts for the very men who had destroyed her world. But this small mercy was a cage within a cage. The true sentence had already been carried out on her family. Her sons, Thomas and George, were judged young enough to be assimilated and were torn from her side, adopted into different families, their pasts to be systematically erased. Her infant daughter, Louisa, was deemed just another mouth to feed and was given away. Mary was now a prisoner, not just of the Shawnee, but of her own bottomless grief. The law of men had abandoned her. The justice of the tribe had shattered her family. In that profound darkness, she came to a realization. If there was any justice to be had, she would have to seize it for herself. It would not be a justice of punishment or revenge. It would be the justice of survival, the justice of reclaiming a life that had been stolen. The Shawnee had passed their sentence on her. Now, she was about to deliver her own. You might think this is where the story finds its happy ending. The hero has returned. The ordeal is over. But for Mary and William Ingalls, the reunion was not an end to the suffering. It was the beginning of a new kind of pain. When William finally held his wife, he was holding a stranger made of skin and bone, her eyes haunted by things he could never understand. The joy of her survival was a fragile light in the crushing darkness of their shared losses. She was alive, but her children were not with her. The verdict of her escape was life, but the price was a lifetime of remembering. They could not go back to Draper's Meadow. The place was a tomb, the very soil poisoned with memories. So they moved on, driven by the pioneers' stubborn refusal to be broken. They settled on the New River, establishing Ingalls Ferry, a vital link that would become a cornerstone of the region. They built a new home, had more children, and tried to stitch together the shredded fabric of a normal life. But a curse followed them. The knowledge that their eldest son, Thomas, was still out there, somewhere in the Ohio country, was a wound that would not heal. And the ghosts of their two youngest, George and their infant daughter, Louisa, who they would later learn had both died in captivity, were a constant presence. Mary had survived, but a part of her soul had been left behind in that frozen wilderness, forever wandering. And what of the men who had brought this hell upon them? The wheels of mountain justice turn slowly, but they grind exceedingly fine. The war raged on for years, a bloody, tangled ledger of raid and reprisal. The Shawnee leader, Cornstalk, would continue to be a formidable adversary to the colonists. But his fate would be a dark mirror of the violence he had unleashed. Years later, in 1777, he would go to an American fort on a mission of peace, to warn them of an impending attack by other tribes. Instead of being treated as a diplomat, he was taken hostage. And when a settler was killed nearby, a vengeful mob stormed the fort and murdered the unarmed cornstalk in cold blood. There was no trial, no judge. It was the same brutal, lawless justice of the frontier that had visited Draper's Meadow, coming full circle. The community itself tried to forget. The name Draper's Meadow was spoken in hushed tones, if at all. The site of the massacre was abandoned, the burned-out cabins slowly reclaimed by the forest, the graves of the dead sinking back into the earth. It became a haunted place, a scar that the land itself was trying to cover over. The survivors scattered, seeking new ground, trying to build lives far from the shadows of that terrible day. The story was not celebrated or memorialized. It was buried. It was a trauma so profound that the only way people knew how to deal with it was to turn their backs and walk away, hoping the silence would eventually smother the screams. But a story this powerful doesn't just fade away into the mist. It leaves echoes. It seeps into the soil and becomes part of the land itself. The most powerful echo, of course, was human. 13 years after the massacre, a treaty was signed and a teenage boy was returned to the Ingalls family. It was Thomas. But the joyful reunion was also a tragedy. He was a ghost from another world. He spoke Shawnee. He had forgotten English, forgotten his parents, forgotten the life he was born into. His reintegration was a long, painful struggle, a living testament to the chasm that had opened up between two worlds. Yet, he endured. The Ingalls family grew, and they never, ever forgot. The story of Mary's ordeal was their founding legend, passed down from parent to child, a sacred inheritance. It was preserved not in dusty history books, but in the living memory of a family, until Mary's own son, John, finally wrote it down, ensuring it would never be lost. And the physical traces are still there, hidden in plain sight. If you go to Blacksburg, Virginia today, you can find the site of Draper's Meadow. It's not a haunted ruin in the woods. It's the heart of the Virginia Tech campus. Thousands of students walk across that land every single day, their minds on exams and their futures. They sit by a quiet duck pond, a memorial to that day, many of them having no idea they are studying on ground that was once soaked in blood and terror. Travel a little further and you'll find the New River. This, to me, is the greatest monument of all. It is the silent, winding witness to her ordeal. It is the same river whose icy water she waded through, whose banks she crawled along in delirious agony. When you stand on its edge, you are standing in the exact footsteps of her 600-mile journey into hell. Its currents still whisper her name. You can even go and stand at her grave in Radford, Virginia, and touch the cold stone that bears her name. It's a tangible link, a direct connection to this woman of impossible courage. People build new lives. They pave roads and raise buildings and try to look forward. But they can never completely erase the past. It's always there, just beneath the surface. The highways and the college campuses can cover the scars, but they can't erase them. The mountains watched it all happen, and the mountains remember. So we come back to the question we asked at the very beginning around this digital campfire. What unspeakable things did Mary Draper Ingalls have to do to survive? The historical record, the official documents, will never tell you. They can only tell you the distance she walked and the date she returned. But the story she told her son, the story of the old Dutch woman and her descent into madness, that is the only answer we have. Did the woman truly try to kill and eat her? Or was it a terrifying hallucination brought on by starvation, Mary's own mind fracturing under the strain? In the end, my friends, it doesn't matter. The horror was real either way. Mary walked to the absolute zero point of human experience, a place where civilization is stripped away and only the primal will to live remains. The unspeakable thing she did was look into that abyss and find the strength to crawl back out. This is not just a story of survival. It is a story about two kinds of strength. There is the strength of the warrior, the strength to conquer, to take, to destroy. We saw that in the brutal efficiency of the raid. But then there is another kind of strength, a quieter and perhaps more profound kind. It is the strength of the root that holds fast to the earth in a storm. It is the strength of a mother who, having lost everything, decides that her own life is still a testament to the family she loved. Mary Draper Ingalls had that strength. She refused to be erased. Her journey home was an act of defiance, a declaration that even after the fire, after the slaughter, after the loss of her children, she was still here. This is the indomitable Appalachian spirit, forged in the crucible of stories just like this one. It's a story of heartbreak and endurance, of cruelty and unimaginable courage. It reminds us that the foundations of this country were not built on neat treaties and noble ideals alone. They were built on the suffering and the sacrifice of people like Mary, on ground consecrated by blood and tears. Her journey is seared into the very landscape, a lesson that must not be forgotten. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. For 3 days in the summer of 1889, the town of Hazard, Kentucky, was a war zone. The courthouse wasn't a place of law, but a brick fortress under siege. An army of nearly 100 men, led by a hired killer known only as Bad Tom Smith, had come to take the town by force, and the streets echoed with the constant crack of Winchester rifles. The newspapers called it the bloody end of a clan feud over money and power. But the old-timers in these mountains knew the truth was deeper, rooted in honor, betrayal, and a code of justice written in blood. Today, we're going to separate the gun smoke from the legend. We'll find out how a political dispute exploded into open warfare, and how one man's death on the gallows marked the end of an entire era in Appalachia. Before the bullets flew, Hazard, Kentucky, was a world unto itself, nestled deep in the rugged heart of Perry County. This wasn't a peaceful mountain hollow, it was a powder keg waiting for a spark. The hills were rich with timber and the black promise of coal, and the man who controlled the town controlled that wealth. Here, power wasn't held by a mayor in a starched collar. Power was the sheriff who was your kin, the judge who owed you a favor, and a rifle that never missed its mark. The air was thick with the tension of a storm that had been gathering for years. On one side stood the French clan. They were the old guard of Appalachia, people whose roots ran as deep as the ancient oaks. They lived and breathed the unwritten laws of the mountains. Honor was more valuable than gold. An insult to your family was an act of war, and you settled your debts yourself, blood for blood. Led by Joseph C. French, they saw Perry County as their birthright, a sacred trust passed down through generations. To them, the coming of new laws and outside money felt like an invasion. Challenging them were the Eversoles and their powerful allies, the Combs family. They were the new force, more ambitious, more connected to the changing world beyond the mountains. Their unofficial leader, Josiah Combs, was a shrewd politician who saw a future paved with railroads and fueled by coal money. They believed the old ways of the French clan were holding the county back. They wanted to bring in progress, even if it meant tearing down the old world to build their new one. There was no middle ground in Hazard. You were either with the French or you were with the Eversoles. Every election for sheriff became an armed standoff. Every court case was a test of loyalty. The town was split down the middle, a simmering cauldron of suspicion and whispered threats. You chose your side, and you prayed it was the winning one. The official story says their feud was born of politics and greed, a fight for control of the county's resources. But the mountains remember things the official records leave out. Old folks still whisper the other stories around the fire. Some say it all started when an Eversole man publicly shamed a woman from the French family, an unforgivable sin. Others talk of a high-stakes poker game where a deed to a valuable piece of land was lost on a crooked hand, and the argument that followed was settled with a pistol. Whatever the first spark was, it no longer mattered. A decade of bad blood, of small ambushes on lonely roads and threats exchanged on the courthouse steps, had turned the simmer into a rolling boil. These two families, these two visions of Appalachia, were on a collision course, and they were about to drag the entire town of Hazard into a war from which no one would walk away clean. The simmering feud had reached a stalemate of blood and fear. Ambushes on lonely roads and threats in crowded saloons were getting them nowhere. The French clan, feeling the pressure, realized that the old ways of fighting weren't enough. The Eversoles, with their political connections, were chipping away at their power. To win, they needed more than just loyal kinsmen. They needed a weapon, a human weapon who knew neither fear nor pity. And so, they sent out the call. They found him in the dark corners of the mountains, a man whose name was already a legend, whispered with a shudder, Tom Smith. But no one called him Tom. He was bad Tom Smith. He wasn't a French by blood. He was a mercenary, a regulator they called them back then, an angel of death with a Winchester rifle. They said he was tall, silent, with eyes as cold and grey as a winter river. The stories claimed he killed his first man at 16 and could shoot the eye out of a squirrel in a thunderstorm. He wasn't just a gunman, he was a force of nature. The French clan didn't just hire him, they unleashed him. With the arrival of Bad Tom Smith, the war for Hazard changed. The scattered violence stopped. In its place began a systematic campaign of terror. Smith became the marshal of the French clan, their chief enforcer, and he brought a cold, calculated brutality to the conflict. Their primary target was the heart of the Eversole power structure, Sheriff Joe Eversole and his deputies. The feud was no longer about honor, it was about extermination. The final line was crossed on a quiet evening, a moment that would be seared into the memory of Perry County forever. Nicholas Combs, a close and powerful ally of the Eversoles, was at home with his family. There was no warning, no challenge shouted in the street, just the sudden, deafening blast of a rifle from the darkness. Nicholas Combs was shot dead on his own doorstep, in front of his wife and children. This wasn't a gunfight, it was an execution. The news spread through Hazard like a plague, and the town froze in a state of collective shock. For the Eversoles and their allies, grief was quickly replaced by a cold, hard rage. They now knew this was a fight to the death. The French clan had declared that there were no more rules, no more lines that wouldn't be crossed. The time for talking and maneuvering was over. They would fortify, they would arm themselves, and they would prepare for the final battle. The summer of 1889 arrived with a suffocating heat, and with it, the final storm. The French clan decided the time for waiting was over. They were coming for Hazard. They didn't sneak in under the cover of darkness. Led by the cold-eyed Tom Smith, nearly 100 men marched into town in broad daylight. Their boots kicked up the dust of Main Street, the sun glinting off the barrels of the Winchesters resting on their shoulders. This wasn't an attack, it was an invasion. Warned of their approach, the Eversoles and their men had turned the brick courthouse into a fortress. The windows were no longer glass. They were dark, jagged mouths, framed with sandbags and rifle muzzles. Snipers lay waiting on the roof, their eyes scanning the streets below. The town held its breath, the silence stretched thin and tight, and then a single shot cracked the air. The world dissolved into a storm of lead. For the people of Hazard, not aligned with either clan, the world became a cage. Women dragged their children into root cellars, their hands pressed over their children's ears as if they could block out the sounds that would haunt them forever. The constant whine of bullets, the splintering of wood as a stray round tore through a porch railing, the sharp metallic clang of a slug embedding itself in a cast-iron stove. A farmer, caught on the wrong side of the street when the shooting began, made a desperate run for home. He didn't make it. His body lay in the dusty road, a grim testament that in this war there were no innocent bystanders. Through the haze of gunsmoke, across the bullet-scarred square, two men found each other. Bad Tom Smith, using a wooden post for cover, and Sheriff Joe Eversole firing from a shattered courthouse window. It became a personal duel in the heart of the chaos. Bullets tore splinters from the wood, inches from Smith's head. Brick dust exploded from the courthouse wall just beside the sheriff's face. This wasn't just a clan war anymore. It was a battle of two wills, two warriors deciding the fate of the town with every pull of the trigger. Day bled into night, and the shooting never truly stopped. The air grew thick with the acrid smell of burnt black powder. Inside the courthouse, the last of the water was gone. Thirst became an enemy as deadly as the rifles outside. The French clan controlled the streets, but they couldn't breach the brick walls. The Eversoles held the fortress, but they couldn't break the siege. Hazard was a town held hostage by its own sons, a stalemate of iron and lead, where every sunrise brought the certainty of more death. The war had come, and it had consumed everything. It wasn't a bullet that ended the war. It was a sound that didn't belong in the mountains of Perry County, the steady, rhythmic tramp of disciplined boots on a dusty road. Word of the siege had finally reached the governor, and he had sent in the state militia. They marched into Hazard not as peacemakers, but as an occupying army, their blue uniforms and gleaming bayonets a shocking sight against the backdrop of the battered town. This was a force that answered to no clan, a law that could not be bought or intimidated. The crack of rifles faltered, then died out completely. A stunned silence fell over the streets. From the rooftops and shattered windows, the fighters of the French clan stared in disbelief. They were prepared to die fighting the Eversoles, but they had no plan for this. This was a power they couldn't comprehend. With their siege broken and a new, unstoppable enemy in their midst, they did the only thing they could. They melted back into the hills and hollows from which they came, vanishing like ghosts into the forest. Slowly, the doors of the courthouse creaked open. The Eversoles and their men emerged, blinking in the harsh sunlight, their faces grimed with sweat and gunpowder. They were the victors of the siege, but they surveyed their town with the eyes of defeated men. The streets were scarred, buildings were pocked with bullet holes, and in the silence, the cost of their victory was all too clear. The war was over, but Hazard was a wound that would take generations to heal. The state militia didn't care about old grudges or who fired the first shot. They came to restore order, and their justice was swift and impartial. Warrants were issued for men on both sides. The local law, which had been a tool of the clans for so long, was swept aside. One by one, the men who had turned Hazard into a battlefield were rounded up, their rifles replaced with iron shackles. The era of mountain law was being extinguished right before their eyes. But there was one man the state wanted more than any other. One name that became the symbol of the entire bloody feud: Bad Tom Smith. He was the hired gun, the merciless enforcer. To the state, he wasn't just a participant, he was the disease. A massive manhunt was launched, with a price on his head that echoed through every corner of Kentucky. The war for Hazard was over, but the hunt for Bad Tom Smith had just begun. Bad Tom Smith was finally captured, not in a blaze of glory, but quietly, cornered and out of options. The authorities knew a trial in Perry County would be a farce. No jury would dare convict him. They'd be too afraid of the French clan's retribution. So they took him away, far from the mountains that had been his hunting ground, to a place where the name Bad Tom Smith was just a headline in a newspaper, not a boogeyman in the night. His fate would be decided by the law of men, not the code of the mountains. The trial was a sensation, the greatest legal spectacle Kentucky had seen in years. The courtroom was packed every day. Farmers, lawyers, and ladies in fine hats all crowded onto the wooden benches, craning their necks to get a look at the legendary killer. Armed guards stood at every door, a visible sign that even here the fear of clan warfare lingered. This wasn't just a trial, it was a public dissection of the wild, violent world of the feuds, and the whole state was watching. But the man who sat in the defendant's chair was not the monster the crowd expected to see. The cold-eyed killer was gone. In his place sat a quiet, somber man. The stories that trickled out of the jail were bizarre. Bad Tom Smith, the terror of Hazard, had found God. He spent his days reading the Bible and praying with a preacher. Some in the courtroom smirked, calling it a desperate ploy for sympathy. But others who looked into his eyes saw not a cunning act, but a man wrestling with the ghosts of his past, a man preparing his soul for a final judgment. The prosecution painted him as the devil himself, a cold-blooded murderer for hire who brought a new level of savagery to an old feud. They paraded witnesses who spoke of his reign of terror, their voices shaking as they recalled the murder of Nicholas Combs. His defense lawyers tried to argue that he was merely a soldier in a war he didn't start, that in the mountains of Perry County, killing was just another tool of politics. But it was no use. The state didn't just want a conviction, it needed a symbol. The jury was out for less than 2 hours. When they filed back into the silent courtroom, their faces were stone. The foreman stood, unfolded a piece of paper, and in a clear voice that seemed to echo off the high ceilings, he pronounced the word, "Guilty." A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. The judge banged his gavel, and when silence was restored, he passed the sentence. Bad. Tom Smith was to be taken from this place and hanged by the neck until dead. Was it justice? Perhaps. But as Bad Tom was led away in chains, a question hung in the air. The powerful men who had hired his gun, the clan leaders who had profited from the chaos and fanned the flames of hatred for years, they would face lesser charges or walk free altogether. The state needed to make an example, to prove that the age of the feudists was over. They needed a sacrifice on the altar of law and order, and they had found it in the one man whose reputation was black enough to carry the sins of all the others. With the death of Bad Tom Smith, the war for Hazard was truly over. The iron fist of the state had crushed the feud. The French and Eversole clans, bled dry by the conflict and their leaders either imprisoned or disgraced, saw their power shatter. The future that the Eversoles had fought for, one of industry and outside investment, did come to pass, but it wasn't their victory. The coal companies and the railroads moved in, a force far more powerful than any mountain clan. They bought the land, built their towns, and established a new order that had no room for the old codes of honor and blood. The era of the clans was over. Today, Hazard is a modern town. The old brick courthouse, the fortress at the heart of the siege, is long gone, replaced by a newer building. People walk the square where the battle raged, conducting business, running errands, most of them completely unaware that they are treading on ground once soaked in blood and black powder. The bullet scars have been plastered over, the ghosts paved into the asphalt. The town moved on, as towns do, burying its violent past beneath a foundation of progress. But the mountains don't forget so easily. If you know where to look, the echoes remain. Drive about an hour north to the town of Jackson, where the hanging took place, and you can find a quiet cemetery. There, under the shade of an old tree, is a simple, weathered stone marker. It marks the final resting place of Bad Tom Smith. The most feared man in eastern Kentucky lies in a peaceful grave, a stark, silent contrast to the violent storm that was his life. It's a physical link, a tangible piece of the story you can still touch. The names French, Eversole, and Combs are still woven into the fabric of Perry County. You'll see them on mailboxes down quiet country roads and in the phone book. The descendants of these warring families are now neighbors. Their children play in the same schoolyards, and the great feud has faded into the realm of family legend. It's a story told by grandparents, a dark piece of folklore about a wilder time. The town may have forgotten the war, but in the hills and hollows, the mountains remember everything. So we come back to the question that hung in the air like gun smoke on that summer day in 1889. What was the Hazard War really about? Was it a fight for political office? A dispute over timber rights? Or was it something deeper, something born from insulted honor or a crooked card game? In the end, the answer is that it was all of those things, and none of them. The first spark, whatever it was, had long since been consumed by a firestorm of pride and revenge. This wasn't just a feud between two families. It was the last bloody battle of a dying world against the one that was coming to replace it. This is a story etched into the very soul of Appalachia. It's a story about the fierce, indomitable spirit of the mountain people, a spirit that values loyalty and honor above all else, but one that could also curdle into a cycle of brutal, self-destructive violence. The hanging of Bad Tom Smith was more than just the execution of a single man. It was a public and deliberate message from the state of Kentucky. The unwritten laws of the mountains were finished. The age of the clan, the feud, and the regulator was being buried, and from its grave would rise a new order of coal companies, railroads, and contracts. On the day of his execution, as he stood on the gallows, Bad Tom Smith looked out at the crowd that had gathered to see him die. He was calm. He had made his peace. Before the black hood was pulled over his head, he spoke his final words, a phrase that would become an Appalachian legend, capturing the tragedy and the strange redemption of his entire life. He said, "Bad Tom Smith is dead. Good Tom Smith is going to heaven. Don't cry for me." I'm standing here in the town square of Manchester, Kentucky, looking at the Clay County Courthouse. On a quiet afternoon like this, it looks like any other seat of county government. But these bricks have seen more history and more blood than most battlefields. A Kentucky governor once called this place the bleeding wound of the state. And for over 50 years, this very spot was the heart of that wound. Here, where all you hear now is the wind in the trees, the silence was once shattered by a war between families that turned the rule of law into a bitter joke. Today, we're going to listen to the whispers from this place and piece together the story of how it all began. To understand the explosion, you first have to see the powder keg. Let's go back to 1844. Manchester, Kentucky wasn't much more than a collection of log and clapboard buildings around a courthouse, set against the vast green wilderness of the Cumberland Mountains. Life here was hard, governed by the seasons and the unwritten laws of kinship. A man's word was his bond, and his honor was worth more than his life. In this world, some names carried more weight than others, and no name carried more weight than Garrard. They were the closest thing Clay County had to royalty. The family patriarch, Theophilus T. Garrard, was a powerful statesman, a name known all the way in the capital. His son Daniel moved through these dusty streets with an air of absolute confidence, the kind that comes from knowing your family's power is the ultimate law of the land. Then there was Dr. Abner Baker. He was a man of two worlds. On one hand, he was a physician, a man of education and science in a place where folk remedies were still king. But he was also a man of Clay County, born and bred. His hands were just as calloused by the code of these hills as any farmer's, and his pride ran just as deep. He was respected, but he wasn't a Garrard, and in Clay County, that distinction mattered. The flashpoint between these two men wasn't some mythical silver mine, as the legends now claim. It was something far more practical and far more valuable, the local saltpeter works. In the 1840s, saltpeter was the key ingredient in gunpowder. Controlling it meant controlling the means for every man to hunt, to defend his home, to be self-reliant. It was power, pure and simple, and both Baker and Garrard wanted control. For months, their business dispute was a low rumble of thunder in the distance. You could feel it in the air of Manchester. The sideways glances in the general store, the conversations that stopped when one of them entered a room. Two proud men, their ambitions circling each other like wolves. The people of the town went about their lives, but they were watching. They knew the code. They knew that in these mountains a storm can roll in without warning, and everyone was holding their breath, waiting for the first crack of lightning. The stories passed down through generations are one thing, but sometimes you can find the cold, hard facts printed in black and white. Here, in the Clay County Historical Archives, I'm holding a digital copy of a newspaper clipping from a Lexington paper dated 1844. It's fragile, even as an image on a screen. The language is formal, a world away from our own. It describes the killing of Daniel Garrard not as a murder, but as an unfortunate and fatal affray. It speaks of the public shock and the immediate arrest of Dr. Abner Baker. But it's a small, almost overlooked detail in the third paragraph that truly matters. It mentions that Baker's defense team, some of the most expensive lawyers in the state, were preparing a novel argument, temporary insanity. This wasn't just a legal strategy. In a place like Clay County, where honor and accountability were everything, this was an insult. The idea that a man wasn't responsible for his actions, that he could kill the son of the most powerful man in the county and then hide behind a doctor's diagnosis, it was unthinkable. This piece of paper isn't just a news report. It's the official record of the moment the two sides stopped speaking the same language. One side started talking about the law, and the other was thinking only of justice. And that raised a critical question that would echo for decades. What happens when the law offers an escape, but the people demand a reckoning? That newspaper clipping only tells you what happened. It doesn't tell you how it felt on that hot, dusty day in Manchester. The argument between Dr. Baker and Daniel Garrard didn't start with a shout. It started as a low murmur in the middle of the street, two men standing toe to toe, the air crackling around them. The saltpeter works was the reason, but honor was the fuel. Voices rose with the heat of the day, and soon the whole town was watching from doorways and windows, silent witnesses to a prideful rage that was about to boil over. An insult was thrown. We'll never know the exact words, but in a place like this, a man's name is all he truly owns. Whatever was said, it was the point of no return. There was a flash of steel, a single, deafening crack that echoed off the clapboard storefronts, and Daniel Garrard fell to the ground. The son of the most powerful family in the county lay dead in the dust. In that moment, Dr. Abner Baker wasn't a man of medicine. He was just another Clay County man who had answered a perceived slight with finality. The law moved swiftly at first. Baker was arrested, and for a moment it seemed like the system would work. A trial, a verdict, a hanging. That was the expected order of things. But then, a new word began to filter through the mountains, a word that felt like a trick from a faraway city. Insanity. The Baker family, with its money, had hired lawyers who claimed the doctor hadn't known what he was doing, that his mind had snapped. To the Garrards, and to half of Clay County, this was a second, deeper wound. It was a declaration that a rich man's law could wash away a poor man's blood. It was a cowardly trick, a way to cheat the hangman, and more importantly, a way to cheat the code of the mountains. They saw it not as a legal defense, but as a profound act of disrespect to the dead and a challenge to the living. The seeds of conflict had been sown the moment Garrard fell, but this legal maneuver was the dark, fertile soil they needed to grow. The Garrard clan and their allies gathered on their porches and in their cabins, not to wait for a verdict from a judge, but to plan a reckoning. The official court had its own schedule, but in the hollows of Clay County, a different, older court was now in session, and it recognized only one sentence: blood for blood. Official records and old newspapers can give you the skeleton of a story, but the soul of it, the part that still beats, lives in the people who carry the memory. That's why I drove down a winding road deep into Clay County to a small house with a porch swing that's probably seen 100 years of summers. I came here to speak with a woman named Mary, the great-great-grandniece of Daniel Garrard. She is in her 80s, with eyes as clear as a mountain spring, and she holds the family's version of the story not as history, but as a living truth. We sat on that porch for an hour, the chains of the swing groaning a slow rhythm, before I even asked about the feud. She knew why I was there. She told me stories of her childhood, of hard winters and loving parents. And then she looked out toward the hills. "You want to know why they couldn't let it be?" she said. It wasn't a question. "My granddaddy told me what his father told him," she began, her voice steady. "When the news came that the Bakers were trying to get Abner off by claiming he was insane, it was like Daniel had been killed all over again. It wasn't about the law anymore. It was about honor. To them, the Bakers were saying a Garrard's life was worth so little, you could take it and then just lie your way out of the consequences." She leaned forward slightly, her eyes locking onto mine. It wasn't just anger. It was a duty. They believed if they let Abner Baker live out his days after a stunt like that, the Garrard name would be a joke. Every man in the county would know that you could wrong them and get away with it. They felt they had no choice. The law had failed to give them justice, so the family had to. That single piece of family law, passed down through 5 generations, explains everything. It wasn't just an act of revenge they were planning. In their minds, it was an act of survival. Dr. Abner Baker was sent to the Eastern State Asylum in Lexington. To the outside world, this was the end of the matter. A killer, deemed insane, was safely locked away. But in the hollows of Clay County, it was seen as a temporary delay. The Garrards and their allies didn't see walls and doctors. They saw a debt that was still unpaid. They waited. Patience is a virtue carved into the people of these mountains, and they could wait for true justice as long as it took. For months, a tense, unnatural quiet settled over the county, the kind of stillness that comes before the deadliest of storms. Then, in 1845, the news came. It traveled by horseback and word of mouth, a spark landing in a field of dry tinder. Dr. Baker had escaped. He was coming home. To the Garrards, this was the ultimate act of defiance. The law had failed to punish him, and now it had failed to even contain him. He wasn't just a killer who had cheated justice. He was a ghost walking back into their lives, a living symbol of their family's dishonor. The time for waiting was over. There was no public call to arms. It happened quietly, with grim-faced men grabbing their long rifles from above the fireplace, nodding to their wives, and disappearing into the woods. This wasn't a mob. It was a posse, a self-appointed instrument of the only law they now recognized. They knew the trails, the creeks, and the hiding places better than any lawman from the city. They weren't hunting a fugitive. In their minds, they were escorting a man to the gallows that the state had been too cowardly to build. They found him. We don't know exactly where the ambush was laid, perhaps in a narrow hollow where the creek runs shallow, or along a ridge that offered a clear line of sight. But for Dr. Abner Baker, the journey home ended there. The deep silence of the Appalachian forest was shattered by a coordinated volley of rifle fire. It was swift, brutal, and final. There was no trial, no judge, no jury. Just the cold, hard arithmetic of the mountain code, a life for a life. This was the point of no return. The first killing had been a crime of passion, a dispute that ended in tragedy. This second killing was a calculated execution, a public statement written in gunpowder and blood. It was a declaration to all of Clay County and to the distant government in Frankfort that the official law had no authority here. The Garrards had reclaimed their family's honor, and in doing so, they had thrown down a gauntlet. Now, the Baker family and their allies had a blood debt of their own to repay. The feud was no longer a disagreement. It was an inheritance, and it would be passed down to the next generation with all its terrible weight. I'm back at the courthouse in Manchester, but this time, I'm looking closer. The afternoon sun is low, casting long shadows across the lawn. A building like this, over 100 years old, absorbs history. And if you run your hand along these old bricks, you're touching the last silent witness to the war's most violent chapter. This is the place where the feud stopped being a series of back-alley ambushes and became an open rebellion. They say if you look close enough at the stone pillars by the entrance, you can still find the chips and scars where bullets from a dozen different gunfights struck home. You have to imagine this lawn, not neatly trimmed, but churned to mud, filled with armed men loyal to the Howard clan. You have to picture those high windows, not with sunlight glinting off them, but barricaded from the inside with heavy oak desks and law books, with the glint of rifle barrels poking through the gaps. Because in 1898, this building wasn't a courthouse. It was a fortress, seized by Bad Tom Baker and his men. And right here, on this very lawn, the governor of Kentucky set up the state militia with a Gatling gun, a weapon of industrial warfare aimed at the heart of their own county seat. This is where it happened. The war came out of the shadows of the hollers and declared itself right here in the open. And on these very steps, years later, a final, fatal price would be paid. The feud didn't just smolder after the Civil War. It was forged into something harder, something colder. By the late 1890s, the fight was in the hands of a new generation, men who had grown up on stories of the first killings. On one side was Big Jim Howard, a man who could use a law book or a rifle with equal skill. On the other was the fearsome Bad Tom Baker, a one-armed Confederate veteran whose reputation was as hard as a coffin nail. The animosity between them finally reached its breaking point when Howard, using his political influence, began to stack the legal system against the Baker clan. Feeling the walls of the law closing in, Tom Baker made a decision that would stun the entire state. He would take the law itself hostage. In 1898, he and his heavily armed followers marched into Manchester, not as citizens, but as an occupying army. They stormed the courthouse, drove out the officials, and barricaded the doors. The seat of county justice was now the fortress of a clan warlord. From the second-story windows, the glint of rifle barrels sent a clear message to Jim Howard and his allies. The time for legal tricks was over. This would be settled with gunpowder. Manchester became a ghost town. Doors were bolted, windows shuttered. The only sounds were the scraping of boots on gravel and the sharp, ugly crack of a rifle shot that would echo through the empty streets, followed by an even more terrifying silence. A spider web of cracks would appear in a storefront window. A horse tied to a post would suddenly fall, its quiet death a warning to anyone who dared to show themselves. Inside the courthouse, the air was thick with tension and the smell of stale tobacco smoke. Tom Baker, his one arm as steady as iron, directed his men, their faces grim in the dusty shafts of light filtering through the barricades. The standoff dragged on for days. The news of a county courthouse under siege by its own citizens reached the governor's mansion in Frankfort. It was an embarrassment, an open sore on the face of Kentucky. Governor William O. Bradley declared Clay County to be in a state of insurrection. He called it the bleeding wound of the state, and he decided to cauterize it with force. The arrival of the state militia was a sight no one in Manchester would ever forget. Uniformed soldiers marching in formation, followed by a wagon carrying a weapon of modern war, a Gatling gun. They set it up on the courthouse lawn, its brass casings gleaming in the sun, its multiple barrels aimed squarely at the front doors. This was no longer a family feud. This was a rebellion. The government of Kentucky was prepared to mow down its own citizens to restore order. The air grew heavy, silent. Inside, the Baker clan looked out at the machine gun, a weapon that could tear through their wooden barricades like paper. Outside, the militia commander stared at the courthouse, knowing the order to fire would result in a slaughter. This was the heart of darkness, a moment when all pretense of civilization had vanished, leaving only 2 armed camps separated by 100 yards of lawn and 50 years of hate. The siege didn't end with the roar of the Gatling gun. It ended with a quiet, cold calculation. Tom Baker, for all his fury, was not a fool. He saw the inevitable. The doors to the courthouse eventually swung open, and the Baker clan walked out, laying down their weapons. But it wasn't a surrender. Their eyes, burning with defiance, promised that this was only a pause. The state had taken back its building, but the war for Clay County was far from over. The bleeding had been stopped for a moment, but the wound was now deeper than ever. After the soldiers and the Gatling gun went home, the war moved from the courthouse lawn back into the courthouse itself. The weapons were no longer rifles, but pieces of paper, and I'm looking at one of them right now. This is a copy of the official indictment brought against Bad Tom Baker and his men following the siege. The script is formal, the ink faded, the language cold and precise. It lists the charges in stark legal terms: armed insurrection, sedition, conspiracy to intimidate an officer of the law. On paper, it paints a simple picture of a band of outlaws who tried to overthrow the government. It's neat, it's clean, and it's a masterclass in how history is written by the winners. But reading this is like reading a doctor's report that lists the cause of death as cessation of heartbeat. It's technically true, but it tells you nothing of the disease that ravaged the body for years. This document has no lines for the 50 years of bad blood. It doesn't mention the political machinations of the Howard clan or the deep-seated belief that a Baker couldn't get a fair hearing in that very building. The paper simply lists the crime. It completely erases the reason. It reduces a multi-generational war down to a few sterile legal phrases, stripping away all the honor, the rage, and the grief that led those men to make their stand. And with this document, the full weight of the state's power was about to come crashing down on the Baker clan. With the Gatling gun gone and the militia back in their barracks, a different kind of army descended on Clay County. This one wore suits and carried leather briefcases filled with law books. The state of Kentucky was determined to make an example of Bad Tom Baker. This wouldn't be a local trial with a jury of neighbors. This was the full weight of the Commonwealth coming down on one man. The trial was a spectacle. The Manchester courthouse, the very building Tom Baker had held as a fortress, was now his cage. Every day, the courtroom was packed to the rafters, a silent, divided sea of humanity. On one side sat the friends and family of the Baker clan, their faces set like stone. On the other side sat the allies of Big Jim Howard, their expressions a mixture of triumph and anticipation. Howard himself was often there, a quiet, imposing figure in the back, watching the slow, methodical destruction of his great rival. You could feel the hate in the air, so thick you could choke on it. Tom Baker sat at the defendant's table, his one arm resting motionless. He was a lion in a cage, a creature of the open ridges and wild hollows, now trapped by legal arguments and procedural rules he neither understood nor respected. The state's prosecutors painted him as a traitor, a revolutionary who had spit in the face of the law. His defense argued he was a man pushed to the brink, a citizen who had only occupied the courthouse because he knew he could never get justice within its walls. An argument that was, in its own way, a damning confession that the system was broken. The jury listened, their faces pale. They were local men, and they knew that whatever verdict they delivered, they would have to live with the consequences. They were judging not just Tom Baker, but the future of Clay County. But the outcome was never really in doubt. The state had been humiliated, and someone had to pay. When the jury foreman stood to read the verdict, the room fell into a dead silence. The word guilty was spoken quietly, but it landed like a hammer blow. Tom Baker didn't flinch. He didn't rage or despair. He simply looked across the room, his gaze locking onto Jim Howard. In that one look, a lifetime of hatred was exchanged. The law had finally put Bad Tom Baker behind bars. But everyone in that room knew that a jail cell could hold the man, but it could never contain the feud. The law had won its battle, but in doing so, it had only ensured the war would continue. Up on a hill overlooking Manchester, there's a quiet cemetery where the wind rustles through the leaves of ancient oak trees. The tombstones are a library of endings, some new and polished, others old and leaning, their names almost erased by a century of rain and frost. This is where all the fury and ambition of the Clay County War finally came to rest. And this is where you find them. Over here is the grave of Bad Tom Baker. It's a simple military-style stone befitting a Confederate soldier. It lists his name, his company, and his dates. There are no grand pronouncements, just the hard, simple facts of a life that ended. His family still tends to it. A small flag flutters here on Memorial Days. It's a place of quiet, defiant dignity. And then, you walk just 100 yards or so past a few other families, and you find the marker for James Big Jim Howard. It's a bit more substantial, a testament to a man of property and political power. He lies here surrounded by his own kin. They lie so close now, these two great enemies. For decades they were the twin poles of a war that tore this county apart, and now they're silent neighbors in the same Kentucky soil. All that rage, all that blood, all that power, reduced to two names carved in granite, slowly fading under the Appalachian sun. Seeing them here, you'd think the story ended with Tom Baker's conviction. But a prison sentence wasn't the final chapter. The Mountain Code had one last bill to collect, and the story of how both these men ended up on this hill is the feud's last and most bitter reckoning. With Bad Tom Baker locked away in the Frankfort Penitentiary, a strange and fragile peace settled over Clay County. For the first time in decades, Big Jim Howard was the undisputed king. He had won. He had used the law, the militia, and the courts to do what generations of his family couldn't do with rifles. He had broken the power of the Baker clan. For a few years, it seemed the war was finally over, ended not with a bang, but with the clang of a prison gate. But the politics of Kentucky have always been a blood sport. In 1899, the state was ripped apart by the most violent and disputed gubernatorial election in its history. When the Democrat William Goebel was assassinated in Frankfort in 1900, the state teetered on the brink of its own civil war. A massive investigation was launched, and a net was cast for anyone with a reputation for political violence. And in one of history's cruelest twists, the master of the law, Big Jim Howard, found himself caught in its web. He was accused of being a conspirator in the plot to kill the governor. The trial was a statewide sensation. Jim Howard, the man who had so skillfully used the courts against Tom Baker, now faced a jury with his own life on the line. He was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. The great victor of the Clay County War was now a prisoner himself. And then, the feud delivered its final, bitter irony. The same political chaos that had condemned Jim Howard miraculously set his old enemy free. The new governor, in a flurry of politically motivated pardons, granted clemency to many men, including the aging, one-armed insurrectionist from Clay County. Bad Tom Baker walked out of prison a free man. So, by 1901, the chessboard had been reset for one final terrible move. Jim Howard, through his own powerful connections, soon secured a pardon as well. Both old lions were back in the same territory. Baker was now an old man, perhaps believing the feud had died with their mutual imprisonment. Howard was also old, but he was a man who had been publicly shamed and imprisoned, and he had one last debt to settle. The long shadow of the feud had stretched across 57 years, and it was about to fall one last time, right back where it all began, in the streets of Manchester. Even now, more than a century after the last shot was fired, the Clay County War isn't a settled matter here. It isn't just a chapter in a history book. It's a living memory, a story that gets told on front porches and at family reunions, and the version you hear depends entirely on which family is telling it. The names Baker and Howard don't just belong to the dead, they belong to the living, and they still carry the weight of that old, bitter argument. To this day, if you talk to folks whose ancestors stood with Tom Baker, you'll hear the story of a hero. They'll tell you, Bad Tom was a man of the people, a proud Confederate soldier who stood up to a corrupt political machine run by the wealthy and powerful Howard family. They'll say the courthouse siege wasn't insurrection, it was a desperate man's only way to demand a justice he could never get from a bought and paid for judge. In their version, Tom Baker was a man of honor who was assassinated in cold blood, a victim of a coward's bullet because his enemies could never face him in a fair fight. But then, you drive a few miles down the road and ask a family whose great-grandfather rode with Jim Howard, and you'll get a different truth entirely. They'll tell you Big Jim Howard was the law. He was a sheriff, a leader, a man trying to drag a wild and violent county into the modern age. To them, Bad Tom Baker was a ruthless outlaw, a violent thug who thought he was above the law and terrorized anyone who stood against him. The courthouse siege was an act of treason, an attack on civilization itself. And his death on the courthouse steps. That wasn't an assassination. It was an execution, the long overdue end for a man who had lived by the gun. So which one is the truth? Was Tom Baker a folk hero or a homegrown terrorist? Was Jim Howard a civic leader or a political boss who used the law like a club? The honest answer is that after 100 years, the truth is a matter of blood and memory. The facts are a pile of dry bones, and it's the families that put the flesh and spirit back on them. The war is over, but the argument about who was right, who was wrong, and who deserved what they got, that argument will probably never end. When the shooting finally stops and the last of the warlords are in the ground, a story enters a new phase of its life. The hard, jagged facts of who did what to whom begin to get smoothed over by time, like a stone in a fast-running creek. History becomes folklore. The Clay County War was too big, too bloody, and too long for people to simply file away. They had to make sense of it, to turn the sheer, brutal chaos into a lesson, or a warning, or a ghost. Ask around Manchester today, especially among the older folks, and you might hear a story told in a hushed voice on a dark autumn night. They say that if you stand near the courthouse when the streets are empty and quiet, you can sometimes see a shadow moving on the steps where Bad Tom Baker fell. A tall, lonely figure with one empty sleeve that seems to sway in a breeze that no one else can feel. They say he's still waiting, still looking for the man who shot him, or perhaps for a kind of justice he never found inside that building. It's more than just a ghost story. The feud lives on as a cautionary tale, a lesson that became woven into the fabric of the community. It's the story a father would tell a hot-headed son to warn him about the poison of carrying a grudge. Remember the Bakers and the Howards, he'd say. They fought for so long, they forgot what they were even fighting about, and all they earned was a piece of land on Cemetery Hill. The war became a local proverb, a dark piece of wisdom paid for with generations of blood. This is how a community processes a trauma this deep. The specific details of the legal disputes and the political maneuvers fade away. What remains is a powerful myth, a story of two families locked in a death spiral, a one-armed ghost who haunts the seat of justice, and a bloody warning that echoes down through the years. The facts belong to the archives, but the legend belongs to the mountains. So here I am again, back on the square in Manchester, looking at the same courthouse as the day begins to fade. But I'm not seeing it the same way. It's no longer just an old brick building. I can almost see the shadow of Daniel Garrard falling in the dust, feel the tension of the siege with Tom Baker's men peering from the windows, and hear the echo of that final fatal shot on these very steps. We came here to listen to the whispers of this place, and what we heard was a 57-year-long scream. The Clay County War is a story about how honor, when it turns to pride, can become a prison. It's about how revenge can become a family's only inheritance. It's a hard lesson written in blood that shows how easily the law can be broken and how much harder it is to put back together. It proves that the most dangerous place on earth can be the few miles between your neighbor's house and your own when a grudge is on the line. The next time you pass a quiet courthouse on a sleepy town square, remember this one. Remember what these bricks have seen and the price that was paid right here. The men are gone. The guns are silent. The bleeding wound has finally scarred over, but the story remains. In the heart of Appalachia, there was a city that lived a double life. By day, it was Wheeling, West Virginia, a town of steel, smoke, and hard-working men. But when the sun bled out behind the mountains, it became something else entirely. A place whispered about in neighboring states, a place that earned the sinister nickname Little Chicago. How could a city in the middle of conservative America become a gangster's paradise, a capital of vice where the law was just a suggestion? The official records talk about crime, but the mountains remember a different story. The tragedy of a city that sold its soul for a few decades of neon lights and easy money. Wheeling wasn't born a monster. For generations, it was a city built on sweat and steel, nestled in a bend of the mighty Ohio River. Its lifeblood was the clanging of the mills and the rumble of the coal cars. The air was thick with the smell of industry, and the brick buildings were permanently stained with a film of soot. This was the Rust Belt in its prime, a tough, proud place where a man's worth was measured by the calluses on his hands. It was a world of simple, hard truths. You worked, you provided for your family, and you found your rest on Sunday. The people of Wheeling were the heart of this world. They were steel workers, miners, and factory hands who came home each night with their faces smudged with grime and their bodies aching. They were men and women who understood the grim reality of life in the mountains. Their dreams weren't grand. They dreamed of a steady paycheck, a hot meal on the table, and maybe a little something extra on a Saturday night to forget the toil of the week. This city was their home, their legacy, a place they had built with their own two hands. Into this world of grit and labor stepped a man named William Leas, known to everyone as Big Bill. He wasn't a gangster in a pinstripe suit who rolled in from New York or Chicago. He was the son of Greek immigrants, a local boy who understood the city's hunger. He had a disarming smile and a way of speaking that made you feel like he was your oldest friend. He started small, running whiskey during Prohibition, but he wasn't just a bootlegger. He was a visionary of vice. Leas saw the exhaustion in the eyes of the workers, and he offered them an escape. He built churches and sponsored little league teams, presenting himself as a pillar of the community, a generous benefactor. People loved him. He gave them jobs when the mills were slow and entertainment when their lives felt bleak. He was one of them, they thought, just a little smarter, a little luckier. They didn't see the ice behind his eyes or the cold calculation in his every move. But a shadow was beginning to stretch over Wheeling, long before it was ever called Little Chicago. It started with a friendly game of cards in the back of a tavern, a slot machine quietly installed in the corner of a diner. It was the friendly cop who was told to look the other way. The small envelope of cash slipped into a politician's hand. Each small compromise was another brick in the foundation of a corrupt empire. The city, so desperate for a taste of prosperity, didn't realize it was making a deal with the devil. They were a community on the brink, about to lose everything they thought they were, all for the illusion of a good time. It wasn't a single gunshot that marked the point of no return for Wheeling. It was a sound, the constant mechanical grinding and clatter of hundreds, then thousands of slot machines. Big Bill Leas didn't conquer the city with an army of thugs. He seduced it with an army of one-armed bandits. They appeared like a quiet invasion, first in the back rooms of his clubs, then in bars, restaurants, and eventually even corner drugstores. Each machine was a tiny, glittering promise of fortune, and a spigot for a river of untaxed silver that flowed directly into his empire. At first, the city's honest lawmen tried to fight back. They would raid an establishment, confiscate a few machines, and make an arrest, feeling they'd done their duty. But it was a fool's errand. The arrested man would be out on bail within an hour, the case mysteriously dismissed by a compliant judge. The next day, 2 new machines would appear in the same spot. It was a demoralizing, soul-crushing charade. This is where the real poison took hold. Lias understood that you didn't need to own every man with a gun if you owned the men with the gavels and the badges. The system of corruption wasn't a secret. It was an institution. Police officers began receiving weekly envelopes stuffed with cash, a bonus for simply looking the other way. It wasn't presented as a dirty bribe, but as a practical arrangement, a way to ensure the city ran smoothly. For a cop with a family to feed on a meager salary, the choice was brutal. Uphold a law that no one else respected, or accept the cash and provide. One by one, the city's guardians laid down their arms. The conflict shifted from the streets to the quiet, desperate struggle within the hearts of those few who refused to bend. A councilman who spoke out against the gambling racket would find his business suddenly failing inspections. A reporter who dug too deep might get a quiet visit, a friendly warning that his curiosity was unhealthy. The violence wasn't always loud. It was often the silent, chilling threat of ruin. The first drops of blood weren't shed on the pavement. They were the slow bleeding of a city's integrity, the death of its hope that the law was still the law. Wheeling had crossed a threshold, and everyone knew it. The city no longer belonged to its people. It belonged to Big Bill Lias. The slaughter in Little Chicago wasn't a single night of gunfire. It was a slow, methodical strangulation of a city's soul, carried out over decades in smoke-filled backrooms and on dimly lit streets. It was the steelworker who, after a brutal week in the mill, came to Wheeling looking for a little fun. He'd put a few coins in one of Big Bill's machines, mesmerized by the spinning reels. That small thrill became a weekly ritual, then an obsession. The children's frozen terror wasn't from seeing a monster, but from watching their father walk through the door with empty pockets and hollow eyes, his week's pay sacrificed to the one-armed bandit. His family didn't die in a hail of bullets. They starved slowly, their future devoured $1 silver at a time. This was Lias's genius. His violence was often invisible. But for those who couldn't be bought or intimidated, a more permanent solution was whispered about. The Ohio River, the city's lifeblood, became its graveyard. No one ever admitted to seeing a body thrown from the Wheeling suspension bridge, but the stories were there, dark and cold as the river itself. A man who couldn't pay his debts would simply vanish. The rumor was he'd gone for a swim in cement shoes. Fishermen downstream would sometimes cut their lines in a panic, having snagged something that felt unnervingly human, and they learned to never, ever talk about it. The river kept its secrets. As time went on, the violence grew bolder. After Lias, a new figure rose to prominence. Paul No Legs Hankish, a man who ruled his own syndicate from a wheelchair with a cold, terrifying fury. The quiet threats of Big Bill's era were replaced by open warfare. One night, the calm was ripped apart by a deafening explosion that rattled windows for miles. Where a car had been parked on a residential street, there was now only a mangled, smoking crater of twisted metal. The blast didn't just kill a man, it served as a public execution, a message written in fire and shrapnel. The true heart of darkness in Wheeling was this normalization of dread, the silence of the good people who were too scared to speak, the casual acceptance that some men were above the law and that a human life was worth less than a gambling debt. The city hadn't been conquered by an outside force. It had been eaten alive from the inside, one compromised soul, one broken family, and one silent splash in the river at a time. For decades, the corruption in Wheeling was a ghost at the feast, a secret everyone knew but no one dared to name aloud. But eventually, the whispers from those dark Appalachian hills grew loud enough to reach Washington. A U.S. senator from Tennessee named Estes Kefauver had declared a crusade against organized crime, and his traveling committee was cutting a swath across the nation. When they set their sights on West Virginia, Little Chicago was suddenly blinded by a spotlight it could not control. The party was over. The end didn't come with a shootout. It came with the quiet, methodical arrival of men in dark suits who carried briefcases instead of shotguns. They were agents from the FBI and, more importantly, the Internal Revenue Service. They were a quiet army of accountants and taxmen who were immune to Big Bill's charm and his envelopes of cash. They weren't interested in the rumors of bodies in the river. They were interested in the river of money that flowed from the slot machines, a river that had never once touched the ledger books of the U.S. Treasury. The reaction in the city was a quiet, nervous panic. The web of corruption that had felt so strong began to fray. Police officers who had been on the take for years suddenly grew fearful, their weekly payoffs now feeling like anchors that could drag them to the bottom. Politicians who had dined at Leas's table now couldn't remember his name. For the first time in a generation, a force had arrived in Wheeling that Big Bill could not buy, control, or intimidate. The fear that had held the city in his grip was now turned against his own people. Then came the raids. But these were not the staged, theatrical raids of the local police. Federal agents moved with cold efficiency. They didn't just seize a few slot machines, they swept through the city like a cleansing fire. In a single day, thousands of one-armed bandits were confiscated. They were dragged out of the bars and clubs, piled onto trucks, and taken to be destroyed. The signature sound of Little Chicago, that constant, hopeful, greedy grinding of the machines, was replaced by the sound of smashing glass and splintering wood as they were broken apart with sledgehammers. A new kind of silence fell over Wheeling. The neon lights of the gambling dens and backroom casinos flickered and went dark, one by one. The weekend crowds from Ohio and Pennsylvania stopped coming. The flow of easy money that had been the city's lifeblood and its poison simply ceased. What was left was a city in a state of shock, holding its breath. The king was cornered, his empire was in ruins, and the ashes of his fallen kingdom were still settling in the quiet, empty streets. The federal courthouse in Wheeling wasn't one of Big Bill's smoky backrooms. It was a place of cold marble, polished wood, and unwavering fluorescent lights, a world where his charisma and cash held no power. His trial was the greatest show the city had ever seen. The courtroom was packed every day with a strange mix of his loyalists, his victims, and the morbidly curious, all wanting to see if the king would finally fall. Armed federal marshals stood guard, their presence a stark reminder that the old rules no longer applied. For the first time, justice in Wheeling would be decided not by a backroom deal, but by a jury of 12. In the defendant's chair sat William Leas, and he looked like a man out of time. The confident, charming benefactor was gone. In his place was an aging man in an ill-fitting suit, looking confused and diminished under the weight of federal authority. He would scan the faces in the crowd, perhaps searching for the familiar fear and respect he once commanded. But he found only strangers and the cold, impartial gaze of the law. This wasn't his world. He was a mountain lion dragged from his territory and put in a cage, surrounded by hunters who spoke a language he didn't understand. The prosecution's case was a masterpiece of methodical destruction. They didn't call witnesses to speak of rumored murders or broken legs. They didn't speak of the fear that had paralyzed the city for a generation. Instead, they brought in accountants. They presented ledgers, bank statements, and sworn testimony from Leas's own bookkeepers. One by one, former associates and lieutenants, men who had gotten rich under his protection, took the stand to save themselves, their testimony a cascade of betrayals that buried their old boss under a mountain of evidence. The weapon that finally brought down the king of Little Chicago wasn't a smoking gun, it was a fountain pen. The charge was the same one that had felled Al Capone, tax evasion. The government proved with painstaking detail that millions of dollars from thousands of slot machines had simply vanished, never to be seen by the taxman. It was a simple, brutal, and undeniable truth. While the newspapers screamed about racketeering and the whispers on the street told of bodies in the river, the case itself was as dry as dust. It was a cold, mathematical execution. When the jury returned, the verdict was a formality. Guilty. William Big Bill Leas, the man who had owned a city, who had built an empire on vice and fear, was sentenced to years in federal prison. The law of men had finally won. But as he was led from the courtroom, a free man no more, a question hung in the air, heavy and unspoken. Was this justice? The man who corrupted a generation of public officials and broke countless families on the altar of gambling was going to prison for a bookkeeping crime. The system had punished him, yes, but it felt like it had punished him for the wrong reasons. The city was free of its king, but the real sins of Little Chicago seemed to have been left unjudged, washed away like so many other dark secrets in the Ohio River. Big Bill Leas did eventually get out of prison. He returned to Wheeling, but the city he came back to was no longer his kingdom. He was a ghost from a bygone era, his power broken, his name now just a story whispered by old-timers. The man who had once been the uncrowned king of a city died not in a hail of gunfire, but quietly, his empire already turned to dust. The vacuum he left behind was filled for a time by more vicious predators like No Legs Hankish, whose reign was one of bombs and fear, but that too eventually crumbled under the relentless pressure of federal law enforcement. If you drive through Wheeling today, you can still visit the heart of Big Bill's old empire, Wheeling Downs. It's a modern racetrack and casino now, clean, bright, and perfectly legal. The clatter of slot machines is back, but now every dollar is counted and taxed. It stands as a sanitized monument to a dark past, a place where families can go for an afternoon of fun, with no idea of the illegal betting syndicates and hidden currents of cash that once defined its very existence. It's the ghost of what it once was, tamed and put on display. Walk the older streets of downtown, past the brick facades that have stood for a century, and you can almost feel the echoes. That building there, now a law office, might have been the 19th hole, where deals were made in clouds of cigar smoke. That empty storefront could have been a club where a politician and a gangster shook hands. The neon signs are gone, the secret tunnels are sealed or forgotten, and the Ohio River flows on, carrying its secrets silently to the sea. Most people who live in Wheeling now have only a vague sense of this history. Little Chicago is a nickname, a local legend. But the deepest scars left by that era aren't in the brick and mortar. They are in the city's soul. It's an ingrained distrust of authority, a cynical belief that every system can be bought. It's in the stories passed down from grandfathers who remember the open secret of the city's double life. The official records are filed away in dusty archives, but in Appalachia, the true history is the one that lives in the memory of the people. The mountains saw it all, and the mountains never forget. So we come back to the question that hung in the smoky air at the start of our story. How did a hard-working Appalachian city become a gangster's paradise? The answer is as simple as it is tragic. Little Chicago wasn't built by force. It was built on a quiet, desperate bargain. Big Bill Leas didn't conquer Wheeling. He seduced it. He offered a city, weary from the toil of the mills and the mines, an escape. He offered them the illusion of prosperity, the thrill of the jackpot, and all he asked for in return was their silence and their soul. This is more than just a crime story. It is a cautionary tale, a lesson etched into the very hills of West Virginia. It's a story about the danger of looking the other way, of accepting small compromises until there is nothing left of your integrity to compromise. The tragedy of Wheeling wasn't just that a criminal empire rose in its streets, but that so many good people stood by and let it happen, convinced that the easy money was worth the moral rot that came with it. It is a timeless story of how a community, desperate for a better life, can make a deal with the devil, never realizing the price is always far higher than they can imagine. The steel mills have cooled, and the bright neon signs are dark. But the ghost of Little Chicago still haunts these hills, a cold lesson written in the heart of Appalachia. Its legacy is a reminder that the most dangerous monsters are not always the ones who break down your door, but the ones you willingly invite inside. The streets of Morehead, Kentucky were a slaughterhouse. For 2 terrifying hours, the town echoed with the roar of Winchesters as over 100 armed men laid siege to a hotel. When the gun smoke finally cleared, the most powerful man in the county, Craig Tolliver, lay dead in the dirt, his body riddled with bullets. The newspapers called it the end of a brutal feud. But what if it wasn't a feud at all? What if it was the final bloody battle of a war fought over politics, power, and the very soul of a county? Today, we separate the folklore from the facts and uncover the story of the Rowan County War. Before the gunfire and the blood, Rowan County was a world of 2 halves, held together by a fragile peace. Out in the hollows and on the ridges, life moved to the rhythm of the seasons. Men like Floyd Martin woke with the sun and knew their land not by deeds and property lines, but by the feel of the soil in their hands. They were farmers, patriarchs of large families, their wealth measured in livestock, healthy children, and the respect of their neighbors. Their world was one of hard work, self-reliance, and a fierce independence born from the isolation of the mountains. To them, the law wasn't written in a book down at the courthouse. It was a code of honor passed down through generations. Then there was the town of Morehead. It was the county's beating heart, and its pulse was controlled by one man, Craig Tolliver. His kingdom wasn't made of dirt and timber, but of influence and fear. From the bar of his Monarch Saloon or a suite in his Galt House Hotel, he orchestrated the county's politics. He was handsome, always dressed in fine clothes that stood out against the town's mud and dust, but his smile never quite reached his eyes. He was the democratic boss, the man who could make another man rich with a handshake or ruin him with a whisper. He saw Morehead not as a home, but as a chessboard, and every person in it was a pawn. These 2 worlds brushed against each other on market days. The Martin clan and their Republican allies would ride into town, their faces weathered by the sun, their conversations quiet and watchful. They'd trade their crops, buy supplies, and endure the smirks of Tolliver's men who ran the town. In the saloons, Democrats and Republicans drank at separate tables, the air thick with an unspoken history. Everyone knew who had worn the blue and who had worn the gray, or whose father had. It was a peace, but it was the kind of quiet you get in the woods just before a storm breaks. Every handshake was a calculation. Every glance held a question. The people of Rowan County were living on a fault line, a deep crack in the earth left by the Civil War, and everyone could feel the ground trembling beneath their feet. They were proud people, both in the town and in the hills, and pride in Appalachia is a dangerous thing. It can build a home, but it can also burn one to the ground with everyone still inside it. And on the horizon, an election was coming. It was August of 1884. To the rest of America, it was just another local vote. But in Rowan County, it wasn't about choosing a representative. It was a referendum on power itself. It was the spark falling toward a powder keg that had been filling for 20 years. Little did they know, this day of voting would not be settled with ballots, but with blood. and the world they knew was about to be lost forever in a haze of gun smoke. The hatred that fueled the Rowan County War wasn't born in a saloon brawl in 1884. Its seeds were sown 20 years earlier in the blood and fire of the Civil War. Kentucky was a state torn in half, a borderland where loyalties were not to a flag, but to family and to the ground beneath one's feet. Brother fought against brother, and neighbor took up arms against neighbor. When the war ended, the soldiers returned to their farms and towns, but they brought the conflict back with them. They laid down their rifles, but they never truly laid down the fight. In the rugged hills of Rowan County, these old battle lines hardened into political identities. To be a Republican, like the Martins, was to align with the Union, with the federal government that had preserved the nation. It was the party of Lincoln, a symbol of victory and order to some, but of occupation and overreach to others. To be a Democrat, like Craig Tolliver and his faction, was to carry the banner of the old Confederacy, of states' rights and resistance to that same federal power. It was a politics of pride and grievance, a burning resentment that the world had been turned upside down. This wasn't about policy debates, it was about memory. It was about which side your father fought on at Perryville or Shiloh. It was about remembering the Union patrols or the Confederate raiders who had passed through these very hollows. The land itself held these memories. For the Martins and their allies, their farms were a testament to their own hard work and independence, a legacy carved from the wilderness. For Tolliver, the town of Morehead was a different kind of territory, a center of power to be controlled, its commerce and law to be bent to the will of his party, his faction, his cause. In these mountains, a family name is a heavy thing. It's a coat of arms and a burden, all at once. The name Martin became a rallying cry for every Republican farmer who felt choked by the town's political machine. It stood for the country, for the hills, for the men who answered to no one but God. And the name Tolliver became the symbol of absolute democratic control, of the saloons, the courthouse, and the money that made the town run. It was a feud of ideas long before it was a feud of men. The blood of the Civil War had never truly dried. It had just soaked into the soil, waiting for a single spark to turn the ground red once more. The conflict in Rowan County didn't live in grand declarations, but in the quiet, poisonous whispers that spread from house to house. Craig Tolliver's Monarch Saloon wasn't just a place to drink. It was a spider's parlor where the web of rumor was spun. Here, his lieutenants, men who owed him their jobs or their freedom, would gather. They were the town's deputies, clerks, and business owners, all bound to Tolliver by loyalty or fear. They nurtured every slight against their party, magnifying small disputes into grave insults against the Democratic cause and Tolliver himself. The Martin alliance was quieter, forged not over whiskey, but over shared meals and silent nods of understanding on the steps of a country church. Theirs was a sprawling network of kin and fellow Republicans, families like the Coopers and the Hoggers, who saw Tolliver's grip on the courthouse as a tyranny that was slowly strangling them. They were men who had been denied loans, lost court cases on technicalities, or had their businesses squeezed by Tolliver's allies. Their support for Floyd Martin wasn't just political, it was a matter of survival. The ground was already salted with old wounds. Just a few years prior, a sheriff's election had been decided by a handful of questionable ballots, installing a Tolliver man and leaving the Martins and their supporters feeling cheated and disenfranchised. There was the bitter memory of a land dispute between a Tolliver ally and a Republican farmer, a case settled in a court controlled by Tolliver's friends. These weren't isolated incidents, they were a pattern. Each one was a fresh layer of resentment, a reminder that the law in Rowan County bent to the will of the town boss. Gossip became a weapon, as dangerous as any pistol. A drunken argument at the general store was retold in the Monarch Saloon as a deliberate Republican provocation. A Martin supporter speaking too loudly about his rights was marked as a troublemaker. The air grew thick with suspicion. Men started carrying guns, not just for hunting, but for a trip into town. Friendships that had crossed party lines began to fray. The community wasn't just divided, it was curdling, turning sour with paranoia and hate. The stage was being set for a tragedy, and every rumor, every old grudge, was another nail being hammered into the coffin of peace. In the long, sweltering weeks leading up to the August election of 1884, a heavy stillness settled over Rowan County. The summer had been brutally hot and dry, cracking the creek beds and turning the dirt roads into a fine, choking powder that coated every leaf and fence post. Old-timers whispered that it was a bad sign when the katydids fell silent in the heat of the day. It was as if the land itself was holding its breath, waiting for the coming violence. The usual sounds of the mountains, the birds, the rustle of game in the undergrowth seemed to have faded, replaced by an oppressive quiet that felt more menacing than any storm. The true omen, however, wasn't in the sky or the trees. It was in the faces of the men gathering in Moorhead. Election day was approaching, and it felt less like a civic duty and more like a muster for war. The flow of whiskey, always a tool of political persuasion in those days, began to run more freely than usual, loosening tongues and sharpening tempers. Craig Tolliver's men walked the town's boardwalks with a certain swagger, their hands resting near their hips, while the Martin men who rode in from the country were grim-faced and watchful, their eyes scanning every alley and doorway. A deep sense of dread, a cold knot in the gut, became a shared secret among the people of Rowan. Wives watched their husbands clean rifles that hadn't been fired since the last deer season, a silent question hanging in the air between them. Men who had been neighbors their whole lives now passed each other on the road with a curt nod, the old bonds of community straining under the weight of political hatred. This wasn't just another election. It felt like a final reckoning was at hand. They couldn't have known what was coming, not exactly, but they could feel the pressure building, a charge in the air that promised not rain, but lightning. Election day, August 4th, 1884, dawned hot and suffocating. At a polling place just outside Moorhead, the air was thick with more than just summer humidity. It was charged with whiskey and years of bottled-up hatred. Men from both factions gathered, their political affiliations worn like uniforms. Votes were being bought with liquor, and every conversation was a low growl of intimidation or defiance. This wasn't democracy in action. It was a standoff, a test of nerve where everyone was waiting for the first man to flinch. The spark came in the form of a drunken slur. John Martin, Floyd Martin's own son, got into a heated argument with a fervent Tolliver supporter named Solomon Bradley. The exact words were swallowed by the noise and the heat, but they were likely the same insults that had been traded for years. Taunts about the war, about family, about honor. But this time, fueled by cheap whiskey and the tension of the day, words were not enough. Shouts turned to shoves, and shoves exploded into a vicious, desperate brawl. It was over in a flash of chaotic violence. The crowd surged, men yelled, but no one dared to intervene. In the midst of the scuffle, in the dust and the confusion, Solomon Bradley fell to the ground, mortally wounded. Whether a knife flashed in the sun, or if he was simply beaten to death, the accounts would forever conflict. But the result was brutally clear. Bradley lay dying, and John Martin stood over him, his knuckles raw, the grim reality of his actions beginning to dawn on his face. The cheering and the jeering died instantly, replaced by a stunned, horrified silence. The news ripped through the county faster than a telegram. For the Martin clan, it was a tragedy, but a defensible one. They called it a fair fight, a drunken brawl that went too far, provoked by Tolliver's men and their liquor. John Martin was arrested, and his family prepared for a legal battle. But for Craig Tolliver and his faction, this was no accident. This was a declaration of war. It was the son of their political enemy striking down one of their own on election day. They saw it as a calculated act of aggression, an assassination meant to send a message. The law might have had John Martin in a cell, But the code of the mountains now demanded a different kind of justice. The political quarrel had been baptized in blood. It was no longer about who would control the courthouse, it was about vengeance. The first drop of blood had hit the dry Kentucky dirt, and a war was about to bloom from it. There was no going back now. What followed was not an open war, but a slow, creeping plague of violence that lasted for 3 years. The law of the gun replaced the law of the land, and Rowan County became a place of shadows and fear. Death could come from anywhere, at any time. A man might be plowing his field, the only sound the harness creaking and the birds singing, when the tree line would suddenly erupt with a volley of gunfire. He would simply fall, another life erased without a word. A riderless horse returning to a barn at dusk became a common and dreaded sight, a silent messenger of another ambush. The first major act of retribution was aimed directly at the head of the Martin clan. As Floyd Martin rode along a quiet country road, a section of woods he'd passed 1,000 times before, the trees themselves seemed to explode. A hail of lead tore through the air, and Martin was thrown from his horse. He lay grievously wounded, but by some miracle, he survived. The message, however, had been delivered in smoke and lead. No one was safe, no place was sacred. The war of assassination had begun. This shadow war culminated on a blistering summer morning, June 22nd, 1887. The Martin faction, now an army of over 100 determined men, descended from the hills and laid siege to Moorhead. The morning calm was shattered by a sound like rolling thunder, a sound that sent townspeople scrambling for their lives, diving into cellars or hiding behind anything that could stop a bullet. For hours, the air was filled with a constant, deafening roar as hundreds of rounds were fired. It was a storm of lead. The high-pitched whine of bullets was everywhere. Wooden storefronts splintered, sending shards of timber flying through the air. The windows of the Galt House Hotel, where Craig Tolliver and his men were cornered, shattered one by one. Through the thick haze of gunsmoke, you could see the muzzle flashes from doorways, from rooftops, from behind wagons. The Martin men weren't brawling. They were conducting a methodical extermination, tightening a noose of rifle fire around the heart of Tolliver's power. Then came the final, desperate act. Trapped, his men falling around him, Craig Tolliver made a run for it. He burst from the hotel, a flash of motion against the chaos. It wasn't a single shot that answered him, but a deafening, instantaneous chorus of rifles firing as one. The unstoppable town boss, the man who had ruled Rowan County with an iron fist, simply collapsed in the middle of the street. And in the moment his body hit the dirt, the thunder of the guns stopped. A deafening silence fell over Moorhead, broken only by the ringing in men's ears and the sight of the dead man lying in the dust. The war was over. To understand the 3 years of terror that followed, we must try to look at the world through Craig Tolliver's cold, calculating eyes. In his own mind, he was no villain. He was a king, and Moorhead was his kingdom. The Galt House Hotel was his castle, the Monarch Saloon his throne room. He believed in order, but it was his order. He provided jobs, settled disputes, and kept the peace, all so long as his authority was never questioned. He didn't see the Martins and their allies as a political opposition. He saw them as rebels, as a disease threatening the body of his carefully controlled world. When Solomon Bradley was killed on Election Day, Craig Tolliver didn't see a drunken brawl gone wrong. He saw an assassination. He saw the son of his chief rival striking down one of his loyalists in a blatant act of defiance. To him, this was an insurrection, a declaration of war against his rule. A king cannot allow such a challenge to go unanswered, or the throne itself will crumble. The moment he heard the news, a switch didn't flip from anger to rage. It flipped from political maneuvering to calculated extermination. The Martins had chosen the weapon, and he would simply prove he was a master of it. The decision to ambush Floyd Martin wasn't made in a fit of passion. It was a cold, strategic move, a piece being moved on a chessboard. Tolliver would have seen it as a regrettable but necessary act of statecraft. In his logic, removing the head of the rebellion would cause the movement to collapse. After the ambush failed, he wouldn't have felt frustration or panic, but a grim resolve. It was simply a problem that now required a more thorough solution. For 3 years, as the bodies fell on both sides, it's unlikely Tolliver felt guilt. Each report of another Martin supporter shot from ambush would have been received not with glee, but with a sense of grim satisfaction. It wasn't murder, it was management. It was the slow, methodical process of cutting a cancer out of his county. He was the only man, in his own view, strong enough to do what needed to be done. This is what makes his evil so chilling. It was not the product of madness, but of a terrible, unwavering certainty that he was the hero of his own story. When the final volley of shots faded, a silence fell over Moorhead. It was a silence so deep and heavy, it felt louder than the gunfire that had preceded it. A thick, acrid haze of gun smoke hung in the humid summer air, burning the eyes and throat. For a long moment, nothing moved. The only sign that the world hadn't ended was the sight of Craig Tolliver's lifeless body lying in the dusty street, a final stark punctuation mark at the end of a bloody 3-year sentence. Slowly, cautiously, the town began to emerge from its hiding places. Cellar doors creaked open. Shopkeepers peered out from behind barricaded windows. The faces of the townspeople were pale with shock, their eyes wide as they took in the scene. The main street looked like a battlefield. Bullet holes pocked nearly every building. Windows were shattered, and the ground was littered with spent shell casings. The bodies of Tolliver and his lieutenants lay where they had fallen, silent testament to the terrible finality of the fight. The Martin faction, victorious, did not flee back to their hollows. They were no longer an invading army. They were the new power in Rowan County. They stood in the open, rifles held loosely in their hands, their faces grim and streaked with sweat and gunpowder. They had come to Moorhead to kill a king, and they had succeeded. With Tolliver and his closest men dead, their political machine, built on years of intimidation and control, had vanished in the space of a single morning. The reign was over, but news of a private war travels fast. When word reached the state capital of Frankfurt that a county seat had been seized by an armed force and its leadership exterminated in the streets, the reaction was one of pure shock. This wasn't a feud, this was an insurrection. Governor J. Proctor Knott didn't send a sheriff, he sent the army. For the first time in Kentucky's history, the state militia was called out to quell a local war. Days later, uniformed soldiers marched down the main street of Moorhead, their polished boots kicking up the same dust that had soaked up Craig Tolliver's blood. They came with bayonets fixed, under orders to restore order by force if necessary. They were a foreign power, an outside authority that neither the Martins nor the Tollivers had ever answered to. Their arrival marked the true end of the war. The law of the mountains had finally been silenced by the law of the state. The arrival of the state militia did not bring peace to Rowan County. It simply put a lid on a boiling pot. The gunfire was replaced by a tense, suffocating quiet, enforced by the cold steel of soldiers' bayonets. But beneath this forced calm, the community was more fractured than ever. The war wasn't over. It had just moved indoors, into the whispers in the general store and the fearful glances exchanged over church pews. The town of Moorhead and the surrounding hollows broke into two camps, with a terrified majority caught in the middle. For the Republicans and the families of the Martin faction, it was a moment of liberation. They saw themselves not as killers, but as patriots who had overthrown a tyrant. They had stood up to Craig Tolliver's machine and won, restoring what they believed was true justice to the county. They were the heroes of their own story, and they expected to be treated as such. But for the friends, allies, and business partners of the dead Democrats, the Martin clan was a mob of savage murderers from the hills. They saw the great gunfight not as a battle, but as a massacre, and they now lived in mortal fear of the men who had perpetrated it. This fear gave birth to a powerful conspiracy of silence. When the state authorities began their investigation, they were met with a wall of sealed lips and downcast eyes. Men who had witnessed the entire 2-hour battle from their shop windows suddenly claimed they had been hiding in their cellars and had seen nothing. Others, who surely knew the names of every man who marched on the town, would only shrug and say they couldn't recognize anyone through the smoke. To speak the truth was to choose a side, and in the shadow of such violence, choosing a side was a potential death sentence. Fear of Martin retribution was a more immediate threat than a distant state court. Yet, in this atmosphere of terror, small acts of courage and cowardice defined the true character of the people. A former Tolliver deputy who once walked with a confident swagger would now cross the street to avoid meeting the gaze of a Martin man. But a doctor who had been a friend of Tolliver's would still ride out to a Martin farm to tend to a sick child, his oath as a healer overriding the politics of hate. A widow of a slain Tolliver man might find a sack of flour left on her porch in the dead of night, a silent offering from a neighbor who dared not show support in the daylight. The war had moved from the streets into the hearts of the people, and every small decision, who to trade with, who to talk to, who to help, became a declaration of allegiance in a conflict that was far from over. The hunt for the killers of Craig Tolliver was not a chase with hounds and rifles through the dark hollows. The killers weren't hiding. They were walking the streets of Moorhead in broad daylight, confident and victorious. The hunt that followed was a different kind of pursuit altogether, a methodical and dangerous game of wits waged by outsiders in a land that guarded its secrets jealously. The posse was not made of vengeful neighbors, but of state prosecutors and detectives from Frankfurt, city men who wore stiff collars and carried law books instead of Winchesters. Their prey was an entire faction, over 100 men bound by blood, politics, and the shared secret of the final gunfight. The mountains that had once hidden Tolliver's ambushes now served a new purpose. They hid the truth. The state's men rode from one isolated farm to the next, asking questions that were met with blank stares, convenient memory loss, and a steadfast, unnerving silence. The people of the hills, loyal to the Martins or simply terrified of them, created a fortress of ignorance. The investigators found themselves lost not in the woods, but in a fog of fear and clan loyalty. But the state had a power that Tolliver never did: the full weight of the law and the endless patience of bureaucracy. Slowly, painstakingly, they pieced together a list of names. Whispers were gathered, deals were offered, and cracks began to appear in the wall of silence. Finally, the state felt it had enough. Indictments were issued for the leaders of the Martin faction, charging them with murder and insurrection. The question that hung over the entire county was, would they come peacefully? Or would the state's lawmen have to fight a second war to bring them in? The moment of capture was not a bloody firefight, but a scene of quiet, surreal drama. Faced with warrants from the state, the very authority they claimed to respect, the Martin leaders made a calculated choice. One by one, they came down from their hill farms, met the lawmen, and surrendered their rifles. There was no resistance, no desperate last stand. They walked into custody with their heads held high, not as cornered fugitives, but as men who believed utterly in their own righteousness. They were confident that any jury of their peers would see them not as criminals, but as liberators who had done the county a necessary, if brutal, service. Their war was not over. It was simply moving from the battlefield to the courtroom. The courthouse in Moorhead was not a hall of justice, it was a fortress. State militia, with bayonets fixed, stood guard at every entrance and lined the courtroom walls. The room was packed to suffocation, split down the middle as if by an invisible wall. On one side sat the grim-faced farmers and families of the Martin faction, their expressions hard and unyielding. On the other, the remaining allies of Craig Tolliver, their faces a mixture of grief, fear, and a desperate hope for vengeance. Every person in that room understood this was not just a trial. It was the final battle of the Rowan County War, fought not with rifles, but with words and law books. The prosecution, sent from the state capital, laid out a clear and brutal case. This was murder, plain and simple. A conspiracy of over 100 men who had taken the law into their own hands, sieged a town, and executed their political rivals in the street. They painted the Martin faction as a lawless mob, a threat to the very fabric of civilized society. But the defense lawyers, shrewd men who understood the ways of the mountains, told a different story. They portrayed Craig Tolliver as a ruthless tyrant who ruled Rowan County through fear and corruption. The Martin men, they argued, were not murderers. They were patriots, Minutemen, who had risen up to liberate their community from a despot when the law itself had failed them. The trial became a spectacle of fear. One by one, witnesses were called to the stand. Men who had seen the whole bloody affair unfold would stare at the floor, their hands trembling, and mumble that they couldn't be sure of any faces they saw that day. The smoke, they'd say, was too thick. The chaos was too great. And you can imagine, my friends, the pressure in that room. You can imagine the silent, heavy gazes from the Martin supporters, a non-verbal promise of a long memory. The conspiracy of silence that had protected the killers in the hills now followed them right into the courthouse. Throughout the proceedings, the accused leaders of the Martin clan sat in their chairs with a quiet, unshakable dignity. There was no remorse in their eyes, no plea for mercy. They listened to the testimony with the stoicism of men who had made their peace with their actions long ago. They had done what they believed was necessary, and they put their faith not in clever lawyers, but in a jury of their peers, men who knew the land, who understood the grievances, and who had lived under the shadow of Craig Tolliver's rule. Finally, the day of the verdict arrived. The jury, 12 men from Rowan County, filed back into the silent, tense courtroom. They avoided the eyes of everyone, their faces pale and unreadable. The foreman stood, a single piece of paper trembling in his hand. He cleared his throat and spoke the words that would echo through those mountains for 100 years. On the charge of murder, on the charge of insurrection, the verdict for every single man was the same: not guilty. A roar erupted from one side of the room, a wave of triumphant relief. On the other side, there was only the dead silence of disbelief and defeat. The Martin men walked out of the courthouse as free men, acquitted by a jury of their neighbors. The law of the state had spoken, but was it justice? Or was it fear, wearing a judge's robes? The Martin men walked free from the courthouse, but the war had left a scar on every soul in Rowan County. For the allies of Craig Tolliver, the verdict was not just an acquittal, it was an eviction notice. Their leader was dead, their power was shattered, and the men who had killed him now held all the cards. There was no future for them in a county run by their mortal enemies. A quiet, grim exodus began. One by one, they sold their businesses and their land for whatever they could get, packed their families into wagons, and disappeared from the county, seeking a life in a place where their name was not a mark of defeat. For the victorious Martin faction, life after the verdict was not a simple return to peace. They had won the war, and in the following years, they took control of the courthouse and the sheriff's office, just as they had set out to do. But their victory was a heavy crown. They were no longer simple farmers. They were the men who had laid siege to a town and killed its leader. They were respected by their allies, but forever watched with fear by others. They had to live with the ghosts of what they had done, and the silence of their neighbors was a constant reminder of the blood that had been spilled. They had freed Rowan County from a tyrant, but in doing so had become figures of awe and terror themselves. The community, caught in the middle, made a silent pact to forget. It was a wound too deep to be discussed, a memory too painful to be preserved. The bullet holes in the storefronts were patched with new wood. The Galt House Hotel, the blood-soaked epicenter of the battle, stood empty and decaying for a time, a grim monument to the war, until it eventually burned to the ground, taking its ghosts and stories with it in the smoke. People stopped talking about the feud. A generation grew up knowing only a sanitized version of the story, or perhaps none at all. The great gunfight became the county's dark secret, a history that everyone knew, but no one dared to speak aloud. For the sake of peace, Rowan County buried its own past under a thick, heavy blanket of collective silence. If you walk the streets of Morehead, Kentucky today, you won't see the scars of a battlefield. You'll see the campus of a bustling university. You'll see traffic and commerce, a modern town moving at a modern pace. The old wooden storefronts are gone, replaced by brick and pavement. The thunder of the 1887 gunfight has been replaced by the everyday sounds of life. It would be easy to think that the Rowan County War was just a tall tale, a ghost story whispered by old men. But if you look in the local phone book, you will still find the names Martin and Tolliver. The descendants of the men who fought and died in that war still live on the same land, still walk the same streets. The blood has thinned, the old hatreds have cooled into a shared, complicated history. They are no longer armies, just families. A Martin and a Tolliver might work together. Their children might sit next to each other in school, most of them knowing little of the war their great-grandfathers waged for the soul of this very ground. The physical landmarks of the war are nearly all gone. The Galt House Hotel is a ghost, its location now just a spot on a modern street. But if you know where to look, you can find the final chapter. In the Old Town Cemetery, you can find the grave of Craig Tolliver. There is no grand monument to mark the resting place of the man who was once the untouchable king of Rowan County. There is only a stone, weathered by more than a century of Kentucky rain and sun, his name slowly being erased by time. It's a quiet, humble end for a man whose life was so loud and violent. People have tried to forget. For generations they buried the story, hoping silence would heal the wounds. But in Appalachia, the land has a memory longer than any person's. The mountains that surround Morehead stood as silent witnesses to the ambushes and the final bloody siege. The waters of Triplet Creek still flow as they did when they ran dark with rumor and fear. The buildings are gone, the guns are rust, and the men are dust, but the mountains remember everything. So we return to the question we asked at the very beginning around this digital campfire. Was this a feud, or was it a war? The story of Rowan County gives us a clear and chilling answer. This was not a petty squabble between families. It was the final bloody battle in a political war that had been simmering since the end of the Civil War. It's a brutal lesson in what happens when the law serves one man instead of all men, and when an entire community feels it has no recourse but the rifle. The great tragedy of the Rowan County War is that there were no simple heroes. To defeat a tyrant like Craig Tolliver, who had wrapped the law around himself like a shield, the Martin faction had to become a mirror of his own ruthlessness. They had to abandon that very law and become an army, delivering a verdict with a volley of lead because they believed a jury never would. This story forces us to confront an uncomfortable truth, that the line between a liberator and a killer can sometimes be as thin as a puff of gun smoke. This is a story of the indomitable and sometimes terrifying Appalachian spirit. It is a testament to a code that says a man's honor is his own to defend, and that power taken by force can be taken away by force. It is a dark and violent chapter in our history, but one we must remember, for it reminds us that beneath the quiet surface of our towns and our histories, there are sometimes wars that have never truly ended. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. The rope was already around his neck. On May 1st, 1868, Tom Dooley looked out over the crowd and with his last breath spoke the words that would seal a woman's reputation in darkness for eternity. He said, "If it wasn't for Ann Melton, I wouldn't be on this scaffold today." Was it a damning accusation? A confession of his own weakness? Or the last, desperate act of a man protecting the woman he truly loved? We all know the song about the hanged man and his dead lover, Laura Foster. But the legend has a third name, a shadow at its heart. Today, we separate the ballad from the bitter truth to answer one question. Was the true monster in this story the one who walked away free? To understand the blood that was spilled, you first have to understand the soil it stained. This was Wilkes County, North Carolina, in the year 1866. The air in these mountains still tasted of gunpowder and defeat. The Civil War had bled the hollows dry, sending its sons home not as conquering heroes, but as ghosts. Men returned to find their farms overgrown, their families gaunt with poverty, and a silence in the valleys that felt heavier than before. Life was a stubborn, grinding affair, measured by the seasons and the sweat of your brow. It was a world of hard work, quiet faith, and passions that, once stirred, ran deeper and faster than any mountain creek. Into this world walked Thomas Dooler, known to everyone as Tom Dooley. Before the war, he was the boy with the quick smile and the fiddle that could make the devil himself tap his feet. But the Tom who came back was different. He'd survived the living hell of Point Lookout prison camp, and the experience had burned something out of him, replacing it with a reckless charm and a darkness in his eyes. He still played the fiddle, but now the tunes seemed wilder, more desperate, as if he was trying to drown out memories that followed him from the battlefield. At the unshakable center of Tom's world was Anne Pauline Melton. She was Laura Foster's cousin, married to a quiet farmer named James Melton, a man who seemed to exist only in her shadow. Anne was not just beautiful, she was a force of nature. With dark, knowing eyes and a will as strong as iron, she was a woman who refused to be contained by the small, pious world she inhabited. Her affair with Tom Dooley was the worst-kept secret in Elkville, a blazing fire that everyone saw, but no one dared try to put out. It was a passion born long before the war, and it had only intensified upon his return. And then there was Laura Foster, younger, fairer, and by all accounts of a gentler nature than her cousin Anne. She was a girl on the cusp of womanhood, with dreams that were likely as simple as they were sincere: to be courted, to be married, to build a life. She, too, fell under the spell of the handsome, haunted fiddle player. In her, Tom perhaps saw a chance at a different kind of life, a peace he could never find with the tempestuous Anne. For a time, this fragile, dangerous balance held. Life went on. James Melton ploughed his fields, pretending not to know. The community whispered behind their hands at church and at the general store. Anne held court, the queen of a tiny, isolated kingdom, with Tom as her devoted, reckless knight. And Laura Foster watched from the edges, her heart full of a hope that was about to turn deadly. They were all caught in a web of love, jealousy, and obligation, unaware that the world they knew was about to be burned to the ground. But the war had sent home more than just broken men. It sent home a sickness, a blood taint that traveled in silence. It was an unseen enemy, carried in the veins of a soldier, that would soon become the catalyst for an act of brutality that would leave these mountains forever scarred. The storm was coming, and no one even saw the clouds gathering. The Fosters, the Meltons, the Doolers, these were not new names in the Blue Ridge Mountains. Their roots ran as deep as the ancient oaks, clinging to the rocky soil for generations. They were descendants of the first Scots, Irish, and English settlers who pushed into these wild, unforgiving hollows in the late 1700s. They came seeking land of their own and a life free from the meddling of kings and governments. They fought the wilderness, they fought the natives, and sometimes they fought each other to hold on to the small plots of earth that defined their existence. This land wasn't just property, it was a testament to survival paid for in sweat and blood. Every creek, every ridge, every dark stand of timber was tied to a story, a birth, a death, a memory. but history had left scars on this land that had never truly healed. The Civil War was the deepest of them all. Wilkes County had been a place torn in two. While many men like Tom Dooley marched off to fight for the Confederacy, the hills were also crawling with Union sympathizers, draft dodgers, and outright deserters. It was a war fought not just on distant battlefields, but in hushed conversations and suspicious glances between neighbors. Loyalty became a currency more valuable than gold, and betrayal was a poison that could linger in a family's well for 50 years. When the war ended, it didn't bring peace. It brought a simmering resentment. The men who came back, like Tom, were changed, and the community they returned to was fractured. The old order was shattered, and the law was often little more than a suggestion. In this power vacuum, the oldest laws of the mountains reasserted themselves, the laws of clan and kin. And in this world, a name was a heavy thing to carry. To be a Foster in these hills meant something. It meant you were part of a sprawling, tangled web of blood relations. You were never truly alone, but you were never truly free either. Your triumphs and your shames belonged to the whole family. An insult to one Foster was an insult to all, and the family's honor had to be protected at any cost. This wasn't just about pride, it was about survival. A family with a stained reputation was a weak family, vulnerable to its enemies. The weight of that name, and the secrets it had to protect, was a burden every Foster, including Anne and Laura, carried from the day they were born. In a place like Wilkes County, news traveled faster on foot than it did by post. The general store, the churchyard, the grist mill, these were the arenas where reputations were built and destroyed. And at the center of this web of whispers was Anne Melton. Her affair with Tom Dooley wasn't just a private sin. It was a public spectacle, a long-running drama the entire community followed with a mix of condemnation and fascination. Every glance between them, every time he lingered too long at her farm, was noted, dissected, and woven into the local law. The supporting cast was a complex gallery of cousins and neighbors, each with their own loyalties and resentments. There was Pauline Foster, another cousin, a woman who moved through the community with watchful eyes. The exact nature of her relationship with Anne is lost to history, but the court records would later suggest a deep-seated animosity, the kind that festers between women who are too much alike or who have vied for the same things. Then there were the Meltons, James's family, who had to endure the shame of his wife's open infidelity. And there was James himself, a quiet, brooding figure. The community saw him as a cuckold, a weak man who couldn't control his wife. But was his silence weakness, or was it the coiled patience of a man nursing a deep and bitter wound? The affair itself was the great, unhealed sore on the community's skin. It was an affront to the sacred institution of marriage and a constant source of tension. But there were other, smaller slights that kept the air poisoned. A harsh word exchanged at a quilting bee, a dispute over a stray hog, the natural jealousies that arise when one family does slightly better than another. In these isolated hollows, such grievances weren't easily forgotten. They were collected like debts, passed down through whispers, waiting for a moment to be called due. The Foster clan was so large and interwoven that it was a world unto itself, rife with its own internal rivalries and power struggles. It was this fertile ground of gossip and resentment that allowed the most dangerous rumor of all to take root. When whispers of the foul disease began to circulate, they fell on ready ears. Syphilis was more than an illness. It was a mark of moral decay, a physical manifestation of sin. The rumor transformed the affair from a simple matter of adultery into something dark and terrifying. It was a secret that, if exposed, would bring a level of shame and ruin that was absolute. It wouldn't just be whispers, it would be utter damnation. The air in Elkville grew thick and heavy. Anne, Tom, and Laura were no longer just three people caught in a tangle of passion. They were characters in a tragedy that everyone was watching unfold, a tragedy being written in real time by the relentless, unforgiving murmur of the community. The pressure was immense. Every smile felt like a mask, every conversation like an interrogation. The stage was set, and the ground was soaked with the fuel of old grudges, just waiting for a single spark to set the whole world ablaze. In the mountains, people have always paid attention to signs. They knew how to read the sky for a coming storm, and they knew how to read the woods for omens. And in the spring of 1866, the old folks would later claim the signs were all bad. They said the whippoorwills called too close to the houses, a sure sign of a soul about to depart. A strange, unnatural quiet seemed to settle in the hollows, a silence that felt sharp and heavy in the air, as if the mountains themselves were holding their breath, waiting for a coming violence. These were the whispers of the woods, the ancient language of dread that every mountain person understood in their bones. The true omen, however, was not a bird or a dream. It was a human one. It was the change that came over Laura Foster. The young, hopeful girl disappeared, replaced by a woman who had been handed a death sentence. When Laura learned she was sick and understood the shameful truth of how she'd gotten that way, the desperation must have been absolute. She was no longer just a spurned lover. She was a victim facing a slow, ugly decay. And she was not going to suffer that fate alone and in silence. Her threat to expose Tom, and by extension the married Anne Melton, was not the blackmail of a schemer. It was the last, defiant cry of a girl whose life had been ruined. That cry was a prophecy, and it spelled doom for Anne. Anne Melton would have felt it most of all. She was too sharp, too aware, not to see the abyss opening up before her. The whispers of the community were no longer just background noise. They were the sound of a trap being sprung. The easy power she held over men, the carefully constructed life she had built with her husband James, the fragile respectability she clung to, it was all about to be consumed by scandal and disease. She must have felt a cold knot of dread in her stomach that never went away, a premonition that the poison that had entered their lives had finally reached the heart. The walls of her world were groaning, and she knew that soon they would either come crashing down on top of her, or she would have to tear down someone else's first. The dam of whispers and threats was about to break. On a bright May morning, Laura Foster made her move. She walked out of her family's home, went to the barn, and saddled her father's mare. She told her family she was leaving to elope with Tom Dooley. This was it. This was the final desperate gamble of a girl who had nothing left to lose. It was not just a flight of romantic fancy, it was a public declaration, an act of defiance that would force every secret out into the sunlight. By riding away to meet Tom, she was setting the entire fragile world on fire. For Tom Dooley, this was the moment of reckoning. He was caught between two worlds, between the fiery, possessive love of Anne and the desperate, righteous claim of Laura. He had made promises to both. Now, Laura was calling in his debt. He had to meet her. He had to face the consequences of his actions. We'll never know what was in his heart on that day, true love for Laura, a sense of duty, or the fear of a man being led into a trap. But we know he went to the rendezvous. His fatal indecision, his inability to untangle the web he had woven, placed him squarely on the path to that shallow grave. The news of Laura's departure must have struck Anne Melton like a physical blow. The threat was no longer a possibility whispered in the dark. It was a girl on a horse, riding to destroy her. Laura's elopement with Tom would be the final, unforgivable humiliation. The whole sordid story, the affair, the lies, and the shameful disease would be laid bare for the entire county to see. The life Anne had so fiercely protected was about to be torn to shreds. The time for talk was over. The time for manipulation and quiet threats had passed. A choice had to be made right there on that spring morning. And so, the first drops of blood were shed, not with a blade, but with a decision. The plan, whether hatched in a moment of panicked rage or cold calculation, was set in motion. The rendezvous between Tom and Laura was no longer a meeting of lovers. It was an ambush. The conflict escalated from a bitter personal feud into a conspiracy to commit murder. Someone, Anne or Tom, under her influence, decided that the only way to silence Laura Foster forever was to put her in the ground. As Laura rode away, the sun warm on her back, she must have felt a mix of terror and hope. She was leaving everything she had ever known behind, riding toward an uncertain future with the man she loved. She didn't know that she was not riding toward a new life. She was riding into a silence that had been carefully prepared for her, a silence as deep and final as the Appalachian earth itself. The point of no return had been crossed. The spot where Laura Foster drew rein on her father's mare was quiet and secluded. Sunlight filtered through the new spring leaves, dappling the forest floor. This was the place where her future was supposed to begin. She looked for Tom, her heart a frantic mix of hope and fear. But the figure, or figures, that emerged from the shadows of the rhododendron thicket did not offer the embrace she was expecting. We will never know the exact words that were spoken in those final moments. Was it a plea, an accusation, a bitter, venomous argument? Whatever was said, the hope in Laura's eyes must have died in an instant, replaced by the cold, stark terror of betrayal. There was no long, drawn-out scream to echo through the hollow. The violence was too sudden, too brutally intimate for that. There was likely just a sharp, choked gasp, the sound of a frantic, brief struggle in the dry leaves on the forest floor, and then a heavy, sickening thud. A sound of such finality that it seemed to drain all the life from the air around it. The sound of a life being abruptly, horribly extinguished. The world did not stop. It simply went on without her in it. The mare, panicked by the scent of terror and the sudden chaos, reared back, its eyes wide with fright. It tore through the underbrush, reins flying, the empty saddle a stark and terrible testament to what had just occurred. The horse ran without stopping, a mindless flight back toward the familiar scent of home, leaving behind a scene of unnatural stillness. A small piece of a woman's life, a bonnet perhaps, or a ribbon, lay trampled in the dirt, the only splash of color in a world that had suddenly gone gray. Then the grim work began. The silence was broken not by cries or laments, but by the rhythmic, labored sound of digging. It was the scrape and clank of a tool, a shovel or a mattock, striking the hard, unforgiving Appalachian earth. It was a desperate, sweating labor, a race against the setting sun and the possibility of a chance wanderer. Each shovelful of dirt was not just soil being moved, it was an act of concealment, an attempt to erase a person, to bury a terrible secret so deep that it might never be found. The grave was shallow, dug with the frantic haste of those who wanted to be gone from that cursed place. There was no reverence, no ceremony. The burden of Laura's body, now just a thing to be hidden, was placed into the shallow trench. The sounds were muted and awful. The rustle of her homespun dress against the dirt, the dull weight of her form settling into the earth. It was a final, profound act of desecration. Then came the final sounds, the soft, heavy thuds of dirt being shoveled back into the hole, covering the last evidence of the crime. The person, or people, who stood there in the fading light, their clothes stained with soil and their lungs burning from the effort, were not just burying a body. They were burying a promise, a future, and a piece of their own souls. When they were finished, they tried to make it look as though nothing had happened. They scattered leaves over the freshly turned earth and arranged the branches just so. But the ground was wounded. No human eyes had witnessed the act, but the ancient trees stood as silent sentinels. The mountains had seen it all, and in the Blue Ridge, the mountains never, ever forget. To understand what happened in that secluded glade, you have to try, for a moment, to look at the world through Anne Melton's eyes. In her mind, Laura Foster was no longer a person. She wasn't her cousin. She wasn't a romantic rival. She was a disease, a walking plague that threatened to consume everything Anne had built. The syphilis rumor was a death sentence, not just for the body, but for the soul. It meant being cast out, shunned, left to rot in shame while the community whispered about your sins. Laura's threat to expose it all wasn't just blackmail, it was a promise of total annihilation. From Anne's perspective, this was not a matter of jealousy over Tom Dooley. This was a matter of survival, as primal and as ruthless as a cornered animal protecting its den. The twisted logic was terrifyingly simple. You cut out the infection before it kills you. The switch flipped the moment word reached her that Laura was on that mare, riding to meet Tom. Before that, the threat was a possibility, a problem that could perhaps be managed with manipulation or intimidation. But Laura on that horse was a lit fuse burning down to the powder keg. It was an act of open war. In that instant, all other options vanished. The cool, calculating part of Anne's mind, the part that had allowed her to manage an affair under her husband's nose and maintain her standing in the community, would have taken over completely. It was no longer a messy human drama. It was a cold, hard equation. Her life, her home, her name, or Laura's. There was no room for both. So when she confronted Laura in the woods, if indeed she was the one who did, it was likely not with the explosive rage of a jealous lover. It would have been with the chilling focus of an executioner. Each step, each word, each action would have been deliberate. She would have looked at Laura and seen not the face of a frightened girl, but the embodiment of her own destruction. The act itself would have been a task to be completed, a problem to be solved. This profound, terrifying detachment is the only thing that can explain the icy composure she displayed later. It wasn't the absence of feeling, it was the absolute suppression of it in the service of a single, overriding goal, self-preservation at any cost. And in the immediate aftermath, standing there in the silence of the woods, what would she have felt? Not guilt, not remorse. That would come later, perhaps, in the dark of night when the ghosts of memory came calling. No, in that moment, she would have felt a profound and chilling relief. The threat was gone. The voice was silenced. The secret was safe, buried under 6 feet of Appalachian dirt. She had faced absolute ruin and had stared it down. She had won. It was a victory that would poison her life and damn her name for all time. But as she walked away from that shallow grave, it was a victory nonetheless. The first sign that the world had broken was the sight of a horse. Wilson Foster's mare came trotting back to the farm late that afternoon, alone. Its coat was slick with sweat and streaked with mud. Its eyes were wild with a terror it couldn't speak. The empty saddle was a screaming accusation. A father's heart knows a specific kind of cold dread, and as Wilson Foster caught the reins of the panicked animal, that coldness flooded his veins. The story of an elopement suddenly felt like a lie, a thin blanket thrown over a horrible truth. In the days that followed, Wilson and his family scoured the woods. Their calls of Laura echoed through the hollows, answered only by the cawing of crows. The search was a frantic, desperate ritual. The woods that had been Laura's playground now felt like a tomb, each shadow seeming to hold a terrible secret. The community watched, and for a time they held on to the simpler explanation. They whispered that she had run off, that she and Tom were likely halfway to Tennessee by now. It was easier to believe in a reckless girl than a dead one. This casual dismissal left the Foster family isolated in their growing nightmare. Meanwhile, the main players in the drama had scattered. Tom Dooley had vanished. One day he was a fixture in the community, the next he was gone, his absence a thunderous confession of guilt. But Anne Melton was right where she had always been. She went about her daily chores on the Melton farm, a picture of domestic calm. When questioned, her face was a mask of innocence and concern. She knew nothing. She had seen nothing. Her icy composure was a wall that no one could breach, and it was, in its own way, more terrifying than Tom's flight. Weeks turned into a long, agonizing summer. The search parties grew smaller as hope withered on the vine. Laura Foster was now officially a missing person, a ghost story whispered around the supper table. But her family, particularly her father, refused to let the silence win. They kept looking, kept asking questions, their grief hardening into a grim resolve to find the truth, no matter how ugly it might be. The whispers in the community began to change, the simple story of elopement giving way to darker suspicions of foul play. The discovery, when it finally came, was a grim and heartbreaking affair. A man named Colonel James Grayson, a local justice of the peace and a friend of the Fosters, was led to a spot deep in the woods. There, under a thin covering of leaves and branches, he saw what he had been dreading for months, a patch of earth that was too soft, too new. He began to dig. It didn't take long to uncover the horror. The search was over. Laura Foster had been found. The news ripped through Wilkes County like a flash flood. The whispers became a roar of outrage. With the discovery of the body, a missing persons case became a murder investigation. The law, which had been passive for months, was now spurred into action. The full weight of suspicion fell squarely on the man who had run. A warrant was issued for the arrest of Thomas C. Dooley. A reward was posted for his capture. Tom Dooley was no longer just a reckless local boy. He was a wanted murderer, and the hunt was on. The discovery of Laura's body was like a rock thrown into a still pond, and the ripples of suspicion and fear spread to every last cabin in the county. The comfortable lie of elopement was shattered, and in its place, a terrible truth took root. A murder had been committed. One of their own had been put in the ground like an animal, and now everyone had to choose a side. The general store was no longer a place for idle gossip. It was a courtroom where theories were argued in hushed, angry tones. At church, families who had worshipped together for generations now sat on opposite sides of the aisle, their prayers heavy with judgment for their neighbors. A thick, suffocating fear settled over the community. This wasn't a crime committed by some nameless drifter. The killer, everyone knew, was still among them. Many people must have known pieces of the truth. They'd seen Tom and Ann arguing. They'd heard the rumors about the disease. Perhaps someone had even seen Ann returning home that fateful night, her dress soiled with mud and secrets. But the Foster clan was a sprawling, powerful entity, and Ann Melton, with her iron will and piercing gaze, was a terrifying woman to cross. To speak against her was to risk more than just a cold shoulder. It was to invite a feud, to put your own family and livelihood in jeopardy. And so, a conspiracy of silence was born, not of loyalty to a killer, but out of raw, primal fear. Still, the community was not a monolith. While many pointed the finger at the fugitive Tom Dooley, others whispered that he was just a fool, a pawn in a game played by a much more cunning mind. They looked at Ann Melton, saw her cold defiance, and came to their own conclusions. They saw a woman capable of anything, a woman who had bewitched both her husband and her lover, a woman who would stop at nothing to protect her name. Tom, they argued, might have helped dig the grave, but it was Ann's venom that had struck the fatal blow. In this poisoned atmosphere, small acts of courage and cowardice became monumental. There was the quiet neighbor who, risking the wrath of the Meltons, brought a basket of food to Laura's grieving family, a silent gesture of solidarity. There was the witness, Pauline Foster, who, whether out of a sense of justice or personal spite, decided to break the silence and tell the authorities what she claimed Anne had confessed. And on the other side, there were those who provided false alibis, who swore they'd seen Tom miles away when the murder occurred, weaving a web of lies to protect a friend or simply to avoid getting involved. The murder of Laura Foster had done more than kill a young woman. It had ripped the soul out of the community. Neighbor now looked at neighbor with suspicion. Old friendships curdled into resentment. The valley was no longer a place of shared hardship and trust. It was a fractured landscape of fear, secrets, and unspoken accusations. The lines had been drawn in the dirt, and the blood that had been spilled would stain them forever. The manhunt for Tom Dooley was not just a matter of law. It was a matter of pride. Sheriff William Dooler, a relative of Tom's, was tasked with bringing him in, a duty that must have weighed on him like a shroud. But the official posse was swelled by harder men, men from the Foster clan whose faces were grim masks of determination. They weren't interested in a trial, they were interested in mountain justice, a swift and final accounting for the blood of their kin. They knew Tom, they knew his habits, and they knew the woods as well as he did. They weren't just chasing a killer, they were hunting a ghost who knew every shadow in their own backyard. For weeks, Tom was a phantom. He was a creature of these mountains, born and raised in their embrace, and now he used them as his shield. He moved by night, sleeping in caves and abandoned cabins, living off whatever he could forage or steal. The posse would find his tracks by a creek bed, only to have them vanish on the hard rock upstream. They'd get a tip that he was hiding in a certain hollow, and by the time they'd surrounded it, he was already miles away, watching their lanterns flicker from a distant ridge. The rhododendron thickets, so dense they were called laurel hells, were his fortress. He was making fools of them, and with every passing day, the legend of his cunning grew, while the frustration of the hunters curdled into a cold, patient rage. But Tom knew Wilkes County was a cage, and the walls were closing in. He couldn't run forever in a place where every face knew his name. His only hope was to disappear completely, to cross the Blue Ridge into Tennessee and start a new life under a new name. And so began the second, more desperate phase of the chase. He pushed westward into the wild heart of the mountains that separated the two states. This was a brutal, unforgiving wilderness, a vertical world of razorback ridges and sunless valleys. The hunt became an ordeal of endurance, a battle against not just a man, but against the mountains themselves. The posse, relentless and driven, stayed on his trail. They followed broken twigs, faint footprints in the mud, and the whispers of isolated mountain folk who had seen a haunted-looking stranger passing through. The chase stretched on, a slow, grueling pursuit through some of the most difficult terrain in the eastern United States. Tom was starving, exhausted, and the ever-present fear of the men behind him was a constant, gnawing companion. The freedom he had run for now felt like a different kind of prison, a cold and lonely one. He finally made it to Trade, Tennessee, a small settlement just across the state line. He was no longer Tom Dooley, the fiddle-playing charmer. He was just another ragged farmhand, calling himself Tom Hall, looking for work to fill his empty belly. He found it on the farm of a man named Colonel James C. Grayson. For a brief moment, he might have thought he had made it. He was anonymous. He was safe. But the posse had its own network, and word of a suspicious newcomer who fit Tom's description had trickled back across the mountains. The moment of capture was not a blaze of gunfire on a rocky cliffside. It was quiet, pathetic, and inevitable. The posse found him helping with the chores, his shoulders slumped with weariness. He looked up and saw the familiar hard faces from home, and in that instant, he knew the running was done. The fight had gone out of him. There was no struggle, no last defiant stand. There was only the quiet resignation of a man who had been hunted to the point of collapse. He surrendered without a word, exhausted and cornered, the great chase ending not with a bang, but with the click of iron shackles. The journey back to Wilkes County was a somber procession, the hunters bringing their quarry home to face the justice of men. The trial of Tom Dooley was the greatest spectacle Wilkes County had ever seen. The small town of Statesville, where the trial was moved to avoid the inflamed passions of the locals, swelled with spectators. Farmers in dusty overalls stood shoulder to shoulder with men in fine suits, all of them craning their necks for a glimpse of the infamous killer and the woman at the center of the storm. The courtroom was a tinderbox. Armed deputies stood guard at the doors, their eyes scanning the crowd, wary of the foster kin who were there to see justice done one way or another. Tom Dooley, gaunt and broken from his time on the run, looked like a condemned man from the moment he walked in. His defense was led by Zebulon Vance, a former governor of North Carolina and one of the most brilliant lawyers in the state. Vance argued passionately that the evidence against his client was purely circumstantial, a flimsy case built on rumor and the hysteria of a community desperate for a scapegoat. But the star witness, the one everyone had come to see, was Ann Melton. When she took the stand, a hush fell over the courtroom. She was a vision of composure, her dark eyes sweeping over the crowd without a flicker of fear. She answered the prosecutor's questions with a cool, unshakable calm, denying everything. Her voice never wavered. She painted herself as a victim of malicious gossip, a respectable married woman whose name had been unfairly dragged through the mud. It was a masterful performance. To her supporters, she was a woman of incredible strength, unjustly accused. To her detractors, her icy demeanor was the ultimate proof of a sociopathic heart, a woman capable of orchestrating a murder and then lying about it without blinking. The trial was a parade of neighbors and cousins, their testimonies a tangled mess of personal grudges and second-hand stories. Pauline Foster delivered her damning testimony, claiming Anne had confessed the murder to her. But under the sharp cross-examination of Governor Vance, her credibility crumbled. She was portrayed as a spiteful woman, driven by jealousy and a personal vendetta against Anne. The case against Anne was built on a foundation of sand, one person's word against another's, with no hard evidence to tie her to the crime. In the end, the law of men, with its strict rules of evidence, could not convict her. The jury, faced with a mountain of innuendo but not a single piece of concrete proof, acquitted Ann Melton. A gasp went through the courtroom. She had walked into the heart of the fire and emerged without so much as the smell of smoke on her. She stood, smoothed her dress, and walked out of the courtroom a free woman, past the stunned and hateful glares of the Foster family. For Tom Dooley, there was no such escape. The evidence of his flight, his affair with Laura, and his presence near the scene was enough. He was found guilty and sentenced to hang. Justice had been delivered, but to many in that courtroom and in the hollows back home, it felt like a grotesque mockery. They had hanged the fool, but the mastermind, the true author of the crime, had just walked out the front door, free to return to her life as if nothing had ever happened. Was this the law of men? Or was it proof that some people were so cunning they could outwit justice itself? The thud of the trapdoor beneath Tom Dooley's feet was the final brutal punctuation mark on his life. With his death, the law was satisfied. But his last words from the gallows did not fade into the air. They hung over the hollows, a permanent stain on Ann Melton's name, a curse delivered with a dying man's breath. The trial was over, but the verdict of the mountains had just begun. For the Foster family, life became a long, quiet exercise in grief. They had a grave to tend now, a permanent scar on their land and on their hearts. But there was no closure. Every trip to the general store, every Sunday at church, held the possibility of seeing her, Ann Melton, the woman they believed had orchestrated their daughter's murder, living freely, her life continuing while Laura's had been cut short. They became the silent keepers of Laura's memory, their sorrow a cold, hard stone in the belly of the community, a constant, unspoken rebuke to the verdict of the court. And what of Anne? She had won her freedom, but she had lost everything else. The acquittal was not a pardon. It was a life sentence of a different kind. She returned to her farm with James Melton, but she was now a pariah, a ghost in her own life. Old friends would avert their eyes when she passed. Children would fall silent and hide behind their mother's skirts. She was utterly isolated, trapped in a prison of whispers and sideways glances. The community that had once been her stage was now her jury, and its judgment was a slow, daily poison. She was the woman who had gotten away with it, and for that, she would never be forgiven. History simply records that Anne Melton died a few years after the trial, likely from a fever or some other common malady of the time. But the legend, my friends, tells a different story. The legend is where the mountains delivered the justice the court could not. They say that Anne was consumed by the very disease that had started it all, that the syphilis drove her mad, her mind rotting away along with her body. The folklore insists her death was a thing of horror, that for days she was tormented by visions, screaming Laura Foster's name in the dead of night and clawing at phantom hands that were dragging her to hell. The legend gave her an end befitting the monster they believed her to be, agonizing, shameful, and utterly terrifying. It was a curse fulfilled. And so, the community tried to heal by forgetting. After the raw spectacle of the trial and Anne's supposed damnation, a thick blanket of collective silence fell over the story. It was too painful, too divisive. People stopped speaking the names of the dead. The murder of Laura Foster became a dark secret, a story you didn't tell your children, a wound that was left to scar over in private. They buried the truth under the weight of hard work and the passing of seasons, hoping that if they just stopped talking about it, the ghosts of 1866 would finally find their rest. The silence that the community so desperately tried to impose on this story was ultimately broken, not by a historian, but by a musician. In 1958, a clean-cut group of folk singers called the Kingston Trio recorded a simple, haunting ballad called Tom Dooley. The song became a worldwide phenomenon, a #1 hit. It flattened the brutal, complex tragedy into a simple tale of a love triangle gone wrong. The song became a ghost, its mournful tune drifting out of jukeboxes and radios across the country, ensuring that the names Tom Dooley and Laura Foster would never truly be forgotten. It was this song that pulled the story from the dusty archives and gave it a strange new life in the modern world. And the physical traces, my friends, they are still there. You can travel to Wilkes County today and find them. There's a small, fenced-in plot where a gravestone marks the final resting place of Tom Dooley. It's a newer stone, placed there long after the original was chipped away by souvenir hunters. You can also find the quiet, lonely grave of Laura Foster, tucked away in a family cemetery. But the grave of Anne Melton is harder to find. Some say she was buried next to her husband in the Melton family plot, while others whisper that she was laid to rest in an unmarked grave, shunned by a family that could no longer bear the weight of her name. Even in death, she remains a figure of mystery and shadow. The land itself holds the memory. The old hanging tree in Statesville is long gone, but locals can still point to the spot where the gallows stood. And if you know who to ask, they can take you deep into the woods to a quiet, unremarkable patch of ground. There are no markers, no signs. But as you stand there in the silence of the forest, you can't help but feel a chill. This is the place. This is the earth that held Laura Foster's body for a long, hot summer. It is a wound in the landscape that has never fully healed. The descendants of the Fosters, the Meltons, and the Doulas still live in those hills. For generations, the story was a source of deep shame, a dark chapter that was never spoken of aloud. But the fame of the song changed that. It forced the story out into the light, transforming it from a private family tragedy into a piece of public American folklore. Today, the names no longer carry the same immediate sting, but they do carry an echo of a passion that burned too brightly, of a secret that was worth killing for, and of a tragedy that proves that while people may try to forget, the mountains remember everything. So we come back to the question we asked at the very beginning, a question that has echoed through these mountains for over 150 years. Was Anne Melton the true monster in this story? The law gave us its answer. It said no. But the legend, the folklore, and the dying words of the man she loved screamed a different answer from the gallows. The truth, I believe, is buried somewhere in the murky soil between the two. The historical record is silent, but human nature is not. Anne Melton was a fiercely intelligent, passionate woman, trapped in a world that gave her very little power. When faced with total ruin, did she turn to an act of ultimate brutality to save herself? I cannot tell you with certainty that she held the blade. But I believe her will, her fear, and her desperation were the forces that drove the tragedy to its bloody conclusion. This is not just a simple story of a love triangle, the way the song tells it. This is a story about the awesome and terrifying power of secrets. It's a testament to how, in the isolated, close-knit world of the mountains, things like honor, shame, and reputation are not abstract ideas. They are matters of life and death. It's a brutal lesson in how love can curdle into obsession, and how obsession, when cornered, can become homicidal. It is a story not just of cruelty, but of the indomitable Appalachian spirit, a spirit that will endure unimaginable hardship, protect its own with a fierce and sometimes violent loyalty, and never, ever forget a wrong. The Kingston Trio made Tom Dooley famous, but they only told you a piece of the tale. They never told you about the disease, the web of family secrets, or the cold, defiant woman who walked free, only to be imprisoned forever by her own legend. The ghosts of that tragedy still wander the hollows of Wilkes County, a timeless reminder of a passion that burned a hole in the fabric of the mountains. They are a warning that the darkest hearts sometimes beat within the most beautiful chests, and that justice, in the end, is not always found in a courtroom. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the